A story begins with a boy that are on his journey fueled by a vivid aspiration, facing off against an immense serpent. This dream unfolds just a day prior to his adventure. With remarkable agility, he skillfully evades the serpent's tail whip attack, landing a few meters away from the confrontation. Brimming with confidence, he taunts the serpent, ridiculing its sluggishness with the term maggot. However, his arrogance leads to an unexpected turn of events as the serpent's tail whip strikes him from behind, causing him to collapse. The serpent emits a piercing screech and inflicts significant damage to the boy. His frustration mounts, particularly because his armor's worth rivals that of a starship. Enraged, Boy leaps into the air, launching a flurry of fists in retaliation. Regrettably, his assault proves ineffective against the serpent. Undeterred, he swiftly adapts, drawing his blade from its sheath and imbuing it with magical energy, preparing to confront the serpent once more. With a powerful leap towards the serpent, Boy lands multiple cuts on its body and skillfully slices through its tail as he descends to the ground. However, his overconfidence leads him astray, causing a misstep that sends him stumbling off a cliff. Suddenly, darkness envelops everything, and in the midst of this obscurity, he hears approaching footsteps. As his surroundings remain obscured, a silhouette emerges. A captivating woman stands beside his bed. The boy assumes that this woman is one of his loyal followers, someone who supports the mightiest warriors across the universe. Boy grapples with a sense of profound fatigue and weakness, attributing it to the recent battle he endured. Drawing near to his bedside, the lady unexpectedly leans in, planting a tender kiss on his forehead. As he gazes upon this captivating woman, he can't help but acknowledge her beauty and realizes it's impolite to merely regard her as an object. Driven by an instinctive impulse, he reaches out, drawing her closer to him. However, a sudden revelation dawns upon the boy when he gazes down at his hands and discovers that he has transformed into an infant. Lifting his gaze, he meets the woman's eyes once more, only to realize that she is his mother. In this moment, the boy's true name is unveiled, Errol. Errol contemplates the possibility of reincarnation, and a surge of emotions overwhelms him. Nevertheless, his mother misinterprets his cries, assuming them to signify hunger. As Errol surveys his unfamiliar surroundings, he ponders whether he has undergone reincarnation once more. Keeping track of his past lives, he discerns that this marks his 101st incarnation. Fragmented glimpses of his previous lives emerge, revealing that his initial incarnation was that of a Korean man born in Joseon. During that existence, he led an ordinary life, grappling with everyday concerns such as employment and taxes. This seemingly mundane existence reached its conclusion when Karkwine summoned him to embark on a mission to save another world. Upon awakening, he found himself in the form of an infant, much like his present condition, yet under the care of foreign parents who conversed in an unfamiliar tongue. Thus commenced his eternal cycle of life and death, with each reincarnation propelling him into a new world. Sometimes, these worlds existed within different universes, while other times, they were distinct realms altogether. Each rebirth bestowed upon him a fresh identity, ranging from swordsman to student, scholar, or even an assassin. These diverse experiences molded him into someone entirely adaptable to the relentless cycle. Returning to the present moment, we observe Errol's mother nourishing him as he contemplates his surroundings. Judging from the furniture's style and the room's view, Errol surmises that he must reside in a medieval fantasy realm. Comparing this new setting to his prior life in a futuristic sci-fi world, Errol deems it rather ordinary. The sci-fi world had offered him an easy life, characterized by its pristine, advanced environment. However, he now finds himself thrust back into the Dark Ages, albeit not born into destitution. Errol discerns that he belongs to a thrifty upper-class family, evident from the presence of a maid. While he struggles to comprehend his mother's words and actions, he perceives the affection in her touch and the warmth in her gaze, marking an entirely new experience for him. Previous reincarnations had rarely bestowed upon him the love of a mother who cared for him unconditionally. At times, he had been abandoned immediately after birth, while in other instances, he had been exploited for labor to earn a livelihood. However, this time, a flicker of hope kindles within him. Unexpectedly, the maid addresses Lady Lavanna, revealing his mother's name. She offers to hold the infant prince. Hearing the term prince, Lady Lavanna's countenance darkens, prompting her to question whether others will genuinely acknowledge her baby's royal status. She turns to the maid, named China, seeking confirmation, but China dismisses the notion, leaving Lady Lavanna visibly disheartened. In an attempt to put China at ease, Lady Lavanna assures her that they are alone, and she can speak candidly, given her own past as a maid, which has made her empathetic to the struggles of those in such roles. Nevertheless, Sheena remains reticent. Lady Levana shifts the conversation's course, directing her gaze at baby Errol. She explains to Sheena that Errol carries the title of prince due to his royal lineage, although the reality of his life is far from glamorous, as it is intertwined with her own modest heritage. Lady Levana inquires whether Errol will one day resent her because of this fact. Sheena responds with unwavering certainty that he will not. However, Lady Levana is well aware of the gossip and clandestine discussions among the concubines and nobility behind their backs. This is driven by Errol's lack of inheritance rights and influence owing to his lineage. As Lady Levana's tears well up, Errol extends his tiny hands toward his mother's face, attempting to wipe away her tears. The mood swiftly shifts, with Lady Levana assuming that Errol can understand her and is attempting to console her. However, Sheena chuckles and dismisses the notion as impossible. Contrary to her belief, Errol heard everything and comprehended what was said. He desired to reassure his mother that he would be fine. Errol harbors no ambitions of becoming a successor or gathering followers, and he prefers to avoid drawing attention to himself, even from influential nobles. In his dreams, he envisions a life as a detached prince, removed from the power struggles of the aristocracy. Beginning his 101st life, Errol finds himself in an idyllic setting where life flows easily. His dreams depict him as an indifferent young prince, bearing the blood of the king and royal concubines in his veins. He yearns for a life free from the power conflicts that plague the elite. Meanwhile, Lady Levana and Sheena watch over him. Lady Levana remarks on her child's radiant appearance and wishes she could safeguard Errol's smile. Regrettably, she acknowledges her inability to do so. This word, power, awakens Errol from his reverie, and he ponders why his mother is so concerned. He begins to suck his thumb. Errol privately reflects that in a world dominated by aristocrats, where lineage and social class hold immense importance, being a prince without the prospect of succession feels akin to being a scapegoat with no claim to the throne. He comprehends that he lacks power or the means to protect himself and foresees a bleak future in which he has no one to guide him and believes he is fated to be exploited, ultimately meeting his demise. Errol contemplates his situation and believes that his mother shouldn't be concerned about him because he has confidence in his abilities, having been a professional in his past lives. 3 months pass, and we observe Lady Levana gazing affectionately at the charming Errol as he sleeps. She remarks to herself that he possesses the countenance of an angel. While fixating on Errol, she gently places her hand on his hair, and wishes it resembled that of His Majesty. Sheena interrupts the moment by informing Lady Levana that her carriage is prepared. She swiftly plants a kiss on Errol's cheek and advises him to behave before she departs. As Lady Levana exits and the door slams shut, we discover that Errol had been pretending to be asleep, and his act was convincing enough to evoke a small chuckle from him. Realizing the chuckle was louder than intended, he hastily covers his mouth to suppress any noise, just in case Sheena comes to investigate the disturbance. Errol reflects that it's demanding to maintain such charm, particularly as a baby when everyone is watching him. He composes himself and prepares to attempt something a baby typically shouldn't be capable of. Errol recognizes that he doesn't have much time but requires this power for his future security. He adheres to the belief that strength is paramount, and as long as he remains strong, no one will dare challenge him. While continuing to cultivate, Errol reflects on his past lives and how he didn't waste them, especially regarding a method he developed himself, enabling him to strengthen himself even within a baby's body, the Origin Creation Qigong technique, discovered in his 30th reincarnation. This divine technique enables Errol to train both his innate and origin Kai simultaneously while remaining undetected in his baby form. Errol calculates that he'll accumulate 60 years worth of energy at age 10 and 180 years worth at age 20 using the Origin Creation Qigong technique. As Errol accumulates enough Kai and advances in his cultivation, he won't require as much focus and can even practice while in Sheena's arms. Errol accelerates his cultivation by utilizing electrical stimulation to move the accumulated Kai to his brain and frontal lobe. As the Kai expands throughout his body, intense heat engulfs his head, causing profuse sweating and signs of discomfort. Errol senses his energy reaching its peak and screams in agony, struggling not to lose control. Hearing the scream, Sheena rushes to Errol's chamber, only to find him still asleep in his crib, wondering if he might need a diaper change. Errol clenches his bedsheet anxiously, fearful that any contact with Sheena could dissipate his accumulated energy. However, as Sheena approaches and checks for a diaper change by sniffing, she detects nothing unusual. Errol's face shows relief as Sheena leaves, suggesting that His Highness must have had a nightmare. As Errol lies in his crib, his energy leaks, turning him into a thermal power source. Despite attempts to contain it, the notion of lethal heat remains, leaving him uncertain about his body's endurance. With clenched fists, Errol summons the courage to endure the overwhelming Kai, determined not to live at anyone's mercy, even if it means risking everything. Using the origin creation Qigong technique, he harnesses its power to transform into a formidable prince and secure a comfortable life for himself. While outside the room, China hears another scream emanating from Errol's bedroom. She enters and finds a perspiring Errol but assumes he's simply enjoying a peaceful slumber. She suggests an herbal bath before departing. Errol stands atop his bed, having successfully undergone a prefrontal lobe hype revolution and appearing completely fine. Following the bath, China cradles Errol in her arms, observing his typical movements and excellent condition. She feels relieved by Errol's cheerful disposition. Errol privately contemplates that China likely possesses no affinity for mana at all. He employs his awakened frontal lobes to detect and absorb mana from the atmosphere, growing stronger through simple activities like eating, sleeping, and lounging around. Errol giggles with delight, looking forward to accumulating a significant amount of energy over 3 years, making him nearly invulnerable by the age of 10. Although Cheetah wonders what has him so amused, she enjoys seeing him smile. Errol continues to gain power and eagerly anticipates the day when he can lead an idyllic life as a prince. A few days later, we witness Errol crawling, a remarkable feat considering he was born only 5 months earlier. His rapid growth, both physically and energetically, can be attributed to the effects of the origin creation Qigong technique. He automatically accumulates energy every day and aspires to eventually levitate when he accumulates enough. Lady Lavana picks him up, admiring his adorable playfulness as he entertains himself. She then informs him that she has brought something he might enjoy. Errol's mother offers him a rattle, and although he is unsure how to react, he feigns enthusiasm to please her. She becomes ecstatic, believing he truly enjoys it. Errol acknowledges that his response is fitting, despite his personal disbelief. China comments that His Highness's reaction is flawless, and Errol's mother agrees, stating that she knew he would like it. She assures him that she will make an effort to spend more time playing with him and wonders about the source of his loveliness. Errol privately believes that he obviously takes after his mother. During his childhood, Errol relishes the adoration he receives and expresses his intention to cherish this period. However, his hunger suddenly strikes, and he contorts his face to convey his appetite to his mother and China. Lady Lavana assumes he is bored, but China discerns his hunger. They sit down, and as China feeds Errol, Lady Livonia remarks on not having seen Anna around lately. China hesitantly reveals that Anna resigned yesterday. Lady Livonia responds with a simple "I see," acknowledging Anna's bright and intelligent qualities. China notes that it couldn't be helped due to the reduced budget for maintaining the palace this year, making it challenging to pay Anna. Overhearing their conversation, Errol recalls the maids discussing the need to cut down Lady Lavana's food portions due to the tight budget, although they also had to consider nutrition. Initially, Errol believed they were simply complaining. Errol's mother mentions that they should be grateful they are not starving, and China adds that they don't have to reduce the number of soldiers. Errol realizes that despite his mother giving birth to a prince, her background as a maid remains an issue. They discuss the problem of winter and the difficulty of self-sufficiency with the prince in their care. Errol reflects that he wouldn't freeze to death since he is a prince but is now uncertain. When China inquires about the king, Errol's mother explains that he is too busy to meet anyone. Errol realizes this is why his mother is often absent from the house. Despite her efforts, she is unable to see the king. Errol finds this situation unacceptable and wonders if his mother is intentionally isolated. He believes that even if the king is indifferent, his mother should still be granted an audience. Errol begins to cry and expresses sympathy for his mother, longing to hug her. China promptly hands the baby over to his mother. Errol brims with hopefulness, eager to assist in any way he can. Despite being just a baby who can only act cute and flip over for now, he resolves to do whatever he can to help. That night, Errol lies in his bed, contemplating the challenge of surviving the winter. They require a substantial amount of money to address the food shortage and need more firewood to keep warm. Errol continues to ponder until he eventually arrives at a solution. Sitting on his bed, he reflects on how to manage the demands of winter, especially considering that necessities like food and firewood require money. After struggling to come up with a solution, Errol suddenly has an idea that may offer a way out of his predicament. Errol gazes at the charcoal resting in the fireplace, reminiscing that jewels are essentially composed of carbon, a substance he knows his mother possesses. He sees RLC's jewelry as a valuable solution to their problems and feels confident that he can even create a diamond if necessary. Although Errol desires to escape his crib, he acknowledges that his frail baby body is not yet up to the task. Instead, he contemplates using his potent mana to levitate himself out of the crib and onto the floor. To others, it might just be charcoal, but Errol sees it as a crucial resource that can be transformed into a precious jewel through pressure. While proud of his ingenious idea, Errol swiftly returns his focus to action while everyone else is asleep. Concentrating, he combines thermal energy with mana to apply pressure to the charcoal. Errol expends all his mana on the task, confident that he can replenish it later. He's determined to ensure that the energy he gathers won't go to waste. Errol continuously repeats compress and zip while exerting pressure on the charcoal, despite the challenging nature of raising the charcoal's pressure. As the pressure intensifies, Errol finds himself being pushed back but remains resolute, refusing to move. He motivates himself, envisioning his mother's joy upon seeing the result. While his thoughts linger on his mother, a sudden surge of energy causes the pressure to mount, resulting in soot blasting out of the chimney. Errol clambers over the fireplace and rummages through it to retrieve the diamond he has created. Impressed by its beauty, he contemplates how to present it to his mother in a manner that won't raise suspicion. The next morning, China greets His Highness and notices that the prince is outside his crib, which surprises her since she can't fathom how he managed to escape. She places Errol in her arms and realizes that the prince had been wandering outside of his crib all night, covered in ash and soot, suspecting that Errol had been playing throughout the night. Sheena turns around and surveys the mess on the floor, fireplace, and carpet, wondering if the house has always been in such disarray. She tells Errol that he can't touch the floor now. However, Errol remains unfazed and begins implementing his plan, quickly placing the jewel in his mouth. Gina detects something in Prince Errol's mouth that shouldn't be there and asks him to hand it over. She squeezes his cheeks until a diamond falls from his mouth, leaving her astonished. She inquires where he obtained it and questions if it's from the floor. Sheena mentions her role in managing the treasury in the palace and confirms that nothing is missing, with the diamond not even appearing on the inventory list. She hugs Prince Errol and suggests that it appears he wanted to give her the diamond. Prince Errol smiles and agrees, stating that he's sure his mother would appreciate the diamond as well. Later, a convoy of wagons arrives at the palace, filling the empty kitchen warehouse with groceries and firewood, greatly easing the burdens of the people. All of this is made possible by the diamond, which was traded for the highest price. With 5 years' worth of food and firewood secured, Lady Levana expresses concern about the rightful owner of the diamond. Sheena reassures her, explaining that the castle had been ownerless for almost 100 years until Lady Levana took it over. Sheena suggests that the diamond might be a sign of God's favor toward Prince Errol, although Lady Levana remains uncertain. Nevertheless, she expresses gratitude for the newfound abundance of resources. Prince Errol clings to his mother's dress, thinking to himself that she only needs to hold on until he grows up. He envisions a future where his mother no longer has to endure hardships. Even as he becomes a baby again, he resolves to turn that vision into reality. That winter, the fireplace burned continuously, stabilizing the palace's finances and bringing visible improvements throughout the palace. As Lady Levana dines, she comments that the meal is too much for her and inquires about the servants' food. Sheena reassures her not to worry about them, noting that Anna, who had previously quit, was reinstated, and the treatment of the servants had improved. However, the most significant change observed by Prince Errol is Lady Levana's no longer gloomy demeanor. As he gazes at his mother, he realizes that she looks the most beautiful when she smiles. Despite it being the coldest winter ever, it feels warmer than any other day in his life, thanks to the palace's newfound financial stability and his loving mother. A year had elapsed, and China and Lady Levana found themselves engaged in a discussion about Prince Errol's attire. They conducted a dress-up session, having him try on various outfits. Eventually, they settled on a more elaborate ensemble. Prince Errol couldn't help but wonder what the occasion was and why there was such a fuss about his outfit. Inwardly, Prince Errol contemplated the need for some rest and began brainstorming ideas on how to achieve it. He opted to lie down on the ground and started to whine, which caught both his mother and China by surprise. However, China deduced that the prince needed some sleep and gently placed him in his crib. It was at this moment that China declared that Prince Errol would be officially recognized as a member of the royal family. This left Prince Errol puzzled, prompting him to wonder about the significance of being recognized. Lady Lavanna expressed her joy that Prince Errol had grown up without any issues and pondered whether the king would attend his birthday celebration. China reassured her, explaining that the king was merely waiting for the right time, as newborns were often vulnerable to mishaps. Overhearing this conversation, Prince Errol realized that all the preparations were for his upcoming birthday celebration. Lady Lavanna acknowledged that not everyone might welcome the banquet, but the announcement of Prince Errol inheriting the royal blood would be made official. She was pleased that the rules of the Arnesian royal family also applied to Prince Errol. Prince Errol couldn't help but think that his mother looked more excited than usual, and he began to anticipate the upcoming banquet. He also realized that if it was a banquet, it would likely be attended by nobles and other members of the royal family, potentially giving him the opportunity to finally meet the king. The thought of the king not showing up since the day he was born infuriated Prince Errol, and he couldn't fathom how his father could be so indifferent to their lives. He resolved to use this opportunity to firmly establish his existence in the king's mind. The royal family of Arnesia made their grand entrance, signaling the start of the banquet. Prince Errol observed the queen and her family, recognizing them as his half-siblings. The eldest son and a girl who seemed to have an exaggerated sense of importance stood out the most. He understood the need to scrutinize each of them but was disappointed when they ignored his mother. Seeing Lady Lavanna's expression change, Prince Errol grew curious about the cause. When he turned to look, he saw His Majesty, the king, making his entrance. Prince Errol noticed the tremendous energy exuding from him, silencing the chattering nobles. His intuition hinted that the king was at least a peak-level master. As the king proceeded through the banquet hall, Prince Errol couldn't help but wonder whether the king's gaze was fixed on him or his mother. Despite experiencing countless reincarnations, he still struggled to read others' thoughts. The banquet officially commenced with gifts and congratulations from the lower-class nobles. Sharing a common trait with high-ranking aristocrats, they openly displayed their disdain for Errol's mother and the prince himself. Errol found their behavior rude, and it infuriated him to witness such disrespect. Lady Lavanna, misunderstanding Errol's mood, attributed his discomfort to the crowded room and offered him some milk to soothe him. Errol decided to suppress his emotions for the sake of his mother, realizing that the opinions of these individuals held no significance. As the banquet progressed, Prince Errol began to feel drowsy. However, his slumber was abruptly disrupted when a girl, one of the concubine's children, pinched his cheeks. This drew his attention to the other concubines and their offspring. Despite feeling annoyed, Errol understood that the girl was too young to grasp the power dynamics of the nobles. The children offered their congratulations on His Highness's birthday, and as Lady Lavanna began to thank them for attending, they hastily took their leave. Errol felt empathy for his mother as they endured the cruelty of others during the event. At that moment, Queen Alia approached Lady Lavanna, mentioning that it had been a long time. Lady Lavanna inquired about her well-being, and Queen Alia responded that fortunately, nothing unpleasant had occurred since her son had fulfilled his duties as the first heir, all the while casting a cold glance. Queen Alia remarked that Prince Errol resembled his mother and looked adorable, though Errol wondered if her kindness was genuine. He believed that if she truly cared about his mother and him, she would have assisted with their financial struggles in the concubine's castle, such as the lack of firewood that led to the guards becoming lumberjacks and the maids repurposing leftover cloth for his clothes. The queen wished Errol a good time, and Lady Lavanna expressed her gratitude as the queen departed. The king then approached, inquiring about their situation and adaptation to life in the concubine's castle. Lady Lavanna assured him they were faring well, but Prince Errol began to whine, silently criticizing the king for not providing sufficient funds for their living expenses, deeming him a cheapskate. Noticing Errol's discontent, Lady Lavanna urged him to behave. The king took Prince Errol into his arms and realized that the prince wasn't crying as other children typically would. Errol seized the opportunity to laugh instead, believing that a man who doesn't melt at his baby's smile can hardly be called a father. The king remarked that Prince Errol was an intriguing child and decided to give him a little extra attention. Errol gestured to be put down and, as he did, Lady Lavanna mentioned that he wasn't able to walk just yet. To everyone's astonishment, the prince proved them wrong. As an extraordinary 1-year-old, he began walking in front of everyone, relishing his role as the day's main character. Both Lady Lavanna and China were amazed by his first steps, and the king wondered if this was what Errol wanted to demonstrate. As Prince Errol walked towards the dining table, he believed he needed to do more to prove he was different from other children. With a large audience present, he decided it was time to put on a perfect show. Prince Errol grabbed the tablecloth and yanked it, causing plates and glasses to tumble down onto him. This unexpected action left everyone, including the king staring in astonishment. However, this was all part of Prince Errol's plan, not just to demonstrate that a 1-year-old could walk, but to execute his own perfect little operation, complete with his impeccable bad acting. Errol pretended to cry as the king quickly picked him up to check for injuries. He noticed the wine-stained clothes but saw that the prince wasn't hurt. Sheena offered to help, but the king insisted on handling it himself. To everyone's surprise, he discovered something shocking underneath the stained clothes. Errol's undergarments were raggedy and old. This revelation prompted onlookers to realize that Errol must have lived a humble life. Hearing whispers in the crowd, the king shouted, causing everyone to cower in fear. Errol raised his body heat using his energy and shredded his clothes when Sheena was getting ready to change his clothes. The fabric was so fragile that Errol could tear it right through with his baby's hands. The king demanded answers, and instead of directing his questions at Lady Levana, he asked his servant, Jennifer, about the budget allocation for each palace. Jennifer claimed it should be distributed fairly. Angered by the situation, the king demanded that Jennifer bring the budget details immediately, as this didn't seem like fairness at all. Prince Errol saw that his birthday party had turned into a hearing but viewed it as an opportunity to learn about his father. Lady Levana took responsibility for the situation and took Errol back into her arms, while the king remained silent. Errol thought to himself that they must endure this a bit longer as he was doing it for their sake. As Jennifer returned with a budget, the entire room anxiously awaited the unfolding events. Upon examining the budget, the king suddenly crumbled and burned the paper in a fit of rage, causing Lady Levana to tremble in fear. Errol observed the king's anger and realized that the king was unaware of their predicament, prompting him to wonder who was responsible for their situation. The king questioned the queen about her knowledge of the situation. She asked what the budget revealed, and he responded that it was distributed unfairly and misused. The queen expressed disbelief, and the king asked how she could be unaware of this, given her authority over the concubine's affairs. Just as the king interrogated the queen, her son interrupted the conversation. The queen's son argued that someone wicked must have been responsible, and that his mother never intended for this to happen. The king interrupted, asking if that meant she was not responsible just because she didn't do it herself, his gaze cold and intense. He emphasized that his brother had been poorly clothed and starved due to this mismanagement, and the onlookers noted the defeat in the queen's son's expression. Amidst all this, Prince Errol sensed no malice from the queen but felt pressure from the king. The king questioned if she truly bore no responsibility for anything, but the queen's son remained silent, casting a shadow of disappointment and gloom over the room. Lady Levana intervened, taking the blame upon herself for not deserving better. The king countered, stating that she had given birth to a child of royal blood, making her part of the royal family. As Lady Levana stuttered in response to the king's words, he held her arm and reassured her to take pride in her royal status. At this moment, the queen's expression shifted from one of apparent concern to one of disgust. The king ordered a search for the perpetrator and demanded accountability, hoping to prevent such an incident from recurring. The queen promised not to cause any more trouble, and the king warned her of consequences if she did. Although the queen pledged to identify and punish the person responsible, she secretly knew who it was and considered them insignificant. The queen apologized to Lady Levana, expressing her regret for not consulting her more frequently, but Lady Levana dismissed the need for an apology. Upon hearing this, Prince Errol disagreed internally, sensing insincerity in the queen's eyes. A few days later, the budget problem was resolved, and the mastermind and aristocrat embezzling money were captured and beheaded at the concubine's castle. Maids discussed the ringleader's confession and wondered what had happened to the embezzled money. Although the maids were relieved, Prince Errol believed it had been too easy and suspected someone was covering up the real culprit. He recognized the queen as a formidable opponent and planned to deal with her when he was older. For now, he focused on eating and growing. Speaking of eating, Prince Errol started crying to get the maid's attention. As Sheena fed Prince Errol, he was thrilled to have fun and eat. Feeling refreshed, he contemplated taking a nap. Suddenly, he heard horses neighing outside and woke up, wondering about the commotion. Noticing Sheena was still asleep, he looked out the window and saw a carriage escorted by soldiers, wondering to whom it belonged. He heard 3 people approaching, his mother, another adult, and someone with light footsteps like Lady Levana. As they reached the door, Prince Errol realized he needed to wake up Sheena, so he rushed to her and tried to awaken her. As the door opened, Lady Levana and the guests entered. Errol playfully squeezed Sheena's cheeks, prompting Lady Levana to ask him to stop. As China stood up, she overheard Lady Livana scolding Prince Errol for his actions. With China now awake and Lady Livana present, Prince Errol was reminded to listen well to his China. To China's surprise, another noble, Miss Phinelia, was in the room. China apologized for not having prepared for her arrival, but Miss Phinelia assured her it was fine since she hadn't informed anyone of her visit. Prince Errol recalled that Miss Phinelia had been the royal concubine during his birthday celebration. Lady Livana commented that had she known, she could have prepared something for Miss Phinelia, who preferred to keep her visit a secret. After patting her daughter's head and telling her to stay put, Miss Phinelia joined Lady Livana for a private chat, leaving Lady Livana wondering about the topic of conversation. Suddenly, Miss Phinelia apologized, causing Lady Livana to cough in surprise. When asked about her apology, Miss Phinelia explained that she had felt guilty ever since the prince's birthday celebration. The story then delved into the history of Miss Phinelia's noble family, the House of Kinchester, renowned for their contributions during the peak of a past war, making their name well known throughout the country. However, their decline began when no male heirs displayed military talent, leading to rumors about the family's financial struggles. Lady Livana inquired if the issue was related to family debt, and Miss Phinelia confirmed this, explaining that she couldn't refuse their proposal. She handed Lady Livana a bag of gold, not seeking forgiveness, but hoping that any resentment would be directed at her alone, sparing her daughter from the feudal affairs of the king. Lady Livana reassured Miss Phinelia, conveying that she accepted the gold as a symbol of goodwill between them. She pushed the bag of gold toward her. Lady Livana then made a revelation that left Prince Ariel astonished. She explained that their budget issue was connected to her role as Queen Alia's attendant. This disclosure shed light on the ongoing tension between his mother and the queen. Prince Ariel began to feel uneasy and thoughtful about his mother's predicament. Sheena noticed his discomfort and inquired if he was all right. But Prince Ariel responded with a cheerful baby's smile, appearing fine. Sheena remarked on his surprising mood swings and walked away to chat with Princess Kania about her progress in reading her book. Subsequently, Prince Ariel concentrated intently, using his mastery over his kai to eavesdrop on conversations beyond the room. In the process, he overheard his mother's discussion, where Lady Livana admitted to accepting the queen's disdain, understanding that there was little else she could do. Nevertheless, with Prince Ariel by her side, Lady Livana was determined to thwart the queen's plans despite the challenges. Lady Livana expressed her desire to grow closer to Miss Phinelia, and sensing that this was more than just goodwill, Miss Phinelia acknowledged Lady Livana's determination and agreed. They believed that when they both found themselves in dire straits, they could rely on each other. As the conversation continued, Prince Ariel reflected on his mother's awareness of the hidden feud between the queen and the royals, including himself and his mother. He wondered who might pose a threat in the future and if he should prepare for the challenges ahead. During this contemplation, Princess Kania approached his crib. He didn't expect her to climb in, but she surprised him by doing so, squeezing his cheeks and commenting on their softness and warmth. Prince Ariel was puzzled, feeling like a toy. Sheena observed this, and he hoped she would come to his aid. Instead, she remarked on his cuteness, and Kania agreed. Sheena even encouraged Kania to visit more often, while Prince Ariel looked defeated and eventually cried. Time passed, and Prince Ariel turned 30 months old. He gazed out the window, pondering the fleeting nature of life as his third birthday approached. He struggled to adjust to speaking like a baby, reminiscing about his eloquent speech during his 45th reincarnation and his ability to charm a woman in just 10 minutes. Suddenly, he heard a child's whistle in the hallway and hide, knowing it was Princess Kania looking for him. Although he wasn't keen on playing hide and seek, Kania spotted his shoes behind a curtain and declared, "Found you." She asked if he wanted to play, and inwardly, Ariel denied it. However, Kania dragged him to a larger space to play. After Miss Phinelia's initial visit, Kania's visits became more frequent, which Ariel attributed to China's suggestion. However, he noticed that her mother and his were growing closer. Kania asked Prince Ariel to promise that he would come to her when he was older whenever she called. Reluctantly, he agreed and thanked her, although he believed she visited only because she had someone to play with. Kania declared that she liked Prince Ariel best, not wanting to spend time with her siblings, Lionel and Meryl. Prince Ariel mused to himself that he wasn't sure about Kania's expectations and that, given his age, he probably wouldn't play with her in a few years as they both grew older. Nevertheless, Kania suddenly lifted him into a tight hug, making it hard for him to breathe. From a distance, someone warned her not to hurt him, prompting Ariel to seek refuge behind Kania's attentive maid and protective escort. Kania wanted to continue playing, but her maid suggested indoor activities like painting and music. Kania found these activities boring and expressed her interest in learning swordsmanship, inspired by watching her brother Kyle practice. Prince Ariel was impressed by Kania's natural talent, even though she was only imitating her brother's practice. Kania exclaimed that she wanted to learn swordsmanship to defeat knights, but her maid forbade it. Frustrated, Kania asked why, and her maid argued that she had no need to wield a sword and should focus on literature and culture. Before her maid could finish, Kania took the sword from its scabbard and swung it around frantically. The maid asked Kania to return the sword, but Kania insisted on learning swordsmanship. Worried, her maid reluctantly conceded but requested that Kania practice with the scabbard on. Prince Ariel watched this scene and found himself growing fonder of Kania. As the seasons passed, Prince Ariel turned 5 and was seen in the pastures of his territory, riding his mighty stallion with a companion by his side. He tugged on the reins, urging his horse to gallop faster and faster, enjoying the freedom and thrill of the ride. Despite appearances, the prince is simply pretending to ride a rocking horse. When Sheena suggests he try riding a real horse, he deems it too dangerous and confidently rejects the idea that a prince must learn horseback riding, leaving Sheena disheartened by his lack of motivation. Prince Ariel has lived through 100 previous reincarnations and has come to understand a harsh truth. Extraordinary talent often invites misfortune. Whenever he excels at something like swordsmanship or magic, he attracts unwanted attention and must confront those who seek to exploit or harm him. As a prince with both royal and humble lineage, his actions carry significant weight. His ultimate goal is to enjoy a peaceful life, reaping the benefits of his position. Back at the castle, Prince Ariel asks Sheena for some alone time and requests not to be disturbed. As Sheena leaves, she hopes he will find solace in meditation. However, in reality, he simply lies in bed doing nothing. Later, Prince Ariel and Sheena argue about his lack of enthusiasm for studying. Sheena reminds him that, at the age of 5, he should be eager to learn and expand his knowledge. He responds by expressing his hatred for studying, his disinterest in the world, and his belief that further knowledge is unnecessary. Sheena suggests he sounds like someone who has lived many lives, but he reassures her that it's not her fault and silently decides he wants to live for once. While YOLO doesn't typically apply to Prince Ariel, it took him 100 reincarnations to adopt this new lifestyle. Sheena reminds him that, according to royal law, he must start his studies at the age of 5. She places basic books in front of him, carefully selected for his education. However, Prince Ariel appears melancholic and proceeds to use the books to construct a makeshift house. Sheena insists he treat the books with respect and return to his seat, but he has other plans. Ignoring Sheena's words, he resorts to whining and crying, declaring his refusal to study. Just then, the door bursts open, and Prince Ariel's mother enters with an irritated gaze. Under her watchful eye, he reluctantly begins his studies in the library. He knows that the more he excels, the more he endangers those around him, especially since a child of noble blood displaying talent is often targeted. Prince Ariel yearns for a carefree, ideal life for the sake of everyone. As he daydreams, Sheena interrupts him and encourages him to study diligently, believing it will make everyone happy. Ariel ponders this but ultimately deems it too presumptuous. Sheena warns him that his reluctance will sadden his mother, sparking a newfound determination in him to study for her sake. However, he remains adamant about not learning swordsmanship or magic, fearing the consequences, and instead begins brainstorming ideas for his future. A few days later, a carriage arrives at the concubine's residence. Sheena informs Prince Ariel that a mage from the magic tower has come to assess his mana. If he proves talented in this area, he will receive magical instruction. This news worries the prince because any mage would surely sense the vast, unparalleled mana within him. His only option is to somehow conceal his mana. As Prince Ariel walks down the hallway to meet the tester, Sheena tries to lift his spirits by assuring him that regardless of his mana level, he can still develop his abilities. When the door opens, the tester's shocked expression is revealed. The mage quickly rises to his feet and locks eyes with Prince Ariel, studying each other. Prince Ariel observes the mana coursing through the mage's body, wondering how he himself appears through the mage's eyes. As the mage approaches and grasps Prince Ariel's arm to check his vitals, he remarks that he has noticed something unusual. Sheena compliments Prince Ariel, asking if he is special, but the mage hesitates, unsure whether to call him special or peculiar since he can't detect any mana within the prince's body. Despite his efforts to use mana to examine Prince Ariel's veins, the mage finds nothing. Sheena is astonished by this revelation, while Prince Errol leans back in his chair, secretly celebrating his successful concealment of mana earlier. When Prince Errol strolled down the hallway towards the reception room, he had been circulating his Kai to condense his mana. Once condensed, he directed it to his peripheral nerves. The mage was relieved to see a look of surprise on the mage's face as the absence of mana in a member of the royal lineage defied logic. Prince Errol had successfully thrown the mage off course while his veins were being probed for mana. The mage informed Lady Lavanna that Prince Errol appeared to have no aptitude for mana, leaving her puzzled. The mage explained that even commoners possessed a small amount of mana, yet Prince Errol had none whatsoever. Overhearing this, the prince wondered if he had gone too far, and a look of despair crossed Lady Lavanna's face as she realized her son lacked the abilities needed to become a mage. However, this was all part of Prince Errol's scheme to convince everyone of his incompetence, making them believe he was incapable of handling mana at all. As he sat in his chair, he knew that this was only the beginning of his feigned ineptitude. The following day, Prince Errol is introduced to a young knight named Lanfel Tajaran, who has been assigned to instruct him in the art of swordsmanship. Prince Errol inwardly judges his new trainer, believing him to be too weak and ordinary to capture his interest or match his skill level. In his previous life, the prince had fought various monsters and endured countless intense battles. Nevertheless, Prince Errol agrees to the training, encouraging both of them to do their best and grow stronger. However, he secretly believes the training is more for the young knight's benefit than his own. Despite this, he has no desire to undergo any challenging exercises like his sister Kania, who wears weights to develop her physical strength. Lanfel explains that this type of rigorous training is customary for the Kinchester family, but Prince Errol retorts that it sounds more like something a household of martial artists would do. He then inquires about their training plan. Lanfel informs the prince that in addition to strength, swordsmanship requires flexibility and balance, which he demonstrates by skillfully swinging his sword. He suggests they begin with basic exercises to enhance balance and concentration, such as balancing on logs. Prince Errol explains that he fears falling but has only started on the lowest step. Lanfel reassures him with a practiced smile, assuring Prince Errol that even if he were to fall, he wouldn't be injured. In response, Prince Errol asks what he should do given his fear of heights. The next focus of their training is flexibility, and since Prince Errol is young, Lanfel assumes he will have no issues with this. However, much to Lanfel's surprise, the young prince struggles to even touch his toes. Undeterred, Lanfel moves on to sword training, using wooden swords. He teaches Prince Errol to use centrifugal force to transfer power to the tip of his sword. As the prince attempts this, his grip falters, and the sword slips from his grasp. Lanfel watches in disbelief as Prince Errol completely botches the exercise. Prince Errol, with a look of despair, admits to Lanfel that he has no talent for swordsmanship. But Lanfel encourages him, explaining that it is his first time and that he will improve with continued training. He then hands the prince another sword. Throughout the training, Prince Errol is aware of a watchful observer. His feigned incompetence has been intentional, designed to spread rumors of his inadequacy throughout the city. Indeed, whispers among the nobilities suggest that Prince Errol possesses even less mana than commoners. These rumors eventually reach the Queen's ears, describing how Prince Errol has failed in every aspect of martial arts and is so clumsy that he might trip simply by walking. While some are amused by these tales, they place Prince Errol in a difficult position. At the concubine's castle, Prince Errol receives news of an incoming private tutor while enjoying delicious cookies and orange juice, a unique combination for these medieval times. The circulating rumors of Prince Errol's ineptitude have caused numerous tutors to refuse the responsibility of teaching the so-called trash prince. Curious as to who would dare take on the task, Prince Errol peers out the window just in time to see his new tutor alighting from a carriage. Moments later, he learns that the tutor's name is Gamel Priania. The atmosphere in the room grows tense, weighed down by the pressure of teaching an allegedly incompetent prince and the presence of a disinterested student. Prince Errol sighs in resignation, deciding that they should begin with literature, focusing on foreign and common languages. Gamel places stacks of books before Prince Errol, explaining that learning basic grammar typically takes only a day. However, given the prince's notorious reputation, Gamel offers him a few days instead, reassuring him that it's fine if he still struggles. Annoyed, Prince Errol insists that he will do his best. Gamel carries on, stating that poor academic performance is not necessarily due to a lack of interest or aptitude but rather the capacity of the brain, implying that it isn't the prince's fault. Prince Errol finds it disheartening to be openly looked down upon for his perceived incompetence. He realizes that while he wanted people to stop caring about him, he hadn't anticipated the sting of their disdain. As night falls and moonlight bathes the library in the concubine's castle, a small figure slips through the doorway, Prince Errol. The prince prides himself on his exceptional linguistic skills owing to his hundreds of past lives, which have allowed him to speak fluently from an early age. Strolling through the library's corridor, he wonders whether he should startle others with his genius. Concentrating mana in his hands, Prince Errol searches for books on vocabulary and grammar, using his magical abilities to pluck them from the shelves as he passes each row. He decides to broaden his scope and include books from other countries as well. With precision, he collects all relevant texts and neatly arranges them on a table. As he opens one of the books, an evil grin spreads across his face. He remarks that while many texts exist in the world, they all share common rules. Prince Errol has lived 100 lives, and in each one he has never been idle. That night, he devotes himself to studying the books, eager to display his brilliance. A few days later, Gamel confronts the prince, suggesting that his jests have gone too far and questioning whether he has genuinely mastered the common languages. Prince Errol sighs and assures Gamel that he isn't lying, offering to prove his expertise by reading something. Gamel wonders if the prince has merely memorized the texts, but Prince Errol insists that memorizing an entire language would be a remarkable feat in itself. After all, compared to the characters of neighboring countries, the kingdom's official language presents a significant challenge. The flustered Gamel challenges Prince Errol to select a different book to prove his claims, asserting that even the smartest individuals need to be at least 12 years old to read a simple book, while the prince is only 5. Thus, mastering a common language in just 2 days seems preposterous. Without missing a beat, Prince Errol grabs a book and flawlessly recites its contents, leaving Gamel astounded. Overwhelmed, Gamel begins to cry, exclaiming that this achievement is extraordinary. After all, a student's success elevates their teacher's reputation as well. Prince Errol merely scoffs, acknowledging that Gamel should feel honored to have such a prodigious student like him. Energized by this revelation, Gamel eagerly proceeds to that day's lesson, excited to teach his brilliant pupil. By the following night, the rumors surrounding Prince Errol had shifted. Previously, the nobility gossiped about how he couldn't even properly wield a sword, yet now they marveled at how he had mastered the common language in a mere 2 days. Rumors began to circulate about his extraordinary abilities, with whispers suggesting that he could effortlessly solve basic math problems in his head on the spot. This marked the beginning of Genius Rel's legendary reputation. But where did these rumors originate? In a local tavern, a familiar figure could be seen bragging about recognizing Prince Errol's potential when everyone else had dismissed him. He insisted that everyone possessed hidden talents and credited his own excellent teaching for the prince's success. The drunken man regaling the nobles with tales of his prodigious student was none other than Gamel, Prince Errol's tutor. News of Errol's remarkable intellect soon reached the king, who expressed astonishment at his son's extraordinary abilities. In his conversation with Lady Lavanna, the king suggested that whether it be swordsmanship or magic, their young prince must have struggled with being forced to participate in activities ill-suited to his abilities. Lady Lavanna apologized for causing the king concern while privately reflecting that she should have recognized her son's exceptional nature sooner as his mother. As the king approached Lady Lavanna, he wondered if she had been deeply worried about their son. They shared a tender gaze, and the king expressed his conviction that Prince Errol would grow up to be an impressive individual. Unbeknownst to them, the prince had been eavesdropping on their conversation and silently concurred that he would indeed accomplish great things, perhaps just enough to keep the king's interest, secure a prominent position, and enjoy himself. Just then, he heard a loud thud behind him. China had dropped off a large chest, which his mother explained was a gift from the king. Surprise filled Prince Errol as he approached the chest, and his mother urged him to open it and see what's inside. Upon opening it, he discovered an abundance of gold coins and jewels. As he sifted through the treasure, he found a unique necklace. China inquired whether it's the most valuable item in the chest, but Prince Errol replied that while it may not be the most expensive, it is certainly the most extraordinary. Wearing the necklace, he explained, activates the brain and accelerates one's thinking, consequently reducing fatigue. China was amazed by Prince Errol's knowledge, attributing his insights to his intense study over the past few days. But the prince modestly brushed off the praise. In reality, while the necklace may seem ordinary to others, Prince Errol could perceive the mana-triggering device within the jewel. However, he had no need for it due to his energy. He began to think about Kania, who had been training her body for swordsmanship and had become quite muscular. Prince Errol asked his mother if he could give the necklace to Kania. Lady Lavanna gently patted her son's head and said that while the necklace is a gift from the king, Giving it away as a present would surely please His Majesty. She then inquired what Prince Errol admires about Kania, to which he responded that she is incredibly strong, prompting laughter from the maids. That day, everyone in the concubine's castle rejoiced in the knowledge that Prince Errol was both favored and acknowledged by the king. The young knight proudly declared this fact, reminding his fellow knights that they were all part of the concubine's castle and should take pride in it. A few days later, Prince Errol sat in the dining hall with China, who informed him that all the desserts he had requested were prepared and asked for his opinion. As the prince sampled the various desserts, he found none to his liking and reached for another morsel. Sheena encouraged him to take his time and enjoy the treats, inquiring if they were delicious. Frustrated, Prince Errol replied that they were not, as all the desserts lacked the sweetness he craved. Sheena, puzzled, mentioned that the desserts were prepared by the best chefs and offered to call one of them over. Contemplating the situation, Prince Errol experienced a moment of clarity. What he needed was not a chef but an alchemist. This revelation took Sheena by surprise, and Prince Errol began to daydream about carbonated beverages and sweets from his previous life, drooling at the thought of drinking cola. He realized that to recreate the taste of cola, he'd need an alchemist's help. Sheena, puzzled by the mention of an alchemist, questioned Prince Errol, who was surprised she overheard his musings. Prince Errol considered explaining but doubted she would understand, especially coming from a 5-year-old with a sudden desire for an alchemist. Assessing his situation, Prince Errol recognized the challenge of producing both flavors with the limited seasonings and ingredients available in the kingdom. Furthermore, the creation of cola would require specific secondary and tertiary processes not currently accessible to him. Disheartened by this realization, he dreamed of sipping a cold, tangy sweet cola. Motivated by his desire, Prince Errol reminded himself that he had chosen the genius scholar path and should take action. He springs up from his seat and rushes out of the room. Sheena, bewildered by his abrupt departure, inquires about his destination. Prince Errol responds that he's heading off to study. Still perplexed, Sheena scratches her ear, double-checking if she heard him correctly. As Prince Errol races through the castle corridors, his singular focus is on chemistry. Recognizing the close relationship between cooking and chemistry, he is determined to find answers in alchemy that will allow him to recreate cola, regardless of any obstacles. 3 years elapse, and Prince Errol, now 8 years old, assumes a position at the head of a conference table. The discussion revolves around plans to construct new bridges, especially in areas frequented by merchants. A supervisor asks for Prince Errol's opinion on the bridge plans. As he studies the blueprints, Prince Errol acknowledges their magnificence and, with a concealed smirk, questions the designer behind the bridge. Another supervisor eagerly takes credit but quickly loses his smile as Prince Errol threatens to dismiss him for presenting another impractical design. Prince Errol points out flaws in the design, emphasizing that it may be functional now but poses a danger when snow accumulates during winter due to structural weaknesses. He underscores that while maintaining the kingdom's beauty and grandeur is important, safety must take precedence. He demands a redesign and proceeds to examine the next blueprint. Prince Errol's vast knowledge and intelligence have significantly increased his workload. Those who claim to be experts or veterans in their fields pale in comparison to him. Nonetheless, they choose to place their trust in the 8-year-old, and Prince Errol pities them but understands that he has no other choice. He must continue to demonstrate his skills. After the conference, a new maid notices Prince Errol and addresses him by his new nickname, the Young Grey Sage. Unimpressed, he finds it extremely cheesy and instructs her not to use that nickname again since he dislikes it. The maid promises to remember his preference, but as he walks away, she nearly slips up and calls him the Young Grey Sage once more. Annoyed by the new nickname, Prince Errol considers it lame. As the carriage departs, Lady Levana looks out the window and asks China about Errol's destination. China responds that Prince Errol has requested an audience with the king, sparking Lady Levana's curiosity about the nature of their conversation. With hesitation, China contemplates mentioning his desire to learn alchemy. Inside the carriage, Prince Errol ponders how the king might react to his sudden request to learn alchemy. Despite his immediate audience request being granted, he assumes that the king has come to trust him due to his diligent work in various fields. As he gazes out the window, Prince Errol can't shake the feeling of being overwhelmed by the king's charisma, even after having reincarnated 100 times. He reminds himself to maintain composure and avoid any mistakes while speaking to the king. When the king asks why Prince Errol wants to learn alchemy, He responds that his aim is to be of greater assistance to the kingdom and the king. Since he lacks proficiency in swords or magic, he can only accumulate knowledge and apply it. The king ponders Prince Errol's thoughts and appreciates the young prince's thoughtfulness. In agreement with his request, the king promises to introduce him to trustworthy alchemists, and inquires if he needs anything else. Prince Errol replies that he will ask for anything else later if needed, and as the king smiles, Prince Errol smirks, thinking to himself that his plan worked. From that day on, the most esteemed alchemists in the kingdom gathered upon hearing that Prince Errol sought an alchemy teacher, viewing it as an opportunity to showcase their alchemical expertise and gain recognition among their peers. It was only natural that Darman Lanzit, a practical alchemist renowned for creating reflective mirrors that transmit strong light far away, and installing them on the western outskirts of the fortress to deter invaders, was selected. A few days later, Prince Errol meets Damon in the concubine castle's garden, where Darman admires the garden's true beauty. Surprised by Damon's youthful appearance, Prince Errol expected an elder-level alchemist based on his reputation. In response, Damon explains that his hair turned white after accidentally inhaling toxic smoke long ago. Prince Errol comprehends that Damon nearly lost his life during his alchemical pursuits and scoffs. While Damon speaks calmly, he warns the prince to be prepared because he is responsible for the young Grey Sage. If Prince Errol were to die during research or experiments, Damon would have to take responsibility for his own life. With a serious expression, Damon emphasizes that learning alchemy is much more difficult and perilous than Prince Errol may imagine. Damon points out Prince Errol's young age, but before he can finish, Prince Errol interrupts, expressing his understanding of the risks involved. He knows that alchemy is a science, not magic, and he isn't deluded into thinking he can turn lead into gold. Instead, he seeks pure technology to remove impurities from iron ores and develop stronger metals. Amazed by Prince Errol's statements, Damon believes that with the prince's intelligence and charisma, he will become the true monarch to lead the kingdom of Arnesia. Touched by Errol's bold speech, Damon kneels before the prince, pledging to do his best to teach him despite any perceived shortcomings. Several days have passed since the alchemy class began, and Prince Errol is diligently studying. Damon suddenly asks if he has studied alchemy before, surprising Prince Errol. He wonders if he has shown off too much but quickly shifts the topic by claiming that he read about it in a book. Damon accepts his response, remarking that Prince Errol is as described in the rumors. Silently relieved that he adopted the persona of a genius scholar, Prince Errol and Damon work tirelessly from sunrise to sunset. As their research advances, Prince Errol confirms techniques for hardening iron by adding eggshells or bone ash, which he verifies with Damon. Besides learning methods for extracting lead and other substances, Prince Errol realizes that apart from unique metals and medicines in this world, everything else is similar to his previous lives. Amazed, he mentions aloud how fortunate it is that the rules are consistent. Damon questions Prince Errol about his remark, but Prince Errol dismisses it, claiming he was just talking to himself. The king agrees promptly, ordering his men to find the best alchemist in the kingdom. While his advisor understands the order, he expresses concern about potential budget allocation complaints. Reflecting on his previous meeting with Prince Errol, the king reassures his advisor that if it's the prince's request, the research will undoubtedly benefit the kingdom. Back in the kingdom, Prince Errol announces his intention to create a carbonated drink, which astonishes the alchemists. They inquire about the carbonated drink, wondering if he plans to create food. To their surprise, Prince Errol enthusiastically confirms that food is indeed his intention. He presents some fundamental theories, but the alchemists in the room become disheartened. They had come to bring honor to their family names but found themselves involved in snack making instead. One alchemist even regrets giving up his tenured professor position at the Alchemy Academy. Prince Errol reassures them, declaring that they will be generously rewarded regardless of the project's outcome. This changes the atmosphere in the room, and the alchemists start brainstorming ideas. Prince Errol notices that they prioritize monetary gain and fame over sincerity. Nevertheless, he acknowledges their value as a resource for accelerating his research. A few days later, wagons filled with barrels of carbonated water from various territories arrive one after another, delighting Prince Errol. Damon starts by opening one of the barrels and asks if they are supposed to drink it. Prince Errol tells him they must first check if it is drinkable, but upon inspection, he nearly gags at the sight and declares the carbonated water undrinkable, labeling it a failure. He examines the other barrels and deduces their failures as well. Unfazed, Prince Errol announces that they need to create artificially carbonated water, which excites the alchemists in response. He distributes a paper containing relevant theories and suggests that exploring clues based on these theories might simplify the task. Sensing the weight of responsibility upon them, Prince Errol reassures the alchemists, believing that, as the best in their field, they will accomplish the goal swiftly. Turning to Damon for affirmation, the prince receives a lackluster agreement that they are indeed the finest alchemists in Arnesia Kingdom. With a spring in his step, Prince Errol exits the room, whistling cheerfully, and encourages the alchemists to find delight in experimenting with theories and putting them into practice. He doesn't want to intrude on their time any further, even though he wonders whether they can truly achieve the goal within a week. Nevertheless, he remains confident that his challenge will inspire them to complete the task even more swiftly. Just a few days later, Prince Errol excitedly assures his alchemists that this carbonated water will undoubtedly bring vitality to the kingdom, and its popularity will generate a massive fortune. The alchemists privately wonder if it can truly achieve such results. Prince Errol is amazed that they managed to create artificially carbonated water so quickly, and he eagerly grabs a flask to sample it. Damon and the other alchemists speculate whether it will become popular, as the water packs quite a kick but lacks taste. Prince Errol clears up the misunderstanding, explaining that they will not drink it as is, but instead mix it with fruit juice or alcohol. Although his original goal was to recreate cola, he could not obtain the cola fruit and settled for a carbonated alternative. Prince Errol begins by adding lemon juice to the carbonated beverage and takes a sip. The initial taste is spot on, causing him to exclaim that it's perfect, with his eyes shining with excitement. He then distributes samples to the alchemists, who, as expected, adore them. The invigorating lemon flavor coupled with a gentle fizz of carbonation leaves them craving more. And so, Prince Errol's carbonated Ade is born. The fame of carbonated Ade rapidly extends beyond the borders of the Arnesia Kingdom, becoming a luxurious item among the nobility. Even the king is astonished and proud that his own prince devised such a remarkable beverage. Lord of the Northern Territory Count Demet is puzzled by the prince's creation and consults his servant for confirmation. The servant confirms that the product was developed under Prince Errol's guidance and has become a popular luxurious item, significantly contributing to the economy of the Arnesia Kingdom. There are rumors that carriages filled with gold visit the concubine's palace daily. Regretting his past decision not to support Prince Errol on his first birthday, and having judged him as worthless, Count Demet laments the missed opportunity to benefit from this golden goose. Overcome with sorrow, he vows to pay close attention from that day forward. 2 years pass, and back at the concubine's castle, 16-year-old Princess Kania proudly showcases her swordsmanship. After completing her display, she shyly asks 10-year-old Prince Errol for his opinion. Prince Errol hesitates before responding, telling her she looks incredibly cool and amazing. Both he and Kania's escort offer her compliments, with her escort stating that her basic swordsmanship is beyond reproach. Silently agreeing, Prince Errol thinks to himself that she is far more skilled than any boy her age. Delighted by their praise, Princess Kania leaped with excitement, expressing her gratitude for their kind words. While observing her exuberance, her escort suggested they take a break. Prince Errol couldn't help but think about how adorable she looked as she jumped with such enthusiasm. After their training session, Kania and Errol sat down at a table outside the gardens and enjoyed a cup of tea. During their conversation, Kania mentioned the recent buzz about Errol's development of carbonated beverages, which had not only improved the royal palace's situation but also Arnesia's finances. Errol cheerfully stated that it was merely his duty as a prince. Kania then shared a rumor about him being the perfect son, causing envy among many toward Lady Levana. However, there was more to Errol's success in creating soda. After learning that his mother, Levana Ainrest, hailed from a fallen noble family that managed a small territory and lived as commoners, Prince Errol decided to entrust the soda distribution to the Ainrests. This decision led to remarkable results, with people lining up not only for a single soda but also for crates upon crates, eagerly quenching their thirst. Some were even willing to pay 2 or 3 times the regular price to get their hands on the beverage. In addition to soda, Prince Errol introduced yogurt and MSG to the market, both of which gained immense popularity. These achievements revolutionized the Ainrest family's finances, making them wealthier than any merchant in the kingdom. Their residence was adorned with gold from ceiling to floor, shining so brightly that navigating through it was nearly impossible due to the overwhelming radiance. Due to these rumors, people began comparing the actions of Prince Errol to those of Princess Kania, leaving Kania feeling frustrated and upset to the point of tears. She implored him to ease up on his contributions. All Prince Errol could do was chuckle and say, "Is that so?" Hoping to shift the conversation, he invited Kania to enjoy some soda and waffles topped with Errol's syrup, assuring her he could afford the indulgence. However, Kania had other ideas. She unsheathed her sword, highlighting what she perceived as Errol's issue. What good was wealth if he couldn't exercise or practice swordsmanship? With her sword at his throat, she declared she would teach him swordsmanship. Slightly annoyed, Errol thanked her for the offer but declined, explaining he didn't wish to follow that path in this life. Reflecting on his past as a swordsman, Errol reminisced. But Kania suddenly sprang into action, attacking him while demonstrating the proper techniques. Errol figured complying would bring a swifter end to the situation and could feel Kania's dream and goal. Her aspiration to raise a family of master swordsmen single-handedly, which must have instilled the delicate girl with boundless energy. Touched by her determination, Prince Errol began to channel his Kai incrementally, offering Kania his support in her pursuit. A few days later, Prince Errol was in a carriage on his way to see the king. The people was happy to see him. He marveled at the carriage size, comparing it to a Lamborghini, and noticed the attention it drew. With an escort accompanying him, he felt like he was becoming an idol. As Errol laid back and relaxed in the carriage, he wondered what the king would discuss with him this time. He suddenly had an inkling that he might receive an additional allowance as a reward for his achievements. Upon arriving, Prince Errol joined the king for lunch. He recalled how the unnerving silence used to make him nervous, but he had grown accustomed to it. So he sat and enjoyed his meal alone while waiting for the king to speak, as he had been visiting the king more frequently. Just as Prince Errol was about to swallow a cookie, he choked when the king asked if he had any thoughts of taking up a full-fledged government job. Errol cleared his throat and realized that the time had finally come for him. The king continued, saying it might be a bit early, but if he took on government work, no one would object. He asked Errol what he thought and if there was any specific work he wanted. Trying to keep his composure, Prince Errol replied that he didn't have any preferences. All the while, he thought to himself that he just wanted to play and eat in this life. Taking a sip of tea, Prince Errol tried to calm himself and told the king he didn't understand why he was considering this occupation when he was still learning science and alchemy. He maintained a blank facial expression as the king sat there in silence. Errol pondered the fact that the first prince wasn't involved in the government yet and wondered why the king wanted him to assume a position. Instead, he considered the lack of action from the queen's and the first prince's side, as he had always maintained a clear boundary that he shouldn't cross. The recent ball had been dismissed due to the mischievous antics of the freak prince, and Errol considered himself lucky. After all, being lobbied by the king was different from being entrusted with a significant government post. Prince Errol reflected on his aversion to engaging in gossip and feuding with his brothers. He pondered whether the king was intentionally trying to sow discord among them and if that was his true intention. Errol contemplated that the survival of the fittest mentality wasn't limited to the natural world. Sitting on the throne demanded the strength of an eagle. Without such might, even the wisdom from hundreds of previous lives wouldn't ensure survival. He wondered if the king genuinely desired a realm where only the strong thrived. However, to Errol, this mattered little, as his present self wouldn't be easily defeated. Several days had passed since Errol's meeting with the king. Now, we find him exhilarated as he rides a horse, reflecting on this being his first time venturing so far from the concubine's palace, riding a real horse rather than a rocking one. The wind brushing against him made him relish his newfound sense of freedom. Errol believed he had earned it after his tireless efforts had transformed him into an unexpected workaholic homebody. He reminisced about his past adventures, traveling the globe and even the entire universe in search of formidable opponents. Yet today, he was content with the simple pleasure of riding a horse. At that moment, Kania called for him to slow down, surprised by Errol's equestrian prowess. Internally, the prince thanked her for this excursion, and outwardly, he credited the horse's intelligence for his swift riding. Curious, Errol glanced back and inquired about the numerous escort knights accompanying them on such a brief journey. He couldn't help but notice the presence of several formidable warriors. Kania softly admitted she hadn't requested such a substantial entourage. But before she could finish her thought, Prince Errol interjected, reminding her of her status as a princess, where her safety must always be the priority, even if it means sacrificing some of their freedom. Suddenly, Prince Errol sensed an ominous aura emanating from the path ahead. He wondered what kind of magical energy it could be and brought his horse to a halt. Kenya asked him what was wrong, and Errol advised they turn back, suspecting that monsters inhabited the nearby forest. Kenya was puzzled and wondered how he knew this, so the prince made an excuse, explaining that he had a keen sixth sense and couldn't shake the bad feeling that there was a trap waiting for them. Kenya regarded him with disbelief and, without warning, charged forward toward the source of the ominous aura. Taken aback, Prince Errol called for the escort knights to guarantee Princess Kenya's safe return. However, one of the knights sheepishly clarified that they were indeed on the right path, and beyond the forest was the princess's training ground. Baffled, Prince Errol inquired about this training ground but ultimately accepted the situation and hesitantly followed the confident Kenya as she took the lead. This all started a few days ago when we saw Princess Kenya and Prince Errol sharing a meal. Kenya mentioned her upcoming trip and invited Errol to join her. She empathized with the frustration of being confined to the palace and shared her love for hunting and embarking on adventures. As they rode side by side, Kenya explained to Errol that traveling was practice and practice was traveling, extolling the fun it entailed. Errol, however, considered it more akin to torture. Kenya gazed at him, expressing her belief that he would have joined her even if it were for practice because he believed in her as his sister. She promised to protect him from any monsters they might encounter. Errol simply smiled, admiring the coolness that Kenya exuded. Moments later, they arrived at their destination, and Prince Errol began outlining the operation. Some troops would lure the monsters to one side, Princess Kenya would break through, and the escort team would handle the monsters driven toward the trap. By working together, they aimed to use time and energy efficiently to maximize the princess's abilities. The operation commenced, and the guards gathered. 20 orcs for Princess Kenya to face in combat. Grasping her sword firmly, she dashed toward the orcs, slicing the first one at its neck and knocking back another beside it. Prince Errol watched, initially skeptical that Kenya could defeat an orc during her first practice. Yet, with a hint of envy, he recognized her strength, admiring not only her swordsmanship but also her composure. Kenya charged from one orc to another, her courage and spirit radiating from every fiber of her being. Her performance was enough to overwhelm everyone with excitement, witnessing the incredible feats of a 16-year-old. And so, the training continued for several days, showcasing Kenya's remarkable abilities. During the night, as they sat in front of a fireplace, Prince Errol asked if Kenya was tired. She replied that she was fine and actually wished she could have fought a bit more. Errol cautioned her not to overdo it, explaining that mistakes often occur when one is caught off guard. He recalled a past life where such a mistake cost him dearly. As Kenya and Errol enjoyed each other's company, Kenya explained how delicious the meat skewer was. She hoped it wasn't orc meat. Prince Errol observed her smile, noting that she looked like a typical 16-year-old girl. As the night went on, he asked why she wanted to be so strong. Surprised by the question, Princess Kenya answered solemnly that as a princess, no matter how skilled she becomes with a sword, no one will truly be happy with her choice. They may think it's just a phase, and she'll eventually give up and marry someone she doesn't know. Errol recognized that in their aristocratic society, political marriages were customary, and Kenya had already reached the age for such arrangements. In the world they inhabited, it wasn't unusual for a princess to become engaged for the sake of politics. Interrupting Errol's thoughts, Kenya declared her hatred for that kind of life, which surprised Errol. She admired how he made a lot of money doing what he's good at, contributed to the kingdom, and gained recognition. Kenya wanted to be recognized for who she is and what she's good at, wishing to contribute to the Kenchester family with her skills, not through marriage. With determination in her eyes, she asserted that she would decide her own fate. Prince Errol smiled, probing her mentality, and confidently said that she'd surely change her destiny. Princess Kenya smiled in agreement, aspiring to be like Errol. Then she realized they'd return home the next day, and Errol concurred, considering their journey incredible. When an orc charged toward Kenya, she quickly retaliated with a swift slash to its torso, effortlessly vanquishing the foe. Onlookers gazed in admiration as Princess Kenya continued to hunt orcs. Even on her way back home, they believed that no one could stop her. The orcs who had been hiding were easily apprehended. At that moment, Prince Errol called out to Kenya, urging her to seize her pursuit. He reminded her that they needed to return home promptly, and that there were no more orcs left to catch. Glancing around, Kenya found herself surrounded by the defeated bodies of her enemies and happily agreed to head back. However, she noticed her horse appeared unwell, its appearance peculiar and seemingly fatigued from the day's battles. Errol suggested they share a horse for the journey home while Kenya's horse would be sent to the magicians for healing and care. As Kania mounted the horse, she offered to take the reins, and Errol agreed wholeheartedly, aware that she was more skilled at riding than he was. Their journey back home began with Kania and Errol setting the pace, and the guards trailed closely behind. Nevertheless, nothing ever goes according to plan. Errol sensed something amiss and glanced up at the sky. Kania inquired about his concern, but Errol couldn't pinpoint the issue. He could only sense it, something lurking above the clouds. Focusing his Kai on his eyes, Errol concentrated on discerning the mysterious presence. To his shock, he discovered a wyvern. Alarmed, Prince Errol took control of the reins and told Kania to hold on to him tightly as he prepared to flee. Turning to the guards trailing them, he warned them of the wyvern, instructing them to seek refuge in the nearby woods. However, the guards were incredulous and unconvinced, as they had chosen this area specifically because the local lord, known for hunting wyverns, had assured them that none remained. That's when the red flag was raised, and the one who said it was to be dealt with. To their greatest shock, a wyvern swooped down, seized the guard by the shoulders, and dragged him into the sky. As everyone witnessed this, they started to scream and scatter, taken aback by the presence of the very creature they had been assured was absent. Prince Errol, with a clear head, took control of the reins. Princess Kania worriedly glanced back to assess the situation, only to realize that it wasn't just one wyvern, there were many. They pursued the guards in mass, not as predators stalking prey, but in a merciless slaughter. What Errol found especially unusual was the wyvern's potent poison magic, such as their acid breath attack, which only enhanced their already impressive might. As a result, the terrain behind Errol and Kania resembled an uneven battlefield filled with dread and despair. While Kania observed the multitude of falling guards, Errol implored her not to look back and to hold on to him tightly. Just as a wyvern spotted them and began pursuing them, it charged its acid breath attack. However, a mage intervened just in time, deflecting the assault with a fireball spell. These mages, who had been accompanying them from the rear, now provided cover for Errol and Kania's escape. They skillfully maneuvered through the chaotic scene to avoid collisions. Anxiously, Prince Errol realized they couldn't keep running indefinitely. Wyverns were resistant to Class 4 magic, and the magicians would soon find themselves outmatched. With 2 wyverns closing in, Errol made a split-second decision, converting his mana energy into a powerful magical attack, eliminating one wyvern and then another. He gave the mages all the credit for defeating them. However, their escape was far from complete. A wyvern suddenly landed before the duo, blocking their path. As they prepared for an imminent assault, Kania cried out for her mother. In that moment, Kania's personal guard swiftly emerged, cleaving the wyvern in half with a single stroke of her sword. She then urged them to seek refuge in the nearby woods. Breathing a sigh of relief, Errol admired the guard's extraordinary abilities and hoped she could provide them with much-needed respite. Prince Errol suddenly heard an unexpected voice transmission. "You hold up pretty well." As he scanned his surroundings in search of the source, a dark-robed man appeared before them, laughing ominously. Prince Errol immediately sensed something suspicious about the mage standing in front of him, holding a peculiar-looking staff. Just as Prince Errol inquired about the mysterious man's identity, the dark-robed mage began channeling magic without warning, creating a lightning cannon. Caught off guard by this unexpected attack, Prince Errol had expected an introduction rather than an assault. As the dark mage unleashed his attack, Prince Errol skillfully dodged and shielded Princess Kania. Unfortunately, the guards behind him were not as fortunate. When the magical onslaught ceased, Errol looked back to find all the guards had fallen, smoke still rising from their lifeless bodies. The dark mage remarked on Princess Kania's evasion, expressing surprise. Prince Errol, taken aback by the sudden conversation, realized the mage had addressed Kania by name. He began to wonder if she had been his target all along. With a sinister chuckle, the dark mage taunted them, claiming their efforts had merely provided entertainment. As he prepared to cast another spell, raising his staff, he insisted that escape was futile. A look of dismay crossed Prince Errol's face as he sensed malevolent energy emanating from the staff. Both Kania and Errol felt a growing sense of unease. As Kania surveyed the scene, she noticed something peculiar happening to the bodies of the fallen. A guard shouted that they were moving, and even the slain wyvern began to stir. Witnessing this, Prince Errol asserted that they were now facing the undead. Just then, the dark mage issued a chilling command to the undead, ordering them to eliminate the second princess and teach the arrogant royal family a lesson about the power of the Dark Church. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. Prince Errol refused to stand idly by while his sister Kania was threatened. With determination in his eyes, he wondered who would dare to target her. Drawing upon his spirit, he aimed directly at the dark mage's torso and unleashed a barrage of attacks, causing the dark mage to scream in agony. and collapsed to the ground. Princess Kania, bewildered, asked Prince Errol to explain what had just transpired. He explained that the Dark Mage had likely suffered the side effects of forcefully using more magic than he could handle. Although the Dark Mage was defeated, his commanding spell on the undead remained active. The guards urged Princess Kania and Prince Errol to flee and seek safety as they took on the remaining undead forces. Before departing, Prince Errol reassured the guards that he trusted them to handle the rest of the battle. As night fell and they fled into the forest, Prince Errol and Princess Kania sought refuge beneath a cliff, setting up a makeshift camp. Concerned for their safety, Kania found comfort in Errol's reassurance that the undead would soon perish now that the Dark Mage had been defeated. He added that their guards should be on their way, and she had no reason to worry. Attempting to start a fire, Errol was questioned by Kania about how he had acquired such a skill, given his constant business in the castle. Errol nervously explained the principle of frictional heat generated by rubbing two flammable objects together. Had Kania not been watching so closely, he would have simply gathered mana and converted it into heat energy to ignite the fire, sparing his hands from discomfort. Finally, Errol's persistence paid off, and the fire roared to life. Kania began to wonder if it would have been better if she had not attended the training. But Errol reassured her that the situation was more like an unexpected accident, and not her fault. She asked if he had been scared during the ordeal. Realizing he had been acting too mature, Errol decided to behave his age, admitting that as representatives of the kingdom, they had to endure fear, and the wyverns were indeed terrifying. Seeing Errol's vulnerability, Kania took his hand to comfort him and thanked him for standing by her side during such a harrowing day. Prince Errol acknowledged that Princess Kania had been frightened from the start of the battle, and was heartbroken that those escorting her had lost their lives in vain. He understood the constant threat of assassination faced by the royal family, but he also knew that this was Kania's first time experiencing such danger, making it difficult for her to accept this reality. Despite the challenges, Prince Errol remained focused on their primary goal, returning home safely. Suddenly, an intense battle unfolded in the sky between a wyvern and a griffin. Princess Kania couldn't help but wonder why they were fighting so late at night. Prince Errol, on the other hand, noticed a nest on the cliff and deduced that the wyvern was after the griffin's young. The wyvern managed to bite the griffin's neck, causing it to crash into the cliffside. This alarmed Errol and Kania, and they quickly retreated to avoid being hit by falling rocks. Once the dust settled around them, they saw the wyvern depart, likely deterred by the scent of griffin blood on their bodies. However, Errol realized that Kania had disappeared from his side, leaving him momentarily stunned. He soon spotted her near the fallen griffin and warned her of the danger, but she assured him that it was safe since the griffin had perished. Errol had to concede that there was no stopping Kania's curiosity. As Kania gazed at the lifeless creature, she pondered what they should do with it. Prince Errol hesitantly asked if she planned to bury it, but she had a different idea in mind, expressing concern for the griffin's cub, which surprised Errol. With a somber tone, he explained that the only option was to let nature take its course, despite how cruel it might seem. However, Princess Kania misunderstood and thought that letting nature take its course meant they should raise the cub, which left Errol even more taken aback. As Kania noticed the guards approaching, one of them expressed relief at finding the pair safe and sound. As they drew nearer, Princess Kania warmly greeted them, delighting in their reunion. Kania's guard added that fortunately, no further casualties had occurred after the undead magic spell had been lifted. To the guards' astonishment, they saw Kania cradling a griffin in her arms. Prince Errol, somewhat uneasy, suggested that they had arrived at an opportune moment and should intervene to prevent Kania from adopting the griffin. However, Kania's guard argued that doing so would be impossible. A week had passed, and life had mostly returned to normal except for the new addition to the family. Prince Errol was awakened from his sleep by the griffin cub, and he greeted the latest member of their household with a smile. Despite the cub preventing him from sleeping in like before, Errol found it hard not to forgive the creature for its endearing face and well-behaved nature. The story then flashes back to the events of that fateful night. Errol instructed the guards to escort Kania to a resting place while he secured the area, ensuring that wild beasts wouldn't disturb the fallen griffin's remains. As the guards busied themselves with setting up camp, Prince Errol carefully sliced open the mother griffin's chest with a sword, extracting its magical core. He knew that possessing the core would allow him to tame the newborn griffin. As Errol played with the griffin cub, he noticed Princess Kania arriving at the castle. She hastily exited her carriage and was enthusiastically greeted by the excited griffin cub. Kania enjoyed her time with the cub, while Prince Errol learned of a wanted order issued across the kingdom. A bounty had been placed on the Dark Church, the group responsible for attacking the princess, with rewards offered for information on their whereabouts. Prince Errol remarked that the Dark Church wasn't the only group opposing the kingdom. He suddenly had a realization, wondering if he had been too preoccupied with material wealth. A nearby guard overheard him and inquired about his meeting, but Errol dismissed the matter and sent the guard away. As Princess Kania finally caught the griffin cub, Prince Errol wondered why anyone would target her when she didn't wield significant influence or hold a central position of power. Regardless, she was still a princess and part of his family. He pondered whether he should pursue becoming a sword master and strive to become an aura expert by his late 20s. Looking to shift the conversation, Errol approached Kania and proposed they engage in something enjoyable. Intrigued, Kania inquired about his plan. Moments later, we witnessed the clash of swords and a subtle surge of mana emanating from their blades. Princess Kania took notice of this, and before she could finish her thought, they exchanged one final attack and retreated from each other. With excitement, Kania inquired about her experience, and Errol happily revealed that he had utilized his aura. He secretly relished the success of his scheme and her falling for it. Princess Kania eagerly asked if she could learn it too and inquired about where Errol had studied it. He responded vaguely, stating it was something like that, and went on to explain that using aura primarily relied on the brain. Disheartened, Kania assumed that she couldn't use aura if she wasn't intelligent. However, Errol reassured her, clarifying that it wasn't the case. Kania retorted that it was only possible because Errol was a genius, but he further explained that she simply needed to learn how to control aura with her brain, and he'd teach her. Thrilled at the prospect of learning, Kania asked if she would be able to master it quickly. Errol assured her that by following his method, it wouldn't take long. Privately, he reflected on the reason for her rapid progress, having been secretly transferring mana into Kania. Errol then instructed her to concentrate and follow his guidance, unaware that Kania's guard was eavesdropping on their conversation from behind closed doors. Weeks passed, and whenever Kania visited, she trained in both swordsmanship and aura with Errol. Consequently, she became an aura user at an astonishing speed. Princess Kania gazed at her sword in awe, asking if this was the power of aura. Prince Errol congratulated her but reminded her that it was just the beginning of her journey. One unexpected side effect of their training was that the griffin cub had temporarily grown after being exposed to the potent energy from aura practice. With the griffin cub resting on Errol's shoulder, he jokingly complained about the griffin's weight, even if it were to shrink back to its original size. Prince Errol told Kania that mastering aura was only the first step. They would need to train harder to control strength and movement more smoothly and utilize aura to its fullest potential. He even suggested that she might be able to use aura while riding the griffin. Princess Kania chuckled at Errol's vivid imagination, but he insisted that he was serious. Kania, while gently petting Fly, inquired if Errol's earlier statement was accurate. In Errol's mind, he believed that the day when this would come true was approaching rapidly. Abruptly, the door burst open, and an announcement was made that His Majesty had arrived, catching both Errol and Kania off guard. Errol pondered why the king was present, as he should have been occupied with preparations in the north and probably hadn't just come for leisure. As the king approached with Lady Lavanna by his side, Prince Errol respectfully greeted His Majesty. The king mentioned that he had heard that the two had been practicing swordsmanship lately. Errol downplayed their training, stating that it had only been a little, and he had mainly been engaged in various experiments and trying to tame the griffin for potential border defense. The king's satisfied expression indicated his eager anticipation of witnessing Errol's accomplishments in various fields. At that very moment, two servants arrived, carrying a large chest. Both Kania and Errol were taken by surprise when they saw its contents. With a stern expression, the king instructed Prince Errol to give the sword a try, emphasizing that it was a unique weapon crafted specifically for him. Lady Lavanna interjected, arguing that Errol was still too young to handle such a sword. However, the king chuckled and explained that he didn't expect Errol to wield it but at least to touch it. Errol casually picked up the sword, astonishing everyone. He contemplated whether he should fully commit to practicing swordsmanship from that moment onward. As the king observed, Prince Errol, who lacked martial arts skills, was now holding the sword that had been gifted to him. Errol began to contemplate a thought, but his grip on the sword faltered, causing him to tumble to the ground. Concerned cries echoed throughout the room. Lying on the floor, Errol bitterly reflected on his previous sentiments. He had expressed that he didn't want to meet his end by the blade of a sword. In the eyes of the world, Errol was already exceptional in various aspects. If he were to master swordsmanship, he feared being drawn into the kingdom's power struggles. He had gone to great lengths to maintain the image of the weaker younger brother, even while secretly training. He couldn't let his efforts go to waste. More importantly, he had to decide to what extent he wanted to involve himself in these conflicts. Errol regained his footing and thanked the king for the extraordinary gift. However, he confessed that his swordsmanship skills were still in their infancy. He suggested that his sister, Kania, was more deserving of such a sword. This revelation left Princess Kania in shock. Errol wondered why she was suddenly surprised. Kania's progress had been astonishing, and she had already reached the rank of an aura practitioner, a remarkable achievement that earned her elite status in the kingdom. Although Errol understood that Kania had a long way to go, he believed it was only a matter of time before she reached the level of an aura expert, a rank held by only 30 people in the kingdom. This fact made him think she was the rightful owner of the sword. With that, Prince Errol handed the sword to Princess Kania. As the king watched this exchange, he stepped forward with a mischievous glint in his eyes. He expressed understanding of Prince Errol's sentiment but insisted on a condition. He challenged Kania to prove her swordsmanship and whether she was worthy of such a weapon. Taken aback by the king's request, Kania wore a look of shock that mirrored Errol's dumbfounded expression. Errol wondered what the king was thinking but quickly realized that his father's macho tendencies were at play. The king prompted Kania to demonstrate her sword skills by taking a swing at him, reassuring her that she had nothing to fear. Though flustered, Kania tentatively agreed, and Errol observed her state, understanding it to be a natural reaction. He gave her a supportive pat on the back, encouraging her to seize this opportunity to showcase her progress. Inwardly, he hoped Kania would give the muscle-obsessed king a run for his money, even flashing 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. With Prince Errol's backing, Princess Kania mustered the fighting spirit to accept the king's challenge. As they faced off, swords drawn and stances prepared, the room filled with suspense. The king, with a fierce gaze, noticed that Kania's stance differed from that of the kingdom's knights and inquired if it was her own creation. Errol, watching from the sidelines, marveled at how the king could discern Kania's uniqueness from her stance alone. With newfound determination, Kania raised her sword, ready to spar with the king. As she prepared herself, she called out, "Please guide me, father." Princess Kania initiated the attack, channeling mana into her body and sword, creating a potent gust of wind. Lady Lavanna, startled by the unexpected display, shielded herself, while Prince Errol watched with a pleased grin. He wondered whether there was something inherently formidable about this father-daughter pair, especially considering the choice of aiming for someone's head with the first attack. At that moment, their swords clashed with a resounding impact, emitting an immense wave of energy from the point of contact. Kania, taken by surprise at the sudden counter-attack, only realized at the last second that the king had raised his sword. The king praised her, acknowledging the force behind her attack, which had sent her sprawling to the floor. He revealed that not even the leader of the knights could summon such an amount of aura in a duel, expressing his delight at Kania's remarkable ability. As Kania picked herself up from the floor, nursing her arm from the recoil of the attack, she humbly admitted that she still had much to learn. The king then shifted his attention to Errol, inquiring if he was indeed the one who had trained Kania. Errol, wearing a pleased grin, confirmed that it was indeed him. He downplayed his involvement, attributing Kania's progress to the success of his theoretical approach. He explained that traditional swordsmanship didn't suit Kania, but she exhibited a natural affinity for aura, and he had merely offered her some guidance. Upon hearing this, the king asked if it was possible to teach this method to others. Errol, realizing the king's ulterior motive, was slightly annoyed and suspected that the king envisioned an army of aura expert knights unrivaled by any other country. However, Errol believed this wasn't feasible. Respectfully, Prince Errol declined the king's proposal, explaining that it would be challenging to replicate Kania's results. Her innate potential and the time they had spent together from a young age had allowed him to analyze and tailor her training to her unique abilities, contributing to her rapid growth. Thus, he suggested that mass-producing aura experts might not be achievable. The king, seemingly conceding defeat, considered Errol's response. While Prince Errol contemplated his next move, he realized that, in theory, he could devise a training plan to suit the knights simply by observing them. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, as the thought of studying sweaty muscles was unappealing, not to mention the immense amount of work involved. Still, he didn't want to leave the king without any hope. He reassured the king that it might be possible to improve the knights' abilities, if not promote rapid growth, by providing them with appropriate training methods. However, he specified that this offer was exclusively for members of the royal family. Understanding the implications, the king agreed, recognizing the potential benefits this might bring to his lineage. Errol was pleased to see the king's understanding, as there was no need to strengthen the other nobles, who were like hyenas to the king and could potentially cause more trouble. The king firmly agreed to Errol's conditions, promising to share the secret method only within the royal family. With that, Prince Errol couldn't help but smile at the thought of his training technique being passed down through generations of royalty, almost like his personal diary becoming a national treasure. His humble smile soon transformed into a greedy grin. He is aware that the knights will need to undergo rigorous training for this transformation, and they will need to exhibit great perseverance. Several months later, a loud crash reverberates through the palace corridors, startling passing servants. Inside a training room, the king stands amidst the rubble and dust, soaked in sweat. He wipes his perspiration and reflects on his progress. He's finally reaching the level of a peak expert, and it surprises him that the training method, which is coming from Errol, who cannot use it due to his frail body, is effective. In fact, the king realizes that it's Errol who needs this training method more than anyone else. As a result, the king decides to take action to provide Prince Errol with some assistance. Meanwhile, in the concubine's castle garden, Prince Errol contentedly enjoys a plateful of cookies while Princess Kania sips her tea. They receive news of an exclusive knight selection. The servant confirms that these knights would be personally chosen by the king for Errol. He places a stack of applications on the table, mentioning that many talented knights, handpicked by the king himself, have volunteered for the role. Errol, cookie in hand, examines the documents. He notes that these applicants come from prestigious households, which a few years ago would have ignored him. With a self-satisfied smirk, he reclines in his chair, popping another cookie into his mouth. He finds it only natural that he has garnered such attention now that he's achieved success. However, he is aware that he doesn't actually need guards, as his skills are unmatched. While he continues munching on cookies, he contemplates his future and has no plans to flaunt his abilities, especially after the previous incident where Kania's life was endangered. Picking up a few applications, Errol questions the servant about whether it's true that he could have a maximum of 3 exclusive knights. The servant enthusiastically responds that the king mentioned he could have as many knights as he wished. Errol, slightly surprised, assures him that he doesn't need quite that many and resumes reviewing the applications. He finds the role of an interviewer rather agreeable. He resolves to take into account all relevant factors, including skills, personalities, and more, to make a fair decision. As he delves deeper into his decision-making process, he starts muttering to himself, contemplating his preferences. He doesn't want someone excessively muscular, he muses, but rather prefers a more feminine figure, essentially seeking eye candy. As Arella's thoughts wander, causing those around him to exchange confused glances, wondering what's happening. Suddenly, Errol produces a pair of glasses seemingly out of thin air, puts them on, and theatrically brandishes a quill. With a dramatic announcement, he declares the start of the interviews. Several weeks later, the knights gather for the interviews. Prince Errol breaks into a nervous sweat as he surveys the candidates he's selected. When he greets them, their unified response overwhelms him. "Greetings, Your Highness." To his dismay, the female candidates, despite their outstanding knightly qualifications, are far more muscular than he had envisioned, shattering his utopian dream. One of the knights notices his discomfort and inquires about his well-being. Errol assures them that he's fine despite his inner turmoil. Feeling somewhat defeated, Errol reminds himself that he can't express his dissatisfaction. After all, these knights are exceptional. Having trained tirelessly, he needs to put his personal preferences aside, so with renewed resolve, he announces the start of the interviews. As each knight explains their motivation for volunteering, Errol can't help but be taken aback by their strength, especially one muscular woman whose presence rivals that of a wild berserker. He realizes that choosing her would guarantee his safety. Another knight, exuding an aura of noble grace, stands out due to her distinct demeanor. The interviews progress smoothly with each candidate answering Errol's questions without difficulty. He asks them to wait outside while he deliberates. With the knights out of the room, Errol acknowledges that despite this being a formality, he can't conclude the process without selecting someone. So he begins his preparations, drawing mana from the air and activating the Origin Creation Kigon technique. The 6 divine abilities. This secret technique stimulates his brain to access abilities that are normally dormant. Although typically attained by a Taoist immortal after extensive training, for a former pro like Errol, it's as easy as a walk in the park. Invigorated by his newfound clairvoyance, Prince Errol proceeds with the second stage of the interviews. As each candidate steps into the room, he sees right through them, subsequently dismissing one after another with his all-seeing ability. Errol can perceive the true essence of the knight's minds and emotions. Though he doubts any of them are assassins, he remains vigilant about the possibility of spies, so he knows he must choose carefully. Suddenly, the next knight enters, and Errol is struck by the clarity and brilliance of her soul. The knight introduces herself as Asha Fernal, an undeniably talented knight with a humble background, making Errol suspect there might be more to her story. Excited, he thinks he may have found a diamond in the rough and decides that as long as her secret doesn't affect him, she could be a good choice. Other than Asha, no other knight has caught Errol's attention so far. He knows he should pick at least two, and his mind briefly turns to the Berserker woman. Just as he's contemplating the final night, Saint Ajero introduces herself. She is a cheerful and carefree girl with a clear soul, and Errol notices that she seems very sociable. Her record shows that she has served in various knight orders across the kingdom, from the border to distant regions. When asked, Sena admits she has personal reasons for her extensive travels. Errol wonders if she's a problem child but observes no significant changes in her emotional color as he studies her. The interview concludes, and Prince Errol announces the successful candidates, Asha and Sena, which increases the total number of inhabitants in the concubine castle. Prince Tel quickly observes that Sena, despite her lighthearted demeanor during the interview, is quite serious when it comes to her duties. On the other hand, Asha behaves as expected, showing eagerness to evaluate their skills. Prince Errol brings the two new knights to a remote area, surprising them when he explains that he'd like to see their abilities firsthand. He knows that even though they are his knights in name only, it would be a problem if they remained aura practitioners. Hence, he needs to assess their skills and help them grow stronger. Asha agrees to demonstrate her abilities, and with childlike innocence, Prince Errol suggests they spar with each other. Sena and Asha agree to spar on their first day, seeing no harm in the idea. However, in Errol's mind, he anticipates a clash between two individuals of similar skills, showcasing their strengths without reservation. Giggling about his ingenious plan, Errol playfully asks his knights who among them is the stronger one, sparking their competitive spirit. Sensing an opportunity, Sena glances at Asha and confesses her curiosity about who the more skilled knight is. With the tension between them ignited, Prince Errol dons 3D glasses and eagerly awaits the upcoming duel between these two prideful knights, even wishing he had popcorn to accompany the entertaining fight. As Asha and Sena limber up for their sparring match, they turn to Prince Errol for guidance on whether there should be any rules. However, as he nonchalantly munches on popcorn, he advises them that their main focus should be to avoid getting hurt. Both knights unleash their auras, with Asha saying she'll go easy on Sena since Prince Errol insisted they be careful, and starts boasting about her practical experience. Asha responds confidently, assuring Sena that she doesn't need to hold back since she's confident in her own skills. The atmosphere between the two knights grows heavy, and it seems as though they might seriously fight instead of just sparring. Prince Errol reminds them not to take it too far and says the fight will start when he claps his hands. But before he can give the signal, the knights clash with each other, causing Prince Errol to be thrown off the arena. Picking himself up and looking disheveled, Prince Errol realizes that he did tell them to take it easy, though he understands their desire to show off their strength. As the fight begins, Prince Errol observes the duel keenly and begins to analyze their skills, noting that their bodies are already in excellent condition. Asha executes a mighty spear thrust, a move that could leave Sena vulnerable if mishandled. However, Sena stands resolute, and Prince Errol observes that she activated her aura within her eyes to skillfully dodge the attack and counter the spear's path. Errol notes that she relied on her sight rather than her senses to predict the attack, likening her instincts to a wild beast's. After dodging, Sena spots a window of opportunity to land a powerful punch on Asha's torso. Errol acknowledges the inherent drawback of spears, the wielder's vulnerability when an adversary closes in, and wonders how Asha will respond. To his astonishment, Asha delivers a swift kick that sends Sena staggering backward. Sena teases Asha for incorporating a kick into her spearwork, but Asha dismisses the jab, asserting that there's no rule forbidding it. Errol watches their intense combat, taking note of their escalating aura power. He suspects that their competitive spirit won't allow them to cease until blood is drawn. Deciding to intervene, Errol halts the match and approaches the knights, expressing his grasp of their abilities and pointing out areas for improvement. This leaves Asha and Sena puzzled. Errol elaborates, saying that Asha's focus on speed makes her impatient while Sena's reliance on close combat seems timid. Asha interjects, realizing that Errol was the one who guided the second princess, Kania, and deduces that their display was to receive similar guidance. Errol, surprised by Kania being mentioned, considers that Kania must have gained prestige after becoming an aura expert. He confirms Asha's suspicion, asserting that as his guards, they need to become stronger. He inquires whether they feel otherwise, to which both Asha and Sena bashfully admit that they don't want to be a burden to him. Errol responds nonchalantly, arguing that he won't lose anything by guiding his own guards. He then promptly initiates Errol's exclusive night special training plan. Sena remarks that their current location seems a bit cramped for training, but Prince Errol assures her that they aren't there for physical training. Instead, he plans to provide lectures on theoretical aspects. He suddenly pulls out a secret manual titled Introduction to Anyone Can Become a Knight, a pioneering guide that he plans to sell to other knights if it proves effective. However, after a few hours, both Sena and Asha are left bewildered. Asha struggles to grasp the concept of circulating mana throughout her body to enhance her aura, while Sena finds the entire material incomprehensible. This feedback leads Prince Errol to the conclusion that his guide isn't yet ready for public consumption. Nevertheless, he didn't expect the two knights to immediately grasp the complex material. Consequently, he begins his lecture. He explains that the amount of mana a person can store varies due to blocked mana paths in the knights' bodies. He warns them that recklessly exerting their strength to emit aura is akin to drawing water from a barrel with a fire hose. Not only is it incredibly wasteful, but it's also perilous. To emphasize the point, he dramatically slams the board and cautions them about the dangers of falling into a state of Kai deviation, which he simplifies as becoming half a corpse. Both knights tremble with fear upon hearing this. To ease their worries, Errol counsels them on the importance of learning to naturally assimilate and retain significant quantities of aura within their bodies. He highlights the need to incorporate this into their daily routines, emphasizing efficient energy circulation. Errol guarantees that mastering this technique will revolutionize their use of aura. This explanation resonates with Sena and Asha, who nod in understanding. With that, Prince Errol proceeds to the next topic, tailoring the theory in class to suit each of his knights' unique strengths. Prince Errol begins with Sena, advising her to focus more on her aura manipulation. Sena retorts, claiming her current aura usage is satisfactory. This prompts Prince Errol to challenge her to concentrate her aura on her other arm and both legs simultaneously. Sena struggles with the task, demonstrating her limitation. She can only concentrate her aura in one place at a time. It's not that she can't envelop her entire body with aura, it's just that she instinctively directs it to areas of immediate need, leading to rapid aura depletion. Exhausted and frustrated, Sena collapses, admitting her inability to maintain simultaneous aura flow while keeping her senses alert. Observing her struggle, Prince Errol decides to intervene. He approaches Sena, holds her hands, and explains that focusing on the difference in body temperature could help her concentrate her senses on her palms, a trick to help her control her aura better. Gradually, Sena begins to sense the aura flow, and to Prince Errol's delight, a vibrant red aura illuminates both her hands. Sena expresses her gratitude for his guidance and compliments the prince on his soft hands, clasping them eagerly. Caught off guard by her behavior, Prince Errol gently reprimands her, insisting she focuses on the training. After some time, Sena masters the technique, her face glowing with the thrill of her newfound skill. However, Prince Errol senses something amiss but dismisses his doubts, satisfied with the training results. Asha is next in line for training. Prince Errol notes her impatience during the previous sparring match and criticizes her decision to kick Sena blindly, expecting her to respond with a hand-to-hand combat technique, despite Sena being more proficient in that area. He emphasizes that calmness is paramount in spearmanship and that she must rid herself of impatience. Asha questions the method of her training, asking if carrying Prince Errol on her back is meant to instill patience. Confirming her guess, he instructs her to concentrate until the burden of his weight dissipates, urging her to remain calm and focused. Feeling somewhat defeated, Asha acquiesces to his method. In another castle far removed from the training grounds, we see the queen in contemplation. She reviews a note delivered by a mysterious figure, her eyes scanning the message, which speaks of Prince Errol's latest ventures. Initially dismissing him as inconsequential, his actions have begun to pique her interest. With a flicker of annoyance, she feeds the note to the dancing flames of a nearby candle, watching as the paper chars and crumbles in her grasp. A realization washes over her, and a resolute decision hardens in her eyes. She must address the issue of Prince Errol herself. Within the verdant expanse of the concubine castle forest, Asha relentlessly presses on with her training, demonstrating her newfound might as she sends a tree splintering apart with one swift move. Under Prince Errol's guidance, she feels her strength surging, despite the intensity of the training. She contemplates whether she's truly worthy of the prince's focused guidance. The story then delves into Asha Pernal's past, revealing her origins as a noble from the Nada Funk Pernal family. The Pernals, while not particularly wealthy, led a peaceful existence in the rural outskirts, a tranquility shattered by famine brought on by monstrous invasions. As their home succumbed to flames and devastation, Asha recalls the heroic sacrifice of her father when he barricaded the door against the monster onslaught, urging his family to escape and entrusting young Asha with the future of their family, a responsibility that still weighs heavily on her. Time marched on, and the noble families that once shared cordial relations with the Pernals turned their backs on Asha. Left with no other choice, she enlisted herself in the ranks of the knights to sustain herself. Her innate martial prowess allowed her to awaken her aura swiftly, leading to her placement in the royal capital within the 15th Knight Order. This was the kingdom's lowest-ranked order, a motley crew of the least respected knights. The worst among them was their leader, an indolent underachieving knight commander who had only achieved his rank due to his connections. Despite his age and being merely an aura beginner, the story hints at an unsettling encounter between Asha and the Knight Commander, with unwelcome advances from him under the pretense of offering her special training. These advances left a sour taste in her mouth. Frustrated, she channels her anger into another powerful strike, crushing yet another tree. She feels a sense of relief as she contemplates how satisfying it would be to vent her anger on the Knight Commander the next time they cross paths. She reflects on her initial desperation that led her to apply for the position of a guard, never imagining she would be accepted so readily. With this new opportunity, she could improve her family's living conditions. She just needed to save a bit more money to cover her brother's academy fees. As she reflects on all the recent good fortune she's experienced, she can't help but attribute it to Prince Errol. She makes a mental promise to repay his kindness, no matter the effort required. Meanwhile, we delve into Seina's reasons for choosing to serve as a guard. She wakes up at dawn, and when a servant commends her early rising habit, she modestly attributes it to her still getting used to her new responsibilities. She ends the conversation on a positive note by thanking the servant and wishing him a pleasant day. Seina's roots lie in a family of mercenaries who grew up in a tribe that served no single country, constantly on the move. Her father eventually revealed to her that their way of life was changing due to a period of peace that reduced their income. He urged her to go out into the world, leaving the tribe to handle the stubborn old men clinging to their mercenaries' ways. He believed it was time for the younger generation to forge a new path. Seina had no qualms about leaving her tribe and found the knight training well within her capabilities. However, her father's feud with a corrupt lord led to his untimely demise. Naively believing he could reform entrenched traditions, this memory of her father's actions reminds her of a similar incident involving another knight. In this past episode, Seina courageously confronted the knight for unjustly labeling innocent villagers as bandits, questioning his moral integrity, and beating him severely. Upon reflection on this event, she realizes she has no regrets and feels a profound sense of relief. Since then, Seina has often been assigned to perilous regions. Eventually, she chose to volunteer as an escort knight for Prince Errol. Despite the hardships she faced, she feels oddly fortunate about her new role. Prince Errol, while appearing idle at times, possesses prodigious intellectual prowess. His innovative creations have significantly boosted the kingdom's economy, and his theories assisted the second princess in rapidly ascending to the status of an aura expert. These achievements have earned him the moniker the Great Grey Sage. Elsewhere, the 13-year-old Prince Errol Ernesia enjoys a luxurious moment under a canopy, celebrating his successful recent months of laziness. Within the castle's walls, the king is in council with his retainers, discussing the upcoming 14th birthday and coming-of-age ceremony for the third Prince Errol. They contemplate the opportunity it provides for the multi-talented prince. The king, with an air of doubt, listens as the retainers ponder the availability of suitable estates to bestow upon Prince Errol. Count Tenbist is the first to voice his thoughts, suggesting that the ceremony might provide an excellent opportunity for Prince Errol. The king questions their intent, suspecting they plan to assign a relative's territory to Prince Errol. To his surprise, they unanimously agree, confident that no objections will arise, leading him to suppress his anger. Just then, Count Tenbest drops another bombshell, stating that Errol's acclaim has reached foreign territories, and he subtly suggests that the king might want to consider Errol as a potential heir. This provokes the king into a furious response, vehemently asserting that the crown prince is the indisputable successor, and that Errol has no ambition for the throne. However, Duke Gast interjects, warning the king of rumors spreading in other countries about Errol's suitability for the throne and the growing support among young noblemen for the third prince. The king, troubled by this, reluctantly agrees to consider the suggestions and asks the nobles to recommend suitable territories for Errol. Back in his office, Prince Errol opens a letter informing him of the outcome of the king's meeting. Recognizing the nobles' ploy to exile him under the pretense of granting him territory, he bursts into laughter, excitedly explaining that he now has his own territory. He disregards any interest in the throne, viewing the nobles as potential threats, and firmly believes that having his own territory far exceeds the questionable honor of being surrounded by such scheming individuals. Filled with joy, he enthusiastically shares his plans to settle in his new territory and build a house, finally achieving a sense of independence and control. Errol's newly acquired land is situated in the frigid realm of Fahilia in the north, where snow covers the landscape year-round, and careless visits can lead to a frosty demise. Reading the description of his new territory, Prince Errol acknowledges the challenging farming conditions and discerns the ill intentions of the nobles. With determination, he abruptly closes his book and announces his departure, scheduled for 1 month after his coming-of-age ceremony. He calculates that he has a year and a month to make the necessary preparations. Addressing his assembled retainers, he stresses the magnitude of their task, emphasizing that independence from other territories is no small endeavor and suitable only for the resolute. He pledges to assist those who cannot join him in finding alternative positions while encouraging those who choose to stay to act promptly, receiving unanimous agreement from the room. As the servants disperse, Prince Errol finds solace in knowing that his alchemist team and most of his close associates will remain at his side. However, Sena can't help but express her discontent about their destination, Fahilia. Curious, Prince Errol inquiries about her concerns. Sena recounts her year-long deployment there, sharing stories of extreme cold and peril but also noting the relatively low monster population, suggesting it may not be as dangerous as it seems. Prince Errol, however, interprets her effort to find positives as an indication of Fahilia's harshness and empathizes with the scheming noble's decision to send him there. Yet, he reassures them that the situation isn't as dire as he initially feared, considering it a manageable challenge. Lost in his thoughts, Prince Errol remains unaware of his guard's watchful eyes, filled with concern. Even Sena's eyes well up with tears as she contemplates the challenges that lie ahead for the prince. In unity, they silently pledge to protect Prince Errol, no matter the circumstances. However, Prince Errol misunderstands their intentions, believing there is a miscommunication between them. Later in the week, Asha and Sena stand guard outside Prince Errol's chambers. Asha initiates a conversation, urging Sena to be truthful. Confused by Asha's meaning, Sena seeks clarification, and Asha reminds her of their earlier discussion about the tundra. Sena suddenly grasps the chilling truth about Fahilia, realizing it's a desolate tundra with nothing but biting cold. She jokingly asks if Asha prefers to stay at the castle, to which Asha responds with an annoyed look, indicating her determination to follow Prince Errol, even if their destination is more challenging than Fahilia. Asha expresses her surprise at the noble's decision to exile the prince, but Sena remains optimistic, assuring Asha not to worry excessively. She believes that when Asha looks into Prince Errol's eyes, she will see that he has a plan, even if she doesn't fully understand it. She senses a lack of frustration in his eyes, leading them both to trust the prince. They resolve to keep their families informed of their circumstances by sending letters home, ensuring their loved ones are updated on their situation. Inside his chambers, Prince Errol exhales a sigh of relief. He had finally completed the blueprint he had been diligently working on. However, his thoughts turned to his mother, who was undoubtedly heartbroken about his impending departure. Pacing in circles, he contemplated his next steps. He had already instructed the maid not to inform his mother about the circumstances of the territory. Still, he remained concerned about her safety and the looming threat, similar to what had happened to Kania. Prince Errol pondered how to establish a means of communication, such as ultra-long-distance communication spheres, teleportation, magic circles, or magic scrolls. He even contemplated hiring a dedicated magician. After weighing his options, he concluded that he needed to carefully consider everything. For the time being, he focused on preparing for the impending journey to the harsh territory, which oddly appealed to him. It seemed like an ideal haven for a former professional like himself to lead a tranquil existence. Errol's preparation for independence. Step 1. A group of magicians appeared before Prince Errol, ready to offer their assistance. Among them were Payan and his disciples, familiar faces that surprised the prince. After exchanging greetings, Errol disclosed that he was about to share a secret with them. Payan solemnly pledged to keep the secret confidential. Prince Errol unrolled a blueprint, explaining that they needed to create an item based on its design as quickly as possible. Payan, scrutinizing the plan, realized that this was no ordinary artifact. He looked at Errol in surprise, questioning whether the prince had designed it himself or received it from someone else. Nonchalantly, Errol confirmed that he had drawn the blueprint, an improved version of the brain-activating artifact known as the Sage's Necklace, which he had previously gifted to Kania. Payan was astounded to learn that, according to the blueprint, this new design promised twice the effectiveness at a tenth of the production cost. Marveling at the young prince's innovative brilliance, Prince Errol inquired if they could manufacture it, and Payan was confident they could since the blueprint was flawless. All they needed were the materials. However, Payan, knowing the creator of the original artifact, was at a loss for words. Sensing his hesitation, Prince Errol had planned for this and revealed a sack of gold coins from a drawer. He explained that this fee was for their silence about the project. Payan remained unfazed, so Errol unveiled another sack for materials and labor, generously promising more gold for future transactions. This grand display caused the magician's composure to crumble, and they vowed to fulfill the prince's request. Errol, pleased with their response, looked forward to their collaboration, expecting the completion of the project within a month. Little did they know about his boundless ambition. Errol believed that money was the most effective way to command obedience. A few days later, the magicians returned, weary but successful, presenting their creation as the Grey Sage's Necklace. Prince Errol swiftly dismissed the title upon examining the necklace. He was pleasantly surprised by its quality and swift completion. With a prototype approved, he instructed them to mass-produce the necklace, clarifying that he needed 50 more pieces. Despite their evident fatigue, Payan and the magicians committed to fulfilling the order. As they departed, Prince Errol wore a smug smile, reflecting on their plight and musing about the harsh and often unfair nature of life. However, for someone like him who had lived 100 lifetimes, the perspective was quite different. Errol's preparation for independence. Step 2. A lone wagon traversed the night landscape, carrying a Sha and Prince Errol. Errol was busy munching on cookies while a Sha questioned their destination, suggesting that he could have ordered whatever he needed. Prince Errol insisted that this particular acquisition required a personal touch. When a Sha verified that he wished to make a purchase in person, Prince Errol revealed that they were headed to a slave market. Shocked, a Sha swiftly cautioned the prince against the idea of buying slaves, interpreting it as a sign of an escalating power obsession. Prince Errol was taken aback by her reaction, realizing that she had misunderstood his intentions, turning their carriage ride into a tumultuous affair. Upon hearing that their destination was the slave market, a Sha's mind filled with disturbing images. She imagined Prince Errol subjecting the slaves to inhumane treatment, forcing them to endure freezing cold and administering harsh whippings as punishment. She pictured him ominously warning the slaves that they must perform their duties flawlessly, threatening them with starvation if they failed. Prince Errol was genuinely shocked and deeply hurt by Asha's horrific assumptions about his conduct. He implored her to cast aside these misconstrued perceptions. With a note of sincere regret in her voice, she apologized to the prince for harboring such prejudiced thoughts about him. And with that, their nocturnal journey came to an end. Usually, when one envisions a slave market, the mind often paints a grim scene of undernourished, desperate individuals pleading for salvation from within the confines of iron cages. It's essentially a place of tormented souls where familial bonds are callously severed. However, upon Prince Errol's arrival at the slave market, he was taken aback by the pristine and orderly surroundings. Every corner was immaculate, and the slaves working there appeared surprisingly robust. Asha explained to Prince Errol that if a slave were to fall victim to an unknown illness, it would have dire consequences for everyone involved. Therefore, strict cleanliness protocols were of utmost importance. After comprehending Asha's insights, Prince Errol agreed, recognizing the significance of this practice. While Asha was sharing her narrative, a man concurred with her points. He took it upon himself to implement an exceptional management system at the slave market, dubbing it the preeminent slave market in the capital, known for its rigorous and effective operations. The man extended his greetings to Prince Errol and introduced himself as Ian, the owner of the slave market. Prince Errol informed Ian that formalities were unnecessary, as he was simply a prospective client and assumed Ian was already aware of the trip's details. However, Ian responded with amusement, stating that such occasions called for even more decorum. He then invited them to follow him, assuring Prince Errol that they followed lawful procedures in the slave market, where patrons engaged in the buying and selling of slaves. Curious about the circumstances that led people into slavery, Prince Errol began to ask Asha about it. However, Asha answered his question as if she had already anticipated it. She explained that some individuals ended up in servitude because they had failed to pay their taxes or were the last remnants of noble families that had once thrived but had since fallen into decline. This revelation prompted a question from Prince Errol. He asked if someone would be immediately enslaved if their family fell into ruin. However, as Asha pointed out, the dark truth was that within the confines of slavery, they were spared the agonizing pangs of starvation. Ian also mentioned that they housed thieves and other offenders, but assured Prince Errol that there was no reason to be concerned about these individuals. As he ushered them into his office, it was implied that the lawbreakers were segregated from the general slave population. Prince Errol assumed that, given Ian's foreknowledge of his visit, he had already dealt with the criminals, and he had no objections. As Ian settled into his seat, his demeanor shifted, and he asked about the type of slaves Prince Errol was seeking. In response, the prince explained his need for a significant number of slaves and asked if such a demand could be accommodated. Ian confidently confirmed that it was possible and inquired about the exact number of slaves Prince Errol intended to acquire. When Ian learned that Prince Errol planned to secure at least 150 slaves, he was taken aback. The prince asked if this number was too overwhelming, but Ian reassured him that it wouldn't be an issue. Their organization had a facility outside the capital specifically for slave management, so accommodating 3 times the requested number wouldn't pose a problem. However, Ian questioned the prince's need for such an extensive workforce. In response, Prince Errol assured him that his intentions were not sinister, and that Ian need not worry about the intended use of the slaves. The prince did specify a particular requirement for the slaves he wished to acquire. He requested groups of 4 or 5 slaves who shared familial ties, were close neighbors, or had prior acquaintances. This request surprised Ian, who voiced that fulfilling such a requirement might be challenging since it was not uncommon for entire families to be subjected to slavery. Nevertheless, he instructed his subordinates to produce a list of potential candidates that met Prince Errol's stipulations. After reviewing the list of potential candidates, Prince Errol sought Ian's assistance in selecting slaves who were literate enough to read. He also asked if it would be possible to have the slaves delivered to a designated location. Ian readily accepted these requests. Upon reaching an agreement, Prince Errol presented the payment, astonishing Ian with a pouch filled with an assortment of jewels and gold. Such a lavish offering made Ian particularly accommodating to the prince's demands, reinforcing the prevailing belief that money was the most effective negotiator. Later that day, in the carriage, Asha questioned Prince Errol about his intentions for the slaves. The prince joyfully shared that they were destined to become residents of the estate they were heading towards. He understood that the population of the territory was sparse and saw no value in reigning over desolate lands. Furthermore, Prince Errol envisioned providing them with valuable artifacts and offering education to each family unit. His grand plan for the slaves caught Asha by surprise. With unwavering determination and a resolve that could not be easily subdued, Prince Errol had no intention of merely leading a quiet life in his territory. His ambitions were lofty, aiming to transform the land into the finest domain possible, ensuring a life of utmost comfort for himself. Every decision and action he made were directed towards securing a life of ease, with each passing year offering the prospect of making the most of his newly acquired workforce, pushing them to their limits in Swahili. As he envisioned the paradise he was set to build, the road sign gradually descended as their carriage continued on the path back home. As dawn broke, Prince Errol faced the impending difficulty of bidding farewell to his family and his childhood home. His tearful mother came to see him, embracing him tightly and voicing her concerns for his well-being. Prince Errol reassured her, promising frequent visits and bearing gifts. He reminded her that his departure was still a year away, urging her to hold back her tears. Anticipating his mother's emotional reaction, he chose not to disclose the location of the estate for the time being. Amidst these events, Princess Kania struggled to accept Prince Errol's impending departure, directing her discontent toward those around her. Although she understood the circumstances surrounding the prince, reconciling them with her feelings proved challenging, especially considering she hadn't seen him for 6 months and the news had only just reached her. Her subordinates were intimidated as she radiated a formidable aura, unknowingly influencing them. Little did they know that on that fateful day, the youngest sword master in the kingdom's history came into existence. As described in Prince Errol's book, anyone can become a knight, which explains that channeling strong emotions can enhance the flow of mana inside the body, albeit at a faster pace. Nevertheless, the hidden catalyst behind Princess Kania's mix of fascination and irritation toward her younger brother was a truth likely to remain undisclosed. He recalled how the days between receiving his enlistment notice and the day he joined the military seemed to blur and rush by. A similar feeling was now enveloping him as he prepared to venture out to establish his own territory. Each passing day brought him closer to his impending independence. Now, at the age of 14, he celebrated his birthday and coming-of-age ceremony. Among the attendees was a noble named Sir Beryl, who approached him with celebratory words. While Prince Errol received the well wishes and congratulations graciously, he found himself growing increasingly irritated with each passing moment. The nobility, with their sycophantic smiles and flattering words, had become a source of annoyance for him. When he was a child, he could easily avoid them by pretending to sleep or feigning naivety. But those days were gone, and he was now expected to engage and interact with these nobles, pretending to be interested in their endless chatter. Nevertheless, he maintained his polite facade, carefully concealing his true feelings. After all, as a prince, it was his duty. In just a month, he would be free of these tedious obligations and could focus on his own independent territory. As the nobility feigned delight that Prince Errol's birthday was a celebration for all citizens, he knew the reality was that they were glad to see him banished to the countryside. Their glistening eyes and pompous laughs were merely a mask for their relief. However, he controlled his temper and conducted himself with the decorum befitting a prince, knowing his mother was watching. He wouldn't give these high and mighty nobles the satisfaction of seeing him lose his temper, reassuring himself that in just a month's time, he would be liberated from this pompous circle of nobles. Just then, Queen Allura gracefully approached Prince Errol, offering her congratulations on his coming of age. She sympathetically noted that his departure for his new territory must bring some sorrow to his mother. Rising to address the queen, Prince Errol received her sentiments, stating that it was an inevitable occurrence and that he was privileged to have the chance to contribute to the kingdom at such a young age. However, inwardly, Prince Errol couldn't help but suspect that the queen's appearance was an attempt to probe his emotional state. Regardless, she extended her gratitude toward him, recognizing that his guidance had significantly improved Prince Zale's swordsmanship. Following this, she presented him with a gift from Prince Zale himself. Prince Errol found himself shrouded in suspicion as he contemplated the intent behind the forthcoming gift. His previous encounters with the queen had left him feeling uneasy, and he briefly considered politely refusing the gesture. However, in the end, he accepted the gift, revealing a luxurious coat crafted meticulously from the fur of foxes indigenous to Fahilia. Upon receiving the gift, Prince Errol became increasingly aware that Queen Allura was the true orchestrator behind these events. He had entertained this notion previously, given his understanding that Prince Zale was hardly the type to engage in political maneuvering against his own brother. It became evident that the only entity with enough influence to rally the entire nobility behind his early territorial assignment was the queen herself. Being aware of the queen's manipulative tendencies, Prince Errol perceived the gift as a taunt directed at him. He understood that he needed to control his anger, as succumbing to it would lower him to the level of those he despised. Concealing his resentment behind a polished smile, he expressed gratitude to the queen and assured her that he had already greeted his older brother and would assist Prince Zale whenever necessary. Although Queen Allura appeared charmed by Prince Errol's proclamation, she remained fundamentally indifferent to his offer of support. Their exchange was veiled in fake pleasantries, with both knowing that the day they could all drop their facades couldn't come soon enough. As the banquet started to wind down, Prince Errol felt a nagging sensation that he had overlooked something crucial. His gaze swept the room until it landed on Princess Kania, who remained in intense silence. Given the belated announcement of his departure, He expected her to harbor resentment and had planned to apologize. However, he was taken aback by the determination suddenly appearing on her face. A sense of foreboding gripped Prince Errol as he struggled to understand Princess Kania's intent. Her demeanor resembled that of someone who had just made a life-altering decision, sparking unease within him. He couldn't dismiss the gnawing suspicion that Princess Kania was on the verge of causing a scene. Boldly addressing her father, the king, his response was measured, suggesting they postpone their discussion as the current setting wasn't suitable for a serious conversation. Yet, Princess Kania remained undaunted, openly declaring her intention to accompany Prince Errol when he departed in a month. Her sudden announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, and Prince Errol's gaze immediately shifted to the princess's mother, hoping she would intervene. However, the resignation on her face indicated that she, too, was helpless in the face of Princess Kania's determination. The king's anger flared at Princess Kania's defiance, but Prince Errol understood that her stubbornness would only grow, and any attempt to dissuade her would fortify her determination. Despite this, he found himself perplexed as to why Princess Kania had chosen to accompany him. Unfazed by the king's pressure, Princess Kania declared her intention to serve as Prince Errol's knight, taking him by surprise. The king, infuriated, began lecturing about the hardships of knighthood, emphasizing that wielding a sword was not enough. However, before he could continue, Princess Kania dropped a bombshell. She had recently ascended to the coveted rank of a sword master, leaving the assembly stunned and leaving Prince Errol taken aback. The king found it challenging to accept her claim, considering her young age of only 19. The only known instance of someone achieving the title of a sword master at such a tender age had been the late king. However, undeterred by their skepticism, Princess Kania took control of a nearby guard's sword and proceeded to demonstrate her prowess to the astonished onlookers. With a remarkable display of strength, she managed to swiftly clear the table using nothing more than her aura. The spectators were left in awe, their doubts completely dispelled by the impressive exhibition of her martial skills. In a heartfelt declaration, Princess Kania openly confessed her feelings and asserted her unwillingness to marry someone she didn't hold dear. She declared her preference for the path of a knight over that of a traditional princess. Upon hearing her sincere proclamation, Prince Errol experienced a surge of emotions. However, the delicate situation Princess Kania had orchestrated prevented him from expressing them. Her declaration to renounce her title as a princess could have serious consequences, and it left Prince Errol in a state of panic. He questioned who might have instilled such a rebellious streak in her, only to confront the unnerving possibility that he might be the culprit himself. Princess Kania continued to showcase her earnestness by kneeling before Prince Errol, swearing her fealty to him as his knight. She pledged to stand by his side through all the trials they were bound to face. I swear that I will dedicate my sword, the one I have trained with all my life and the one I will continue to train with in the future, to you. I vow to stand by your side and overcome all the hardships that come our way with my sword. From this moment on, I, Kania Ernisia, vow to be your knight. Prince Errol was plagued with doubts regarding Princess Kania's alleged knighthood, given her status as a royal princess, and the lack of formal knighthood. Moreover, her actions lacked his prior consent, casting further uncertainty over her claim. To compound his troubles, the eyes of numerous nobles were scrutinizing their every move. The gravity of a knight's oath was immense, especially for someone like Princess Kania, who had reached the esteemed rank of Aura Master. Understanding this, the crowd had no choice but to acknowledge the solemn oath. Amidst this, Prince Errol struggled with a throbbing headache as he realized they had all become pawns in Princess Kania's calculated scheme. In her mind, her decision to follow the naive prince was not solely based on concern. It was a cleverly devised strategy to shape her own destiny and avoid an undesired arranged marriage. Her mother fainted upon hearing the news, while the king's face grew stormy as if he had been taken completely by surprise. Observing the queen's Alara reaction, Prince Errol couldn't help but derive a sense of schadenfreude, considering her recent actions as just desserts for her perpetual torment. However, he also acknowledged that the situation had grown distressingly complicated, and the Queen's Alara 10 divided by 7 divided by 2023 foul mood now hung palpably in the air. Tears welled up in Prince Errol's eyes as the gravity of the situation struck him. He ruefully contemplated his ongoing curse of never experiencing a peaceful birthday, a pattern that seemed to persist since his first birthday. He wished to avoid celebrating future birthdays with such chaotic banquets. The commotion continued after the banquet, but time continued to pass. Preparations for Prince Errol's departure were complete, and it was time for him to bid farewell to his mother and her loyal maid, China. His mother, overwhelmed with melancholy at her son's impending departure, reminisced about the time when he was just a baby, a memory that felt like it had occurred only yesterday to her. Prince Errol promised to visit her often and asked her not to worry too much. His mother confessed that both China and she had been worried when he was a baby because he didn't cry often. However, she expressed her gratitude that he had grown up so seamlessly. After hearing his mother's words, Prince Errol realized that he still had a long way to go. His mother offered him advice not to hesitate to ask for help if he ever got sick. He longed to reassure her, to tell her that his new territory posed no danger. However, he was caught off guard when he discovered that she already knew about his new estate. This revelation forced Prince Errol to confront the fact that, regardless of his experience and abilities, he remained helpless in front of his mother. As his mother bid him goodbye, a wave of emotions overwhelmed the prince, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Independence, after all, represented a divide between parents and their offspring. Even though the prince had the liberty to return at any time, the farewell still stirred up feelings of sadness. Amidst a severe snowstorm, he embarks on a journey toward the kingdom's northernmost region, a vast expanse of frozen land nestled beneath towering icy peaks. His destination is the formidable ice continent, a place that no one has successfully reclaimed. As the prince contemplates the hardness of the frozen soil, he realizes that even iron would likely fail against it if he were to command someone to dig. Prince Errol sticks his head out of the carriage window and ponders the intentions of the nobles who assigned him to this forsaken place. He boldly declares that he will persevere, even if thrown into a lava pit, and boldly claims that he will turn this hostile environment into his personal paradise. Princess Kania, less amused, tells him to stop his tomfoolery and shut the carriage window. Feeling grateful, Prince Errol appreciates his investment in the heat-producing magical tool, and even the cloak gifted by the queen. Despite his initial disdain for it, Princess Kania, unfazed by his dramatics, points out that the carriage is already well insulated and urges him to stop exaggerating, wondering how much money was spent on this carriage. Prince Errol finds himself puzzled by Princess Kania's casual attire despite the chilling temperatures. Using his skills to perceive her mana, he is astonished to discover that she's using mana as insulation. It hadn't crossed his mind that Princess Kania could perform such a feat, and he wonders if she's doing so instinctively. Impressed, Prince Errol compliments her on possessing such an incredible talent, realizing that the prince has noticed her mana insulation ability. Princess Kania assumes it to be a common skill and playfully counters that if she shared this belief with his escort knights, they would likely burst into tears, emphasizing the rarity of her skill. Prince Errol earnestly questions Princess Kania if she harbors any regrets about her choice, emitting an imposing dark aura. She retorts, questioning if his aversion towards her is so great that he can't bear her company. Undeterred by any objections, Princess Kania resolves to accompany Prince Errol, adopting the guise of an apprentice knight. The king, the prince, and even her own mother dedicated an entire day to persuading her, but Princess Kania remained steadfast. She paid no heed to their pleas and subsequently fled. Her actions reflect her unwavering determination and independence. She was willing to defy even her royal family to follow her chosen path. Princess Kania exhibited no remorse for her actions and viewed them as an excellent opportunity. If she had chosen to stay in the palace, she would have undoubtedly been betrothed quickly. Prince Errol, understanding her predicament, expressed surprise at her unmarried status at the age of 19, an age considered ripe for marriage in their society. He speculated that her decision to accompany him might have stemmed from a dislike of confinement. However, Princess Kania intended to embrace her newfound freedom. When the prince asked about her perspective on betrothal, she revealed that she remained unaware of her suitor's identity because she had declined the arrangement without even knowing his name. Hearing this, Prince Errol could only sympathize with the unnamed man, who he imagined must be grateful to him for having been spared the challenge of dealing with Princess Kania's spirited temperament. As their carriage finally arrived at the estate, Prince Errol took in the scene before him. There stood an army of 1,000 soldiers, 200 slaves who would become the new residents of the territory, along with his retinue of alchemists and maids. Gazing at this tableau with unwavering determination in his eyes, he stood on the brink of his grand endeavor to build his own personal paradise amidst the harsh icy wilderness. Prince Errol's initial responsibilities were easily shouldered by Ashap and Sena, who oversaw Fahilia's military. However, when it came to Princess Kania, the prince had no intentions of entrusting her with any tasks at all. His concern was that if she were in charge, the knights' barracks would likely crumble within a day. As Prince Errol observed Princess Kania merrily playing in the snow, he couldn't help but speculate that she wasn't particularly bothered by the cold. Her tireless playfulness since their arrival indicated as much. Seating himself comfortably, Prince Errol prepared to dive into his work, undisturbed by the flurry of activity outside. As he delved into the records, he discovered that Zephahilia had a population of around 10,000 people spread across 12 villages. He realized that reaching each village would require careful planning. The majority of the inhabitants were hunter-gatherers who had lived in the area for generations. There hadn't been an influx of new residents for quite some time, and the population had been steadily declining. As Prince Errol delved deeper into the documents, he uncovered the grim reality that his new territory was not only impoverished but also on a path toward ruin. Surprisingly, even the royal palace had neglected the territory, exempting it from taxation rather than making efforts to improve its conditions. Intrigued about the previous lord, Prince Errol turned his attention to a ledger containing more detailed information. It became apparent that the previous lord had been ambitious, undertaking a grand endeavor to rejuvenate the land. However, due to the territory's substantial deficit, he was forced to borrow money from other regions. Ultimately, the previous lord's ambitious dreams crumbled under the weight of financial struggles, leading to bankruptcy. Frustrated, Prince Errol dismissively closed the ledger, feeling himself sinking into despair as he reflected on the grim prospects of his new territory. He chastised the previous lord, considering him an example of incompetence, and shifted his attention to the map in search of alternative solutions. As he studied the map, Prince Errol wondered if there were any notable features in his land. Given the sparse population, he surmised there must be numerous untouched trees dotting the region. This sparked an idea in his mind: paper, a valuable commodity in their world. If Prince Errol could tap into the territory's resources to produce paper, it might offer a solution to his current predicament. Despite the dire circumstances, Prince Errol felt a surge of optimism, especially since his products were still maintaining steady sales. The next step in his plan was to meet with the village chiefs, who were the true leaders of the territories. If the lord was perceived as incompetent, there had to be capable individuals who had kept the villages alive. Prince Errol sent out directives ensuring that no village chief should be absent. As the chiefs gathered at his estate, Prince Errol immediately recognized their robust strength, likely cultivated from the harsh environment, and the necessity to hunt in the frigid wilderness. He suspected that some of these hardened individuals could probably wrestle with wolves bare-handed. The village chiefs paid their respects to Prince Errol, acknowledging him as their new lord, and they humbly knelt before him. Prince Errol reciprocated their greetings and formally introduced himself, aiming to assert his authority right away. Observing the crowd, Prince Errol noticed a relatively young face among the chiefs. He brought attention to this, not to single out the young man, but to display his perceptiveness and detail-oriented nature. The youthful village chief, taken aback, explained that his ascension was a result of his father's passing earlier in the year. Prince Errol clarified that he hadn't intended to single out the young man, merely to demonstrate his power and show his hospitality. The prince had arranged a warm meal for all the assembled chiefs, considering the hardships of their journey. He believed they would appreciate this thoughtful gesture, and their surprise and gratitude marked it as the first occasion when a lord had shown such generosity. However, Prince Errol had a strategic plan up his sleeve. He was aware of the unwritten social rule that those of lower ranks were often uncomfortable sharing a meal with their superiors, and he decided to exploit this discomfort to his advantage. He cajoled them with false pleasantness, insisting that they should eat, even if it meant depleting his provisions. Reading their expressions, he could see the village chiefs squirming with unease. His intention was to make this gathering the most uncomfortable they had ever experienced. With a wise smile, he privately thought that this might just be the worst feast they'd ever attended. Their responses were filled with anxiety, reminding him of how hard he had practiced while being the subject of Princess Kania's and his escort's amusement. The village chiefs were overjoyed when they discovered that their meal included meat, but Prince Errol expressed regret for not being able to provide them with a more luxurious feast. As they took their first bites, their delighted expressions filled the room with joy. One of them noticed the taste of salt, and the prince was aware of how valuable this commodity was in the region. By sharing the same meal, he sought to forge a bond of unity with the village chiefs. Prince Errol spoke candidly about the harsh reality of their situation, making it clear that adherence to their current way of life would ultimately lead to their downfall. He posed a pointed question, asking if they would prefer a ruler who pursued lofty ideals but disregarded their well-being. His frank declaration stirred some of the chiefs, and some reacted with hostility bred from years of disillusionment. However, Prince Errol remained undeterred, reiterating his point. He warned them that if they continued down their present course for another decade, their homes, their way of life, and everything they held dear would be lost. Prince Errol cautioned the village chiefs that in the days to come, he would issue a series of commands that might not be immediately comprehensible to them. However, he requested their trust in his judgment, assuring them that his intentions were rooted in the welfare of their villages. His boldness moved some of the chiefs, and they began to regard him with deep admiration, likening him to their savior. However, Prince Errol quickly dispelled this image, as he had no desire to be associated with religious fanaticism. The prince promised them that even though it might be troublesome to follow his orders, he would ensure that their lives improved. His first order was to accept the newcomers he had brought along. These people, who were previously enslaved, would receive an education and work at the estate, assisting with various tasks. The village chiefs expressed concern, pointing out that it wasn't their acceptance that was the problem, but rather how the other villagers might react. They wondered if the other residents would accept these newcomers into their community. Prince Errol is well aware of the deeply rooted class divide and assures the village chiefs not to worry about it. He tells them that all they have to do is accept the newcomers and apply subtle pressure while maintaining a diplomatic facade, as they have already taken his sincerity. This causes the village chiefs to tremble in fear and ultimately accept defeat. After the meeting, a young village chief asks if the previous lords were similar to Prince Errol. The old village chief responds with a certain level of skepticism and finds Prince Errol strange. He compares him to the previous lords, as most of the appointed lords never showed interest in the place. The previous lord attempted something but only ended up causing the residents to starve or become injured. Since Prince Errol is just a young boy who recently had his coming-of-age ceremony, and the youngest royal prince at that, the old village chief ponders the reason for his arrival but hopes he won't be as foolish as the previous lord. Upon looking into the young lord's eyes, the old village chief sees an extraordinary spirit that sets him apart from those who had come before. He acknowledges that only time will reveal if this unusual prince could indeed bring about a change for the better. For now, they have no choice but to place their faith in their new young lord. As Prince Errol lounged comfortably on Seta's lap, displaying a certain childlike ease, she inquired whether he was delving into the stack of documents recently handed over by the servants. With a look of concern, Prince Errol acknowledged that he was indeed doing so. He thought back to when he had first assumed control, and his estate was home to nearly 10,000 inhabitants. However, upon meticulous inspection, he noted a decline in the population. Sena then mentioned that the population had dwindled considerably since her last assignment in Fahilia. She acknowledged that the low birth rates were an inevitable consequence of the prevalent poverty in Fahilia. Prince Errol racked his brain for solutions, and his available reserves topped out at approximately 450,000 gold pieces. If he continued operating under the status quo, his funds would be depleted within 50 years. Feeling that he had been set up to fail in Fahilia, he acknowledged the futility of farming in the area, knowing that the previous lord had tried and failed. As he continued to explore potential strategies, the prospect of trading and leveraging the area's unique commodities began to seem like a plausible solution. After pondering for a while, Prince Errol eventually found an idea, and eagerly set out to establish the foundation for his new plan. The first step in rescuing the deteriorating territory involved improving the roads. The frequent snow and lack of proper maintenance had left the ground unstable, and the roads in poor condition. Prince Errol commanded the people of Fahilia to initiate a comprehensive road construction project, promising fair wages for their labor. Although they initially had reservations, the people eventually committed to the task, primarily due to Prince Errol's commitment to cover the construction costs. As the villagers gathered at the project site, they were astonished by the resources at their disposal. One worker, upon inspecting the prince's plans, remarked on the extensive scope of the construction project. Unfazed, Prince Errol assured them that the project's duration was of no consequence, and that he would generously compensate their efforts. Encouraged by his words, the workers became energized, working diligently to complete the road construction while Prince Errol observed their dedication, noting that everyone was striving hard to ensure their livelihoods. Once the road construction was completed, Prince Errol commended the workers for their outstanding efforts and asked them to till the rest of the land. The second step to save the ruined territory involved establishing a merchant company in Fahilia. Initially, most merchants refused due to Folia's desolate reputation, but they were eventually convinced through bribery. Prince Errol successfully set up the merchant company, dealing primarily with everyday essentials needed by the residents. Through the company, he could control prices to ensure fairness and affordability. This strategy not only benefited the residents but also attracted peddlers and small merchants to participate in trade, stimulating economic activity within the territory. For the final step in rescuing the ruined territory, Prince Errol turned to Damon and inquired about the feasibility of producing paper. Despite its relatively low quality, paper made through a process of steaming and weeding fibers held considerable value, as the knowledge to produce it was scarce and expensive. Damon, recognizing the potential value of this product, showed enthusiasm for the idea. However, he was unsure about the production process and asked Prince Errol if he knew of anyone capable of initiating such a project. Prince Errol had already formulated a plan and assured Damon that the uniqueness of their production method would result in a product unlike any other. He presented Damon with a detailed blueprint of the machinery required for paper production, which impressed Damon. However, they couldn't construct it themselves due to its complexity. Damon suggested sending the blueprint to a group of ingenious dwarves in the royal capital, known for their craftsmanship. Prince Errol agreed to this plan. Several days later, the dwarves received the letter and the master blacksmith Ecchi, initially angry, was intrigued when he recognized the sender's name. After reading the contents of the letter, blacksmith Ecchi swiftly left the scene, leaving his apprentice, Ben, curious about its content and its impact on the master dwarf. As Ecchi's shop began to fill with a total of 35 dwarven blacksmiths, they took their positions at the forefront of the gathering. Ecchi, meanwhile, lounged casually with a pipe in hand, displaying a relaxed demeanor that did little to ease the growing curiosity and mild impatience of the assembled crowd. These blacksmiths were typically deeply engrossed in their own work, so interrupting their duties required a significant reason. With beverages lined up before them, misunderstandings began to arise as the blacksmiths assumed that Ecchi was simply indulging in his leisure time and should have been drinking and resting on his own. This uncertainty spread through the assembly, filling the room with tension, and unspoken questions hung in the heavy air. Finally, Ecchi produced a parchment and informed the blacksmiths that a young lad had hand-drawn an intricate blueprint and delivered it to them. The lad needed them to fabricate an item for Fahilia. Among them, a bald-headed blacksmith let out an amused chuckle, playfully calling the child cheeky and speculating that the blueprint might just be a borrowed concept. However, Ecchi dispelled that notion, his demeanor turning serious as he acknowledged having had the same doubts. He then fully revealed the blueprint for everyone to inspect. A stunned silence fell over the gathering as the blacksmiths examined the detailed design before them. Doubts began to creep in, giving rise to questions about the blueprint's seriousness. The blueprint displayed on the table was far from ordinary, it was a significant challenge. With an authoritative tone, Ecchi disclosed the true purpose of the blueprint. It outlined the construction of a machine designed to produce paper, evoking memories of an event 5 years ago when an individual from the East had harbored a similar ambition. Unfortunately, the collective skills of the blacksmiths at the time had proven insufficient, unable to meet the high standards required. The resulting sense of humiliation and shame had been so overwhelming that they had nearly abandoned their hammers in despair. Lifting the blueprint for all to see, Ecchi made a proud declaration, revealing that an innovator in Fahilia had managed to conceptualize the technologies and ideas that had been beyond their grasp half a decade ago. Now, this innovator sought their assistance in bringing this vision to life. As the fire of determination gleamed in their eyes, Ecchi released a weary sigh, conveying a clear message. If none among them had the courage to accept this challenge, he was ready to step up to the task alone. His words subtly pushed the other blacksmiths, casting doubt on their resolve and disheartening Ponytail Smith, who earnestly pleaded with Ecchi to reconsider. Another blacksmith stepped in, pointing out the significant workload that Ecchi would inevitably leave behind. However, he reassured them that he would pass his responsibilities on to his unsuspecting apprentice. Furthermore, if Ecchi were the sole one to depart, they would face a labor shortage in Fahilia, causing the murmurs of discontent to abruptly cease. Suddenly, each blacksmith vied to join the project, clamoring over one another to get closer to Ecchi and his captivating blueprint. Excuses filled the air, with some arguing that their presence on a mere business trip was justified. Ecchi, having anticipated this commotion, observed how the blueprint had ignited a spark of interest among the blacksmiths. Their previously expressed doubts had transformed into an uncontrollable frenzy, and as chaos ensued, Ecchi raised his voice, booming above the clamor. His words demanded an immediate end to the frenzied scrambling. He stated that if everyone rushed into this endeavor, the forge would be left unmanned, potentially causing a disaster for their ongoing commitments. He declared that only half of the crowd could embark on this journey, prompting everyone to exchange heated glances as they weighed their options. Ecchi stood firm in his decision, proposing that they needed to determine who would participate in this journey. His idea found unanimous agreement among the crowd. A moment later, Ben checked up on his master, only to stumble upon a chaotic scene, a surprisingly physical solution to the problem of allowing only half of the blacksmiths to go to Fahilia. It appeared that the blacksmiths were resolving their disagreements through a free-for-all fistfight, a rough and tumultuous melee where no punches were held back. They even resorted to yanking each other's beards, adhering to the unspoken code of dwarf blacksmiths, dedicated craftsmen of the forge for generations. Observing the commotion, Ben gently closed the door, not wanting to interrupt their intense confrontation. Apparently, he was no stranger to this particular method of conflict resolution. Meanwhile, Prince Errol lounged lazily in his domain, calculating that it would take at least 5 days for the dwarves to reach him. He wondered how to pass the time until their arrival. With excitement, he leaped from his chair, which was oddly placed on the bed. In any case, he always manages to discover a quick route back to his cozy comfort zone, free from any immediate responsibilities. Prince Errol wraps himself in a snug blanket, forming a comfy cocoon, and entertains a delightful thought, a nap. However, his plan is abruptly disrupted by a sudden, ear-piercing screech from the skies. Annoyed by the disturbance, the prince stirs and wonders why a fly has suddenly become so loud. Peering out of the window, he spots the fly plummeting downward, an unusual sight given a fly's ability to, well, fly. Prince Errol's confusion deepens as he ponders how such a young griffin managed to reach his room in the first place, let alone execute such a swift descent. The situation becomes even stranger as Princess Kania enters the scene just in time to catch the falling fly. With a soothing whisper, she reassures the fly that she will assist it in soaring higher and launches it back into the air with a powerful toss. At that moment, Prince Errol emerges from the castle and questions Princess Kania, asking if the fly had misbehaved, perhaps tugging at her dress. The princess denies any wrongdoing on the fly's part, explaining that she was engaged in a training exercise and was distracted by the prince, causing her to miss catching the fly on its descent. The sight of the sprawled fly reminds him of a scene involving Yamcha, leaving Prince Errol alarmed by what he has witnessed. He presses Princess Kania about her intentions, to which she insists it was a mere misunderstanding, nearly a training exercise. This leaves the prince astonished as he contemplates whether her actions could be considered as training or perhaps bordering on mistreatment. As the story unfolds, we now have a complete sequence of events that led to the earlier spectacle. While everyone else had been assigned various tasks, Princess Kania found herself with no duties, free as a bird and casually watering the castle grounds. Asha and Sina were deeply immersed in their respective duties, leaving little time for her. Consequently, her daily routine revolved around indulging in meals, training, honing her swordsmanship skills, followed by sleep, and then repeating the cycle. Being the restless spirit that she was, boredom soon took hold of her. During her snack break, fate intervened as flies caught Princess Kania's attention while she was enjoying herself in the castle garden. This chance encounter sparked a brilliant idea in her mind. Little did she know that this would mark the unfortunate beginning of Fly's ordeal. Princess Kania made her intentions crystal clear. Fly was destined to become a riding beast, and his training needed to commence without delay. Witnessing her unyielding training regimen for the seemingly distressed griffin, Prince Errol discerned the motive behind her actions. He observed as Kania attempted to rouse Fly by shaking him, much like a child with a stuffed bear. He brooded over this scene, regretting that he should have also imparted common sense to Princess Kania alongside her swordsmanship lessons. With everyone else occupied and himself having some free time, he contemplated the idea of engaging in some sibling play with Kenya. However, his past experiences with blood relatives, characterized by strained relationships and frequent conflicts, made him uncertain about how to proceed in this unfamiliar situation. Deep in thought, he swooped in and rescued Fly from Kania's clutches, setting the creature free. This act left Princess Kania bewildered, abruptly ending her training session. Tears of relief streamed down Fly's face as he took off, finally liberated from his strenuous ordeal. Prince Errol presented himself as Fly's savior and declared that he should strive to be an exemplary younger brother in this life. With Fly out of the picture, he suggested to Kania that they should spend the day playing together. During a tense chess match with Prince Errol, Princess Kania's patience wore thin. While she possessed a basic understanding of the game, it proved to be too challenging. Succumbing to her frustration, she sent the chessboard flying, catching Prince Errol off guard, as he hadn't expected such a dramatic reaction to a mere game. But Princess Kania wasn't finished. She voiced her complaints, criticizing Prince Errol for not simplifying the game for her. Declaring her intention to quit, she expressed her frustration with the game's demanding nature. Prince Errol had chosen chess precisely to stay indoors and avoid going outside. Recognizing Princess Kania's struggles, he offered a solution by handing her a mystical artifact, assuring her that it would enhance her cognitive abilities. In their rematch, Prince Errol's extensive expertise became evident, making him feel somewhat guilty as they played. He hoped that the mystic relic would give Princess Kania a fighting chance. However, the atmosphere grew tense as Princess Kania's increasing anxiety became palpable. As time passed, the mystical relic, unable to contain the energy it channeled, suddenly shattered. Fueled by her mounting frustration, Princess Kania unsheathed her sword with swift precision and sliced the chessboard into neat quadrants. Prince Errol could only watch in disbelief. He wanted to explain that the board was not just a pastime, it was a work of art. After Princess Kania's bold move, she turned to Prince Errol, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, and inquired about their alternatives now that chess was off the table. Slightly off balance, Prince Errol took a moment to respond. Going outside into the cold was hardly appealing, so he attempted to redirect the situation by asking about her hobbies during her free time. He revealed that Princess Kania spent her time training relentlessly. The difference in their lifestyles became apparent, with Prince Errol accustomed to leisurely pursuits while Princess Kania dedicated herself to martial training. This stark contrast made him reflect on his own choices. Suddenly, a familiar sound filled the air, and the hunger between them became evident. Prince Errol seized this opportunity and proposed a culinary adventure. While Princess Kania initially met the idea with skepticism, the notion of cooking a meal together could potentially provide the bonding experience they needed. Despite Princess Kania's notorious reputation for culinary disasters, she questioned the necessity of such a skill. Prince Errol countered by suggesting that a noble of her stature should be competent enough to prepare a basic meal. Throughout history, nobles faced unforeseen challenges during their adventures, and cooking was an essential skill set. He presented her with a slew of persuasive reasons, and reluctantly, she conceded to the prince's culinary endeavor. Eager to boost her morale, Prince Errol assured her of his unwavering support, and asked if she was ready for their maiden attempt at creating a stew. A stew, essentially a mixture of carefully selected meats or vegetables, was a common dish during travels due to its simplicity and low risk of going wrong. Prince Errol hoped that their culinary journey would not turn into a deadly food adventure. As Princess Kania embarked on her culinary efforts, Prince Errol was genuinely impressed with her knife skills, a sentiment he did not hesitate to share. Boosted by his compliment, she confidently proceeded with the recipe. He directed her to add the finely chopped ingredients to the cauldron, followed by a meticulous addition of spices and herbs. With everything in place, they allowed the stew to simmer, melding the flavors until every piece was perfectly tender, even better than Mama's. To Princess Kania's astonishment, the stew turned out to be a success, far surpassing her initial fears. Prince Errol shared his delight, fondly remembering the times when he was a novice cook himself. He humorously remarked that, considering how little he had contributed, Princess Kania's budding culinary skills were undeniably impressive. As he contemplated the day's events, Prince Errol felt content that what had started as an unplanned chess duel had evolved into a delightful collaborative endeavor. With their meal coming to an end, he looked forward to nothing more than a peaceful nap. A butler hurried toward him, carrying urgent news that nearly caused the prince to spit out his stew. He had been clear about his desire for solitude on his day off, making the interruption by the staff members all the more startling. The reason behind this unexpected interruption soon became apparent. The attendant delivered news of an unscheduled visitation, as a group of dwarves had made an imposing entrance. They were encamped outside the estate's entrance, armed with various tools, and they issued bold ultimatums, demanding an audience with the prince. Annoyed by this unforeseen turn of events, Prince Errol now had to contemplate how to handle this new challenge. Their unannounced presence in Phahalia was highly unusual, and as the prince mentally prepared himself to engage with the dwarves, the conversation took a sudden, confrontational turn. A burly dwarf named Ecchi pointedly inquired if Prince Errol was responsible for a certain blueprint. Without waiting for a response, Asha, fiercely protective and quick-tempered, brandished her weapon and demanded that Ecchi correct his tone. In an attempt to diffuse the escalating tension, Prince Errol moved to calm Asha's anger. Dwarves, while familiar with human etiquette and power dynamics, often preferred a more equal approach, especially those like Ecchi, whose reputation in craftsmanship was unrivaled. Such dwarves occasionally displayed a rough demeanor, taking pride in their skills over formalities. Seeking to avoid an escalating argument that could lead to a physical confrontation, Prince Errol admitted that he was the one who had drawn the blueprint. However, Ecchi, with a deep suspicion in his eyes, countered, insinuating that the prince might be shielding the true genius behind the blueprint. As the tension in the room reached a breaking point and Prince Errol's patience wore thin, he issued a heated command to Asha. However, just before swords could be drawn and grievances escalated, a group of seasoned butlers, skilled at mitigating such altercations, promptly intervened. They managed to prevent a brawl from breaking out and worked diligently to keep the peace, recognizing that the discussions were best settled through dialogue rather than duels. Amidst murmurs and exchanged glances, Ecchi and his fellow dwarf blacksmiths harbored skepticism regarding Prince Errol's claims about the blueprint. Despite Prince Errol's repeated statements, doubt still lingered, leaving the prince puzzled about their early arrival at his estate. He noted that a prior letter would have ensured a more suitable welcome. To Ecchi, letters symbolized incomplete and insincere dialogues, which he found distasteful. His primary concern revolved around the legitimacy of the commission mentioned in the earlier letter. Prince Errol sought to allay these concerns by highlighting Folia's shortage of skilled blacksmiths, and the intricate nature of the designs within the blueprints, which led Ecchi to voice a belief that they were beyond the capabilities of mere humans. In Prince Errol's understanding, only the dexterous hands and sharp minds of dwarves could bring such a machine to life. Unyielding in his claim, Prince Errol even went so far as to label himself a genius in the process. However, the boldness of Prince Errol's assertions left the blacksmiths baffled, and in their eyes, his grand proclamations bordered on madness. Unbeknownst to them, this was precisely the reaction Prince Errol had hoped to provoke. He was well aware that sometimes mirroring what seemed irrational could be the key to persuading the staunchly skeptical. Before delving into the intricacies of payment, Ecchi interjected with an air of finality, emphasizing that they hadn't traveled to Prince Errol's abode with mere commerce in mind. Their decision had been solidified long before their arrival, and their interest lay not in the prince's wealth or promises, but rather in the allure of the project itself. Prince Errol still sought clarity regarding the blacksmith's intentions, especially considering that no discussions had been held concerning costs and labor estimates. Ecchi's dismissal of these financial aspects was not reckless but rather a calculated choice. He had detected the blueprint's incompleteness and realized that the remaining pieces were leveraged. The blacksmiths would need to commit before the prince would unveil the entirety of his vision, with the anticipation of seeing the blueprint's full extent palpably hanging in the air. Prince Errol's reluctance to reveal it remained a strategic move. The prince held a piece of the puzzle close, and as Ecchi attempted to charm his way into obtaining the rest of the blueprint, it unfortunately did not sway Prince Errol. With the blueprint right in front of the dwarves, Ecchi couldn't resist reaching for it, only to find himself teased by Prince Errol, who began pulling the blueprint away from his grasp. Ecchi's already simmering temper flared, and his eyes flashed as he questioned the prince's intentions. This was not just an ordinary trinket or a mere piece of art, it was an intricate device that, once constructed, had the potential to transform their world. However, Prince Errol appeared to be almost playful in his reluctance to reveal everything. Prince Errol made it explicitly clear that he wasn't prepared to disclose the entirety of the blueprint. Instead, he directed Ecchi to first construct the portion detailed in the fragment he was willing to share. Only upon the successful completion of that portion would the prince consider revealing more. Ecchi's temper flared at the terms set by the prince, but he had little choice. To gain the prince's confidence, they would need to honor his request. With a determined nod, Ecchi accepted the offered blueprint fragment and vowed to return once it was successfully executed. While Prince Errol hadn't expected the intense interest the blacksmith showed in his design, their reaction prompted a shift in his strategy. Instead of readily providing the entire blueprint, he saw an opportunity to further ignite the dwarves' zeal by dangling the remaining pieces just out of their reach. A day later, Ecchi presented the first completed piece to Prince Errol. The signs of fatigue on the dwarf's face were evident, but the prince was eager to progress quickly and handed them another fragment of the blueprint. However, his enthusiasm was tempered by a growing unease. It became clear that the dwarves were sacrificing sleep in their zeal to see the project through. Each time Ecchi and his team returned, they brought with them another perfectly crafted component, a testament to their remarkable skill and dedication. Prince Errol couldn't help but marvel at the speed and precision with which they worked, completing tasks in days rather than the weeks he had initially estimated. Finally, after an intense period of continuous work, the machine stood in its entirety. Damon handed over the result of their combined endeavor, pristine sheets of paper, a flawless outcome of the device's operations. Brimming with pride, Prince Errol couldn't help but voice his belief that the machine's success was a result of his ingenious design. However, Ecchi was not pleased with the prince's loud self-praise, as it was the dwarves' relentless effort and unparalleled craftsmanship that had brought the prince's vision to life. Prince Errol's innovation was revolutionary for Phahalia. By mechanizing the paper production process, he drastically shortened the traditional time it took to make paper. Given Phahalia's abundance of timber, there was no shortage of raw materials, ensuring the factory's uninterrupted operation for years to come. When Ecchi inquired about the prince's satisfaction with the machine they had constructed, Prince Errol's contented response was evident. But Prince Errol's ambitions didn't stop at just one machine. He envisioned an entire facility filled with these paper-making marvels, enhancing production exponentially. It was evident that Prince Errol had commerce in mind. The rapid rate of production hinted at an imminent influx of paper into the market, and it was only a matter of time before he began trading it. Soon, a figure approached the bustling factory site, introducing himself as Lycan Ironwrist. He was a direct link to Prince Errol's maternal lineage, being the younger brother of the prince's mother. Prince Errol had reached out to his maternal side, expressing his desire for a trustworthy family member to oversee the burgeoning paper trade. Without hesitation, Uncle Lycan had answered the prince's call, signifying the importance and potential prosperity of the venture. As Lycan was shown the stacks of pristine paper, his eyebrows rose in astonishment, as the smooth, even sheets were unlike anything he had ever seen. He had anticipated receiving a regular and rudimentary product, but what he encountered exceeded all expectations, challenging the very definition of paper. Initially skeptical, Lycan had prepared himself for potential disappointment. However, the paper introduced by Prince Errol not only demonstrated superior quality, but also came at a more affordable price point. Their primary concern now centered on the potential reaction of the existing paper merchants to the prince's revolutionary products. Prince Errol managed to assuage Lycan's fears, emphasizing that there should be no cause for concern, as their product differed vastly from what was currently available on the market. Without delay, Lycan proposed the development of a strategic sales plan. Given their dwindling revenue, he intended to focus on distributing the paper to areas with the most pressing needs. Prince Errol watched Lycan growing ever more certain of his uncle's abilities and integrity in his new role as a merchant. At that moment, the prince realized that his ambitious plan to amass a fortune was on the verge of unfolding. Just a few days later, Lycan had masterminded a successful paper distribution strategy, and with the deft skills of the dwarf blacksmiths, their factory was filled with innovative machines. Remarkably, the diligent dwarves completed their tasks in less than a day, signaling their readiness to depart from Phahalia. In gratitude, Prince Errol intended to host a lavish feast in their honor to mark the success of their collaborative efforts. However, Ecchi noted the backlog of commitments awaiting them, suggesting that their apprentices might very well struggle without their supervision if they lingered in Phahalia. As a parting gesture, Ecchi assured the prince of their continued alliance. Should Prince Errol require their expertise again, a simple summons would suffice, and they would prioritize his request above all. Prince Errol marveled at the unwavering commitment of the dwarf blacksmiths to their craft, their swift departure serving as a testament to their dedication. He found himself torn between admiration for their professionalism and perplexity at their seemingly abrupt departure. Nonetheless, gratitude swelled within him for the role they played in bringing his vision to life and his start in adding another product to the market. The debut of Prince Errol's paper in the market created a sensation. Its quality rivaled disbelief among the masses who had never before held such a superior product in their hands. It wasn't just the unparalleled quality that left people astounded, but also the affordability that accompanied it. Whispered conversations transformed into loud praises, applauding the resilience, finesse, and economic value of the prince's invention. However, the paper was not the only testament to Prince Errol's visionary leadership. Stories also spread about his ambitious road construction projects, further enhancing his reputation as a forward-thinking leader. The combined allure of the paper's quality and its cost-effectiveness quickly captivated the affluent circles of society. As the crisp sheets passed through the king's fingers, he sensed a significant deviation from the customary parchment. He was accustomed to it. He inquired of his butler, curious about the switch in materials when he discovered that this superior and more affordable paper originated from Phahalia under Prince Errol's governance. A mix of astonishment and pride illuminated the king's features, and a knowing smile graced his lips. Such ingenuity was precisely what he had always hoped to witness from his son. The butler's further revelation about Phahalia's forthcoming tax contributions only deepened the king's satisfaction. In a relatively brief span, The struggling territory of Phahalia had seen a significant economic revival, a feat that spoke volumes of the prince's leadership. The king felt a profound connection with the prince, recognizing the vision and drive that motivated the young ruler's actions. Back in the comforts of Phahalia, Prince Errol resumed his favorite pastime, lounging around in the luxurious embrace of his bed. A sudden, almost whimsical feeling struck him, as if someone, somewhere, was weaving tall tales about his exploits. Little did they know, many of his impressive achievements often stemmed from unintended consequences of his actions. However, speculating on distant whispers was not on his agenda for the day. With paper sales flourishing and Phahalia's coffers filling, the prince decided he had earned his break. Today, like many before, was designated for leisure, and nothing was going to keep him from savoring every moment of it. At the heart of the kingdom, in an opulent room adorned with golden trims and lush draperies, the queen and the first prince indulged in a mid-afternoon tea. The prince took a delicate sip, only to find the flavor richer and more refined than usual. The queen, with a graceful but sinister smile, mentioned that the tea was a token of gratitude from Prince Errol, thanking her for the coach she had sent. The first prince chuckled and expected nothing less from Prince Errol, as he had caught wind of Phahalia's rapid rejuvenation and was both intrigued and proud of his younger brother's accomplishments. However, there was a subtle change in the queen's demeanor that caught the first prince's eye, a fleeting tremor of unease, perhaps. When he inquired, the queen, ever the master of diverting attention, deflected the question and spoke of an ornament that didn't quite catch her fancy. Yet her mind lingered on Prince Errol's pristine white suit, wondering about the man he had become and the future that awaited him. The first prince's entry deepened the conversation as the queen described the ornament's tenacity to reappear despite her efforts to put it away. It was a mystery how this simple piece could be so persistent. Recognizing the subtle tension in the atmosphere, the queen deftly changed the subject to the prince's newly acquired sword. The prince gratefully acknowledged its craftsmanship, praising the renowned skills of the blacksmiths. Every curve and gleam of the blade testified to their unparalleled expertise. The queen's demeanor suddenly shifted, reminding Prince Gila of the weighty responsibilities that lay on his shoulders as the future king. She impressed upon him that projecting a regal stature was an intrinsic part of his role, urging him to embody the demeanor and mindset of a monarch. Prince Gila absorbed his mother's words, aligning with her expectations without reservation. However, the queen seemed to harbor lingering resentment toward the unexpected gesture from Prince Errol, who had developed the paper in Phahalia as a token of gratitude for the coat. The notoriety of this development seemed inescapable, persistently reaching the queen's ears despite her attempts to distance herself from it. Furthermore, it became a source of ridicule, casting a shadow on her family's reputation, much to her dismay. The queen, known by her birth name Aaliyah Prash, hailed from a lineage that monopolized the paper trade within the realm. The Prash family was the sole proprietor of a lucrative business that imported exclusive varieties of paper from foreign lands. Historically, there were two primary sources for paper imports, one from the Merman Empire and the other from the distant realms of the eastern continent. However, due to historical skirmishes and conflicts with the kingdom, the importation of paper from those territories was staunchly prohibited, severing ties and trade relations. This embargo had inadvertently placed the Prash family in an advantageous position, granting them an uncontested monopoly on the lucrative eastern trade routes. Their exclusive access to these connections allowed them to amass substantial wealth, flourishing over the generations as the dominant force in the kingdom's paper commerce sector. A surge of resentment overwhelmed the queen. In her perspective, her family had bestowed the kingdom with unmatched luxury, providing goods that were previously unattainable for most. It was hard for her to accept that the alliances and loyalties cultivated over the years would unravel so rapidly over a new product. Her anger was solely directed at Prince Errol. She perceived his innovations as a direct assault on her family's legacy, a legacy that had enriched the kingdom for generations. It appeared as though Prince Errol's ingenuity had tarnished the Prash family's monopoly, an act she considered tantamount to betrayal. With her heart pounding in her chest, she stormed into her private chambers. Her movements were a frenetic dance of rage and desperation as she hastily rummaged through a drawer, retrieving a piece of parchment before immersing herself in the furious act of writing a letter. Her hands moved with fervor, and the ink barely had time to dry as her thoughts translated into dark, determined strokes on the page. As she concluded her missive, a sense of resolve settled in her heart. It was clear that the time for passive observation had passed. The queen could no longer afford to sit idly by, allowing Prince Errol to advance his ventures unimpeded. The line had been drawn, and the queen was prepared to defend her family's honor, even if it meant igniting a fire that could threaten the very foundations of their kingdom. In the soft moonlight, a mysterious figure, cloaked in a hood, disembarks from a carriage and slips into a nearby building. Inside, a wicked smile and a low, audible chuckle can be heard. Suddenly, the lights flicker on, revealing the manager, Ian, who warmly welcomes their guest, none other than Prince Errol. Time seemed to have passed swiftly, as it had already been a year and a half since he ventured into this shadowy part of the world. As the manager enthusiastically greeted him and inquired if he was seeking individuals who met the same criteria as before, Prince Errol dismissed the proposal. His requirements had changed this time around. Now, he was in search of individuals who could withstand the harshness of cold environments with exceptional stamina. This second venture was nothing short of exceptional. The prince emphasized his intention to acquire individuals who were genuinely resilient. Manager Ian, curious about the purpose of these individuals, inquired further. Prince Errol explained that he aimed to assemble a group of people who could not only contribute to the growing industries in Phahalia, but also potentially find a new sense of purpose and freedom within the kingdom's borders. He acknowledged the moral ambiguities surrounding the slave trade but held on to hope and the belief that he could offer these individuals a life far removed from the suffering and inhumanity that had characterized their past. In response, Prince Errol raised his hand, showing 5 fingers. Initially, manager Ian assumed that the prince was requesting 500 individuals. However, he was astounded when Prince Errol specified his actual demand, an astonishing total of 5,000 individuals to be incorporated into his forces. This left the manager flabbergasted but also filled with excitement at the magnitude of this transaction. Prince Errol smugly inquired if the manager could be entrusted with this task. The manager eagerly embraced this profound duty, pledging to fulfill it with the utmost dedication and precision. This commitment brought a smirk to the prince's face, as he genuinely believed that money was the most effective tool ever invented. In just a matter of weeks, Prince Errol was evaluating the quality of swords forged by the dwarf blacksmiths, finding them to be impeccable. These swords were intended for the new slaves he had recently received from manager Ian. As he trained these slaves, he asked Aiken and the dwarves to craft weapons and equipment for them, unaware of the dwarves' remarkable ability to produce enough equipment to arm an astounding force of 5,000 individuals in such a limited time span. When Prince Errol initially welcomed his new guards, they were overwhelmed by despair. However, he nurtured them meticulously through kindness and created an environment that ignited newfound enthusiasm during their training sessions. Under Prince Errol's guidance, these individuals who were once enslaved blossomed into dedicated soldiers displaying unwavering loyalty to him. Recognizing the strides they had made, the prince entrusted them with the task of protecting the village and the roads. After completing his extensive list of tasks, he now contemplated the idea of unwinding. However, under the cover of darkness, an unknown faction approached the grounds of a paper company with nefarious intentions. Their goal was to either take control of the renowned paper factory or bring it to ruins. From a vantage point atop a cliff, an enigmatic figure, concealed behind a mask, vigilantly observed the unfolding situation. They were well aware that the successful execution of their sinister plan would deal a significant blow to Phahalia's economic stability. This vigilant masked individual knew that their client harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the ruler of Phahalia. Nonetheless, the operatives of the mask remained unwavering in their commitment to their core objectives, as this personal grudge was unrelated to their mission. Noticing minimal resistance, merely a pair of guards blocking their path, the masked figure found the task of neutralizing them relatively straightforward. After dispatching the guards with ease, the figure received new orders to eliminate all the staff within the factory and render the machinery inoperable. To their astonishment, they found the building empty. The masked operative was surprised by the sudden illumination from a nearby source, mistaking it for some form of sorcery. Almost immediately, soldiers stormed the building, alerting others to the presence of intruders on the premises. Having already apprehended a few of them outdoors, orders swiftly came down the chain of command to capture the masked figures, with a stern directive to use lethal force if they encountered resistance. Caught in a state of panic, the masked operative contemplated a hasty retreat but found themselves encircled and ambushed by the guards. Stunned by the revelation that their intelligence was incorrect, as earlier information had indicated that Phahalia had only a small force of around 200 guards, the intruders were taken aback. Prince Errol, accompanied by Asha and Sina, arrived at the critical site fully prepared to confront the attack on the factory. The masked operative, cornered and outnumbered, opted for immediate surrender, admitting to carrying out the orders given to them. However, Prince Errol reprimanded the masked intruders, emphasizing the gravity of their offenses, which included trespassing on a noble lord's domain without permission and plotting to damage invaluable resources. He issued explicit commands to his soldiers to interrogate the captives and take all necessary measures to prevent any possibility of escape or evasion of justice, even if it meant resorting to lethal force. Ashao and Sina eagerly complied with the prince's directives. Meanwhile, the masked individual pleaded fervently for mercy, attributing their actions to ignorance. Just as the prince prepared to depart, the masked individual's pleas echoed throughout the structure, a stark testament to the severity of their impending punishment. Under normal circumstances, Prince Errol might have overlooked this incident as a minor inconvenience. However, there were boundaries he strictly upheld within his realm. The safety and well-being of his family, friends, and possessions were sacred to him. Simply put, Prince Errol would never tolerate anyone coveting what belonged to him. He was known to address such issues with unwavering resolve, leaving no room for doubt or hesitation. This steadfast approach had been forged through countless cycles of experiences and learning from his past incarnations. The pressing question that remained was whether the prince would finally find some time to rest and relax. On a snowy day, Prince Errol found himself grappling with exhaustion. He had spent hours interrogating and processing the intruders, as mandated by the realm's laws. It seemed their fates were sealed, destined to serve as slaves for the remainder of their lives. Despite the lengthy interrogation, Prince Errol had extracted little of value, as the intruders appeared to be unaware of their client. It was a frustrating and fruitless endeavor. Nevertheless, Prince Errol knew he needed to bring this case to a temporary close. Prince Errol felt a sense of resolution, with only a few minor issues left to address. The pressing matters seemed to be largely under control, allowing him a moment to ponder his next steps. Fueled by a newfound eagerness to embark on a different path, he felt a surge of excitement for what lay ahead. He approached the door, his heart swelling with anticipation. As the door swung open, it revealed not just a path to a new room, but a shimmering teleportation magic circle, a gateway to uncharted territories and adventures. Prince Errol had entrusted the brilliant Payan with the construction of this intricate device, channeling a significant portion of the royal treasury into its meticulous assembly and fine-tuning of magical instruments, which now stood completed before him. The prince chose not to dwell on the extravagant expenses involved in its creation. Instead, he found himself in awe of Payan's insight into the trade, clearly displaying the hallmark of a seasoned businessman. Almost inadvertently, Prince Errol had become a frequent patron, consistently drawn to the expertise and craftsmanship that Payan offered. A sudden wave of homesickness washed over the prince, reminding him of the time that had passed since he last visited his mother's home. Driven by a longing for home, he decided that the teleportation circle would serve as his pathway back. With a sense of eagerness, Prince Errol placed a radiant crystal onto the designated section of the device, initiating the activation sequence of the teleportation circle. As the mechanism vibrated with growing energy, he grasped that its successful operation hinged significantly on the efforts of those, including Mang, responsible for the other segment of the teleportation circle. While the contraption gradually amassed power, Prince Errol urged Princess Kania to brace herself for their departure. However, Princess Kania appeared somewhat unwilling to make the journey home, questioning the necessity of their immediate return. With a calming demeanor, Prince Errol clarified the wonders of teleportation magic, emphasizing how fast it would transport them home. Conveying a tinge of worry, he inquired if she had any engagements that day, eager to ensure he wasn't imposing on her time. While Princess Kania had no prior commitments, her voice carried a hint of hesitation. Sensing this, Prince Errol asked if something was bothering her. She openly shared her anxieties about facing her mother, especially after their recent altercation. Taking a nurturing approach, Prince Errol suggested that this journey could provide a golden opportunity to rebuild bridges with her mother. Battling her anxiety, Princess Kania eventually gave in. Her slender frame clung to Prince Errol, and with a calming voice, he guaranteed her safety, assuring her that the only thing they needed to worry about was motion sickness. As the magic circle reached its peak of activation, he urged her to brace herself for the voyage, vowing to shield her as they prepared to return to their homeland. However, as the apparatus activated, Princess Kania's anxiety surged, and her voice trembled as she sought affirmation of their safety. Before Prince Errol could offer soothing words, his voice was silenced by Princess Kania's firm grip on his neck. In a heartbeat, the spell whisked them back to a familiar setting. Once there, Prince Errol was engulfed in waves of nostalgia. A torrent of childhood memories playing with Princess Kania on the palace grounds resurfaced vividly. He experienced a jolt of homesickness, realizing the depths of his longing for this place brimming with memories. Without any delay, he stretched out on the verdant grass, basking in the comforting warmth and familiar embrace it offered. Their moment of comfort was briefly interrupted by a familiar face, Chiana, the prince's former nanny. She welcomed them with a mix of exhilaration and apprehension, the latter stemming from her responsibility in overseeing the magical circle at the palace's end. She quickly informed Prince Errol that his mother was inside, eagerly awaiting to see him. Simultaneously, Princess Kania was greeted by her maid, bearing news that her mother, too, was anxiously awaiting her arrival. Realizing that it was time to separate, Prince Errol encouraged Princess Kania to alleviate her mother's concerns with assurances of her safety and well-being. As he raced toward the palace, Prince Errol found himself consumed by a whirlwind of thoughts, primarily centered around his mother's well-being and happiness. The promise he had made to return before embarking on his journey now stirred a mix of excitement and unease within him. As he approached the doorway, he readied himself for the comforting embrace of his mother. Upon their reunion, the joy radiating between them was unmistakable, evident in their gentle and heartfelt hug. She shared that Uncle Lycan had consistently sent letters about Prince Errol's well-being ever since he started working under him. While these distant reassurances had offered her some peace, they couldn't compare to the profound joy she felt at this moment, witnessing her son alive and vibrant before her. Without hesitation, he took his mother's hand, eager to share his experiences. Prince Errol began recounting his adventures in Folia with zest and enthusiasm. He vividly described the magical land where, against all odds, rabbits thrived amidst the relentless snow and harsh elements. His mother's eyes sparkled with childlike joy at the mention of these creatures. Prince Errol tactfully skipped over the part about their surprisingly enormous size. As they immersed themselves in delightful back and forth stories and laughter, Prince Errol's sharp senses detected the approach of several figures. The sudden arrival of the Queen marked an unexpected turn in their heartfelt reunion. To Prince Errol, her astonishment at his return seemed somewhat rehearsed, especially since his return had been formally announced. A spark of doubt flickered within him as he noticed a mismatch between her facial expressions and actions, sensing an unspoken tension that unsettled him. Determined to uncover the truth, Prince Errol cautiously delved further, asking her about her well-being and Prince Giles. He caught a glimpse of momentary irritation on the Queen's face, though she swiftly concealed it, steering the conversation skillfully toward discussing developments in Fahilia. Despite her efforts to maintain a facade of tranquility, Prince Errol couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that something was amiss, prompting him to proceed with caution. As he casually mentioned the prevailing joy among his people due to the revolutionary paper products he had initiated, he sensed a conspicuous shift in the room's energy, and the Queen appeared notably annoyed by his remarks. As the discussion continued, she honestly acknowledged swirling rumors about the paper products, further escalating Prince Errol's caution and intrigue. The conversation concluded abruptly with the Queen taking her leave, bidding him to take care of himself, her parting words carrying an undertone of seemingly artificial concern for Prince Errol. Once the Queen had departed, Lady Livonia didn't hesitate to comment on the noticeable shift in the Queen's attitude. Prince Errol chose to dismiss it, suggesting that perhaps she was simply having an off day. Yet amidst the blossoms and serene waters of the palace gardens, he couldn't deny the storm that was brewing. The unsettling interaction with the Queen seemed to align all too well with the dark whispers and troubling occurrences emerging from the corners of the kingdom. Within him, a silent vow took shape, solidifying his resolve to stand guard and be ready to face what seemed like an inevitable confrontation looming on the horizon. The air hummed with the energy of the activating magic, setting the stage for their departure. As their visit to the royal palace drew to a close, Prince Errol and Princess Kania returned to the teleportation circle, where Lady Lavanna and China bid them farewell. Prince Errol couldn't help but worry about Princess Kania's meeting with her mother. His curiosity got the best of him, and he asked her about the outcome of their conversation. She responded casually, assuring him that everything had been resolved. In a playful gesture, she slapped him on the back, leaving him with a slight injury. As the magic teleportation circle neared completion, Prince Errol and Princess Kania exchanged heartfelt goodbyes with their family. In the days following their return to Folia, Prince Errol found himself grappling with a new situation, as anxiety enveloped him while considering the necessity of recruiting mages for his estate. Several compelling reasons urged him in this direction, including the management of the teleportation magic circle, its convenience for his role as a lord, its potential in accelerating crop growth to counter deforestation caused by paper production, and its role in fortifying the estate's defenses against potential attacks. Despite financial constraints not being an issue, Prince Errol couldn't shake off the nagging thought of how the outcome of the recent factory raid might have differed had mages orchestrated the attack. He recognized that acquiring the assistance of mages was more than a convenience, it was a vital tactical move. Armed with this insight, he posted a recruitment notice aimed at attracting skilled and seasoned wizards willing to establish residence and dedicate their services to him. Prince Errol also contemplated seeking aid from the Magic Tower, but was cautious of the tower's extensive influence and the potential difficulties in navigating it. He believed that the individuals who responded to his call would be independent of the Magic Tower's grasp. Soon after the notice was posted on public boards, whispers and lively conversations began among the people. Prince Errol's esteemed reputation and the appealing benefits described in the recruitment notice drew substantial interest from budding mages across the territory, sparking hope and curiosity. In the midst of this, a woman's attention was drawn to the disturbance near the board. After stumbling and regaining her balance, she moved through the crowd, her gaze fixed on the enticing opportunity presented on the board. Bystanders viewed her as an eccentric figure, unaware that her journey was just beginning. As countless applicants flooded Prince Errol's estate with towers of paperwork, he remained determined in his decisions, ensuring that only the most promising and trustworthy individuals were hired. Prince Errol's main concern centered on thoroughly investigating the backgrounds of each applicant. He was unwilling to entertain the idea of hiring someone who might potentially become an adversary in the future, even if it required a significant investment of time and effort. Prince Errol was determined to assess their trustworthiness now rather than risk betrayal later. After a meticulous screening process, it was time for the interviews. Just as in the knight's selection process, each candidate was questioned about their motivation to join. Prince Errol found this phase somewhat more tedious but necessary. As the candidates stood before him, Prince Errol personally selected a standout group of 12 mages, each demonstrating unique promise and ability. They were individuals handpicked by him, and he encouraged them to undertake their roles with unparalleled dignity and pride. The newly appointed mages felt a deep sense of gratitude and were eager to serve under Prince Errol's wise leadership. On average, the mages' skills were at the third-class level, and Prince Errol had selected the best among them, considering their age and background. In a commanding tone, Prince Errol described his plans for the future and spoke fervently of entrusting the mages with critical missions. He pledged to invest in honing their abilities, and a multitude of responsibilities awaited them as he laid out his visions. He inquired about the presence of any fourth-class mages, and two figures, Mukoi Blob and Daireki, stepped forward, acknowledging their respective standings. Prince Errol found himself particularly drawn to Daireki, despite usually valuing skill over appearances. He asked for preferences between Mukoi Blob and Daireki as personal mages. The truth was that Prince Errol's favoritism toward Daireki stemmed from an earlier encounter. As he initiated the subsequent interview, Daya promptly volunteered, recognizing her potent skill set. Prince Errol acknowledged that she could excel in any environment and inquired about her choice to work in the frosty terrains of Phalia. Daya was initially caught off guard and confused, but then earnestly expressed her desire to serve Prince Errol. This admission surprised everyone in the room, especially the prince, causing him to drop the documents he was holding. As Prince Errol tried to gauge the sincerity of Daya's intentions using his abilities, he posed another question, asking if she had applied solely to work with him. Daya responded with a simple nod, and at that moment, Prince Errol discerned no malice or deceit in her attitude. Instead, he saw only a deep-seated resolve and sincerity emanating from Daya, leaving a positive impression on him. As a result, Daya earned the coveted position of Prince Errol's exclusive mage. Following the interview, Prince Errol explained the tasks and benefits associated with their roles, leading the assembly of mages to a grand unveiling. He decided to showcase the brighter aspects of their new environment. The atmosphere was filled with astonishment and eagerness as the doors swung open, revealing an expansive library, a veritable treasure trove of books spanning various genres. However, these were no ordinary volumes. They were coveted grimoires, each bearing the Magic Tower's seal of approval. This seal attested to their rarity and immense value. These tomes weren't just a financial luxury. Obtaining certification from the Magic Tower was an achievement in itself. Prince Errol harbored hopes that this sanctuary of knowledge would become a crucible for the mages, a place where they could refine and elevate their craft. He was aware of their past, each having been expelled from the Magic Tower, a circumstance that made the mere opportunity to touch these books an almost impossible dream. However, this privilege came with a condition. In exchange, Prince Errol required them to demonstrate measurable progress and maintain meticulous records of their research. This arrangement was intended to foster a cycle of growth and accountability. Unbeknownst to the mages, the library served a dual purpose. It was not only a reservoir of knowledge but also a place where Prince Errol could delve deep into the world's magical systems, nourished by the fruits of their diligent research. Every advancement in the mage's performance contributed to increasing his own power. As they walked on the snowy carpets of Folia's forest, Prince Errol explained the critical duties that awaited the mages. Their primary task was to oversee the management of forest areas affected by logging. Once lush sanctuaries of trees, these forests now face the expanding demands of the booming paper industry, leading to a noticeable depletion of their natural resources. If unchecked logging continued, the forests were at risk of becoming barren hills in the near future. Recognizing this impending ecological crisis, Prince Errol took responsibility for this role and ensured a solution was in place. He pointed to freshly planted saplings as a starting point for their magical work. As the mages circled around the saplings, they dug their staves into the ground and began their incantations. Prince Errol, witnessing the miraculous transformation of the saplings into towering trees, gained valuable insight into the process. It was a more intricate process than simply infusing mana. It required precise control and the adaptation of magical techniques to fine-tune the energy transfer. Although Prince Errol was impressed, his ambition drove him to inquire about the possibility of accelerating the growth even further. A veteran mage stepped forward, tempering the prince's expectations with botanical wisdom. The mage explained that a sudden burst of growth could be detrimental to the trees, as plants required periods of rest to thrive naturally. He assured that a steady monthly growth pattern would rejuvenate the forest in approximately 6 months, offering a realistic yet promising timeline for their efforts. Reflecting on memories from one of his past lives, Prince Errol recalled witnessing a world plagued by environmental problems. Recognizing that the reality of living in such a harsh environment might be challenging for these mages to comprehend. Nevertheless, he liked the 6-month restoration plan presented by the mages and entrusted them with the task with faith and anticipation. The next group of mages was assigned the responsibility of maintaining the village fields. Prince Errol aimed to promote agricultural self-sufficiency within the Folia community, moving beyond their current reliance on hunting. When a mage inquired about the specifics of the task, which primarily involved crop cultivation, Prince Errol confirmed it but expanded the scope to encompass all 12 villages. While this magnitude briefly seemed daunting to the group, Prince Errol reassured them that his goal was not to take over the villagers' role in crop cultivation but to rehabilitate the fields, enabling the locals to grow crops themselves. To streamline this ambitious project, Prince Errol provided them with a blueprint to guide their efforts. After a brief discussion, the mages suggested the use of magical tools to simplify the process. Prince Errol had already brought such tools and encouraged them to initiate a trial run. The plan involved creating a magical barrier, like a greenhouse but called a mana house, to shield the crops from Folia's elements while regulating climatic conditions such as temperature and humidity, allowing crops to flourish. Prince Errol was delighted by this approach and envisioned replicating this system across other villages, ensuring a steady food supply for the entire region. He then assigned various responsibilities to the mages, with some leading the research department for magical tools, while others were tasked with guarding the castle and territory. As for Daya, her role would be versatile, switching between safeguarding the prince and performing various errands at his request. In Prince Errol's eyes, Daya was a unique magical asset that allowed him to wield magic beyond his usual capabilities. He even requested her to further hone her skills, to which she vowed to rise to the occasion without hesitation. Suddenly, a book slipped from Daya's pockets and fell to the ground. Prince Errol picked it up and recognized it as the Anyone Can Become a Knight intermediate level book. Filled with complex theories about aura, this book had previously found little favor among the knights due to its challenging concepts. Prince Errol found himself intrigued, pondering the connection between Daya and the book meant for knights. He inquired about where she had acquired the book, and Daya explained that it had been a fortunate find from an acquaintance. However, the book's content had deeply resonated with her, revealing striking similarities between the knights' utilization of aura and how mages recovered their mana. In Daya's eyes, the book was nothing less than a masterpiece, and this sentiment evolved into unwavering loyalty towards its author, Prince Errol. Daya even confessed her willingness to travel the continent if necessary to serve the prince, who had enlightened her through his book. She humorously added that the culinary delights of Phalia had also played a significant role in drawing her to this place, providing a whimsical yet sincere reason for her allegiance. As Prince Errol absorbed Daya's passionate words and her unusual yet heartfelt display of loyalty, he hoped that he had chosen the right person for the job. Entrusting Daya with a crucial role at his side marked a decisive step, one filled with faith in her abilities and commitment. Amidst the budding projects and the vibrant energy of the new employees within the castle walls, Prince Errol hoped that everything would proceed smoothly. Surrounded by books, Prince Errol experienced a revelation about how magic was structured in this world. To test his theory, he recalled a memory when Daya had summoned an orb into her hands, initiating image training. A small wisp of mana started to emanate from his fingertips. Suddenly, a surge of mana began flowing around Prince Errol, and upon opening his eyes, he realized that he could now control mana freely. Surprised by this outcome, Prince Errol contemplated changing his self-proclaimed title from a pro in his past life to a magic pro in this one. Continuing his magic training, a sense of responsibility signaled him to return to his duties as the Lord of Phalia. His first agenda item was to journey to the bustling capital of Ernesia, accompanied by his loyal guard Asha. The primary goal of their journey was to visit Ecchi at the iron factory, known as a haven for dwarven blacksmiths. However, the atmosphere turned sour for Asha as she seethed at the scene before her. In her view, the smithy appeared to be a place of disorder and disrespect. Memories resurfaced when the dwarves had shown little to no respect for Prince Errol. As she turned toward Prince Errol, she vowed to reduce the establishment to rubble if they witnessed even a hint of disrespect from the dwarves once more. In response, Prince Errol cautioned Asha against impulsive actions, emphasizing that their visit was for business purposes and that they should avoid unnecessary incidents. As they crossed the threshold, the surroundings underwent a transformation. Warm steam enveloped them, creating a thick mist that briefly disoriented Prince Errol. The unexpected surge of heat left him feeling parched and uneasy, with an urge to retreat nagging at him. Emerging from the veil of steam, a young man with weary yet kind eyes introduced himself as Ben, a disciple who had devoted an impressive 15 years to apprenticeship under the renowned master Ecchi. Without hesitation, Ben guided them through the heart of the iron factory. Despite the challenging conditions, Ben proudly wore his years of hard work as a testament to his unwavering dedication to Master Ecchi's teachings. Prince Errol and Asha were touched by Ben's persistent spirit, which appeared both remarkable and exhausting. Their journey deeper into the factory eventually led to an abrupt encounter with Ecchi, the master blacksmith himself. A sense of impatience surrounded him as he sharply remarked about the excessive time it took for the prince to visit, despite having received his letter a long time ago. Unperturbed by the comment, Prince Errol responded humorously, calling Ecchi impatient and jokingly wondering if the master blacksmith expected him to drop everything and rush over the moment the letter arrived, just as Ecchi seemed to have done. As Ecchi brushed off his remarks, he offered Prince Errol a customary glass of alcohol before delving into discussions, curious about what Prince Errol intended to request this time. Meanwhile, Prince Errol merely glanced at the glass, drawing a comparison between the informal offering of alcohol and the more traditional practice of serving tea during business meetings. Prince Errol then explained that the purpose of his visit was different this time. He extended an invitation to the blacksmiths, urging half of them to enter into an exclusive contract with him. However, Ecchi dismissed the proposal, suggesting that perhaps Prince Errol had been influenced by alcohol to make such an agreement. Undeterred, Prince Errol attempted to clarify, outlining his grand vision in which Ecchi would lead a new branch in Phalia, a venture that would be exclusively staffed and fully funded in terms of resources and expenses. However, Ecchi's temper flared at this suggestion. The mere idea of establishing a branch in the cold and unforgiving landscape of Phalia seemed preposterous to him, and he made it clear that money held no allure for him. Since money alone wouldn't persuade Ecchi, Prince Errol swiftly clarified that his proposal was not just about signing an exclusive contract. He presented an enticing opportunity for Ecchi to gain knowledge about Damascus steel, a technology that Prince Errol had invested a considerable amount of time and resources in uncovering. Hearing this revelation, Aiken was taken aback, suspicion flickering in his eyes as he quickly directed an accusing gaze toward Damon, suspecting him to be the source of the leak regarding this highly classified information. A few weeks earlier, Damon had shared stories of the dwarves venturing into the kingdom of Arnesia in pursuit of rare and unique metals that were absent in their native lands. They had settled in the capital, engrossed in diligent work and research, harboring hopes of mastering the craft of forging the elusive Damascus steel. Taking a deep breath, Prince Errol reiterated his expertise in creating Damascus steel, adding a tempting proposition. Under the exclusive contract with Prince Errol, they would be the first to access all kinds of new technology. Prince Errol could sense a shift in Aiken's tone, a spark of interest kindling at the mention of new technologies. He continued, painting a vivid picture of collaboration where the knowledge he possessed would meet the unmatched skills of the dwarves, making the creation of Damascus steel as straightforward as unraveling a roll of toilet paper. Though Aiken hesitated, curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired about the specific terms of the exclusive contract that Prince Errol was promoting. Prince Errol suggested a 10-year contract, a proposition Aiken immediately rejected. He counter-offered with a shorter 3-year term. After a period of negotiations, they reached a mutual agreement on a reasonable middle ground, a 5-year contract. As they reached this conclusion, a sense of accomplishment washed over Prince Errol, knowing that they had successfully secured an agreement with the dwarves. However, Aiken requested a month's grace period to discuss this with his fellow dwarves. He couldn't conceal his satisfaction at having forged a contract with them. With the negotiations proceeding favorably, Prince Errol and Isha prepared to return to Fahilia. Prince Errol considered using the fatigue from their journey as a valid excuse to enjoy some meaningful rest. The truth of the matter was that the prince had grown accustomed to stealing moments of relaxation, but openly resting under a valid reason was a more enjoyable prospect. Meanwhile, back in Phalia, Princess Kania found herself consumed by growing worries and doubts. As she gazed thoughtfully out the window, she couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling regarding Prince Errol's prolonged absence since their return. When Princess Kania inquired with Isha and Sena about Prince Errol's whereabouts, both denied any sightings of him venturing out of his room since his return from the capital. An air of determination enveloped her as she resolved to personally investigate the prince's prolonged retreat. For more than a week, with her heart teeming with concern and disbelief, Princess Kania swung open his door, only to be greeted by a scene that was absolutely ridiculous. There, she found Prince Errol sprawled and at leisure while being tended to by magical means. Princess Kania was momentarily stunned as he casually asked her to join them, coupled with a request for Daya to assist him in getting dressed via magic. Princess Kania found herself involuntarily caught up in the whimsical atmosphere, her body floating gently to a seated position at the dining table. She couldn't overlook the blatant display of slothfulness that seemed to have engulfed Prince Errol. A troubling mix of disappointment and unease brewed inside her as she watched Prince Errol spiral further into a state of laziness. But before he could even task Daya with helping him in the bathroom, something in Princess Kania snapped. Unable to contain her rising frustration, she burst out yelling at Prince Errol for his excessive indulgence and lack of self-control. An emergency meeting was convened for Prince Errol, who sat with Daya, seemingly bewildered by the situation. Princess Kania, Isha, and Sena prepared to confront the prince with a barrage of questions. Despite his apparent lack of understanding, Prince Errol asked Daya if she had an answer, but she had none to offer. Unfazed, Prince Errol couldn't comprehend the reason behind the sudden meeting. Suddenly, a resonating thud echoed in the room as Princess Kania forcefully slammed her hand down on the table. Her face was filled with deep concern as she pointed out Prince Errol's increasing dependence on magical assistance. A look of genuine confusion crossed the prince's face as he inquired if Daya's services were somehow lacking. He emphasized that Daya consistently approached her work seriously and executed her tasks with precision. Princess Kania clarified that her discontentment wasn't directed at Daya's work ethic but rather at Prince Errol's escalating laziness. She questioned when the last time was that he had walked by himself. Prince Errol shamelessly protested that he still managed to walk to the bathroom independently, a statement that ironically highlighted the very issue Princess Kania was addressing. Both Sena and Isha sided with the princess, expressing their shared concern that Prince Errol's reliance on magic had grown excessively. Despite their clear dissatisfaction, the prince remained steadfast in his insistence that he was merely enjoying the convenience that magic brought to his life. Daya supported his stance, but the trio could hardly contain their frustration as Prince Errol stubbornly seemed to overlook the gravity of his excessive indulgence. The conversation took a deeper turn when Asha questioned Daya's willingness to assist Prince Errol even in the most personal of tasks without reservations. Asha pointed out that while her actions might seem harmless within the castle, they could potentially foster judgment among the other residents if it extended beyond the castle walls. Prince Errol, intrigued by the suggestion, made the trio anxious, fearing they might have unintentionally planted an idea in his mind. However, Prince Errol quickly dismissed it as a joke, yet the atmosphere remained tense, and the lighthearted comment failed to alleviate their escalating concerns, as reflected in their expressions. At her wit's end, Princess Kania imposed a temporary ban on Prince Errol's use of magic. Furthermore, she instructed Daya to refrain from indulging the prince's whims. Daya, misunderstanding the situation, assumed that she was being fired. Princess Kania, flustered, attempted to correct the misunderstanding, insisting that Daya was not being fired. Meanwhile, Prince Errol began to question the moral implications of his lifestyle. He admitted to himself that his dependency on magic had spiraled well beyond its original intention of fetching unreachable items. Now, it primarily served as a tool to satisfy his ever-growing appetite for leisure and personal indulgence. A growing sense of guilt pricked him as he reflected on his escalating laziness, fearing that his lack of physical activity might portray him as disabled in front of others. However, just as Princess Kania was prepared to scold her brother, Daya intervened, explaining that her magical aid wasn't entirely harmful. She revealed that her spells incorporated muscle stimulation to prevent the prince from experiencing physical deterioration. Regardless, Princess Kania suggested changing Daya's responsibilities to curb the unhealthy pampering Prince Errol received. Daya abruptly interrupted and firmly rejected the idea of leaving Prince Errol's side, expressing her pride and position as a mage. Her objection took Prince Errol and Princess Kania by surprise, with Prince Errol speculating that Princess Kania might have injured Daya's pride as a mage. Asha stepped in to ease the tension and asked why Daya was so determined to remain Prince Errol's exclusive mage. With everyone's focus on Daya, Prince Errol began contemplating the potential benefits of a transfer in his mind. Such a change wouldn't impact her salary but would liberate her from the constant demands of catering to his every whim. Just then, Prince Errol realized that the choice to keep Daya as his exclusive mage rested with him. However, his voice fell on deaf ears as Princess Kania continued to firmly negotiate with Daya, stating that she would need to be convinced to keep her job. Without hesitation, Daya embraced the challenge, willingly undertaking a trial to demonstrate her worth. Prince Errol, feeling somewhat left out, wondered about the nature of these tests. In the first test, Princess Kania handed Daya a towering stack of documents, emphasizing that to complement Prince Errol's intellectual skills, Daya needed to showcase a parallel level of expertise. Undaunted, Daya took on the task gracefully and with a touch of flair. Using her magic, she efficiently and effortlessly worked through the stack, leaving Princess Kania astonished. Prince Errol chimed in, asserting that Daya had already proven her capabilities many times over, especially since she had been managing his share of paperwork. After all, magic fundamentally involved the application of intellect, an area where Daya excelled, dispelling any doubts about her ability to pass Princess Kania's initial test. Next, Princess Kania led them to the palace kitchen, emphasizing Prince Errol's discerning palate and the importance of Daya's culinary skills. Eagerly, Daya stepped up to demonstrate her culinary prowess, using her magical abilities to slice, whisk, and concoct a feast fit for royalty. Although Princess Kania couldn't shake her nervousness about tasting Daya's creations, both Prince Errol and she were soon captivated by the exquisite taste and craftsmanship of Daya's dishes. Prince Errol even remarked that the meal seemed tailor-made to his preferences, a sentiment further reinforced when Daya presented a meticulously crafted dessert. As preparations for the next test began, Prince Errol couldn't shake the suspicion that Princess Kania's sudden interest in testing Daya concealed an ulterior motive. Consumed by this suspicion, he sought the counsel of Sena and Asha to learn more about the situation. It didn't take long for him to discover that Princess Kania harbored suspicions toward Daya due to an incident that occurred a few days ago. In this unsettling event, a security system designed for magical tools had been found partially compromised, and the perpetrator remained at large. While there was no concrete evidence linking Daya to the incident, the appearance of a mysterious letter urging Daya to return to the magic tower cast a shadow of doubt over her. The cryptic letter and the curious circumstances surrounding it seemed like pieces of a larger, troubling puzzle that might reveal the depth of Daya's relationship with the magic tower and the true nature of her loyalty to the prince. Prince Errol wondered if Daya had seen the letter, and Asha and Sena confirmed that she had. However, Daya's lack of agitation and her silence about the letter cast her unwavering loyalty in a suspicious light, especially in light of her excessive pampering of Prince Errol. Trying to ease the tension, Prince Errol jokingly attributed it to his irresistible charm, a remark that Asha and Sena did not appreciate. Deep down, Prince Errol harbored a secret. He already understood the true nature of Daya through his special ability, and was well aware of her genuine affection and unwavering loyalty toward him. However, sharing this information was not an option, leaving Prince Errol with no way to explain this to either Princess Kania or his knights. Prince Errol was haunted by the memory of the Dark Mage's attack on Princess Kania, an event that had left a lasting mark and fostered lingering discomfort around mages. This memory shed new light on Princess Kania's actions, allowing Prince Errol to empathize with her fears. Before jumping to conclusions, he asked Sena and Asha to give him some time and to dissuade Princess Kania from conducting further tests, as he intended to investigate Daya's situation. Now, Prince Errol found himself leading an investigation aimed at protecting Daya's honor and preserving the unity and trust that bound them all. At this juncture, he found it necessary to reveal the entire truth to her. Everything was unfolding in the room adjacent to Daya's, which was quite peculiar, as her room seemed almost bare, as though she had recently moved in. However, Daya appeared content and spoke enthusiastically about passing Kania's test. She emphasized that her abilities held far more significance to her than material possessions. At this point, our protagonist pointed out that Kania might be unhappy about having a personal magician. Daya was well aware of this, likely due to the Black Magician's attack, but she clarified that it was a fairly well-known case that most people should be aware of. This was precisely what the Magic Tower had been discussing. Errol, however, found it difficult to believe, merely stating that he would try to convince Kania next time. Yet Daya asserted that she didn't require that. She believed she had already proven herself. Still, Errol couldn't comprehend why she was so eager to become a personal magician, especially since they had just met. Daya responded that it would be quite a lengthy story. She went on to explain that she had been taken to the Magic Tower as a child when her village, where she lived, was plagued. She had wandered, struggling to survive, and it was likely her mana talent that had caught their attention. She learned magic there but struggled elsewhere, eventually becoming inadequate in magic as well. Consequently, she had to engage in unconventional and unsavory tasks. Our protagonist remained perplexed by her situation. Because, how is this even possible? She's an exceptional magician. But the young woman mentioned that just 2 years ago, she was a first-class mage, and now she's at level 4. Naturally, he asked to hear her story. Initially, she found it very challenging to control mana solely based on the theory taught at the tower. Then, she stumbled upon our protagonist's book, and he couldn't help but leap out of his chair in astonishment. He realized that the girl before him had managed to reach such heights simply by reading his book. Was she truly a genius who could learn so much from it without even knowing that it contained hidden talent? At this point, Daya disclosed that this was precisely why she admired her master so much. She also mentioned that she had left the tower as soon as she reached the 4th level. Of course, her master didn't want to let her go and was furious, even suggesting that that person was incredibly corrupt. It was after leaving the tower that Daya's primary goal became finding Errol. She faced numerous obstacles until she finally found the right path. Daya owes her transformation into a genuine magician to her master, and she's incredibly joyful and content. However, when Errol asked her if she wanted to share this with Kania, Daya admitted that she didn't want to explain it through a lengthy conversation because it's challenging to detail. Of course, our protagonist immediately left the room, stating that he wouldn't disclose it to anyone since she didn't want him to. After nightfall, Errol called one of the magicians and revealed everything. In response, the magician labeled Daya as a useless child and claimed that her teacher couldn't be a good person. They even said that she learned everything on her own and left the tower without fearing punishment. This intrigued our protagonist, and he learned that the tower uses a penalty to protect its owner, taking half the power of its host. The magician's tower was indeed fascinating. At this point, Errol decided to do everything possible to solve this case. As morning came, he noticed that Daya had already challenged Kania, or it might have been the other way around. This was the final test, and Daya decided to use magic for it. Errol rushed from side to side, seeking help from the girls, but they pretended they couldn't assist in any way. Since Kania was counting on it, Daya chose to start first. A moment later, the auras of the archer and the mage enveloped the field, and the result was rather peculiar. Strangely, the spell seemed to vanish into thin air, and Kania's attack missed as well. It turned out that the dispel spell was actually aimed at the enemy who was sitting under the palace wall, which was Master Dai chasing her. Of course, at this point, Errol realized that Daya couldn't stand the man who was always being talked about at the palace. The mage immediately claimed that he had a letter identifying him as a mage and demanded that Daya return to the tower. Daya found this all very strange because she had been allowed to study on her own, and now he insists on being called a teacher. Of course, the magician began to complain again, saying that she only brings trouble and all that. However, at that moment, Errol spoke up, not allowing anyone to talk like that today, especially in front of him. The mage immediately grabbed Daya's hand and claimed that even the lord of these lands has no manners, and she will be punished. But as soon as that was said, our protagonist forcefully knocked the magician's hand away from his personal magician and stated that she had already signed a personal contract with him. The mage was obviously shocked by this information, as she had no right to become a mage at all without the tower's permission. This greatly annoyed our main character, and he explained that this was why he had asked for permission from the tower much earlier. He insisted that it was necessary to leave his kingdom before the situation worsened. Sure enough, the mage immediately summoned strange orbs to the floor, from which his golems emerged. He declared that Daya would definitely return to him, and the magic tower would protect him in case of anything. Our protagonist continued to scratch his ear, and then quickly requested dealing with all the golems and teaching the mage a lesson. The mage thought that the golem behind Errol was going to deal with him, but that golem was instantly destroyed by Daya's magic. She pursued her old mage teacher and trapped him in a tornado. The mage realized he wasn't getting anywhere and, in an instant, used an emergency teleport scroll. As soon as it was over, the girls were furious that they had missed such an opportunity. But our Errol asked them not to worry. Daya started apologizing for the inconvenience, but the master said it was fine because they had encountered a person like the mage earlier, so they decided to let Daya show off. Immediately, Kania became incredibly kind and rushed to support her new colleague. The mage, on the other hand, was in a snowy forest, still unable to accept the fact that Daya had left him. But at that moment, he noticed something on a branch and fired magic at it, but it missed. It was Errol who decided to catch up with the magician on his own and punish him by simply launching a fire projectile at him, which accurately struck the mage. Of course, after this incident, everything returned to normal. Daya continued to serve our main character, even though Kania still forbade the excessive use of magic. Daya still couldn't believe that she wasn't causing problems, but Errol assured her that there was no problem with this. Daya only replied that everything would be fine now because she would serve faithfully. Our character never thought he would be respected by a magician. Outside, the weather was great, so much so that Errol wanted to use magic to learn how to control it. His magic was so strong that it almost burned down the entire forest. He gazed deep into the forest and then decided it was time to start. Of course, he remembered his childhood and how many people looked up to him. But the queen still couldn't let go of him. She even started acting against his mother. So now was the time to start his plan. The first thing he did was set up a barrier around the queen's house and then decided it was time to launch fireballs at their house. The entire household was terrified, but Errol was having a blast. He continued to fly invisibly and in disguise, even going to the treasury by that time. While Errol was enjoying himself, the king received a letter containing the lyrics of the song that Errol Zishad left for the queen. The queen was shocked and fell to the floor, concerned that the king might have been hurt. However, she was immediately reassured that everything was fine. The next day, the king summoned all the mages of the kingdom to discuss the attack by a level 6 mage, which had left all the other nobles sick. The queen knew that she might be the next target, and this information became known to everyone, including Errol's guards. He didn't mind, even saying that the attacks targeted people who were disagreeable to him. He continued to focus on his own territories, where he noticed that magically created houses allowed for crop growth, eliminating worries about food. The inhabitants were overjoyed and couldn't believe they could grow anything in such a cold climate. Errol attributed this success to his hardworking mages and believed that everything would be fine if it continued this way. 50 years ago, there were 3 main kingdoms: Urnesia Kingdom, Merman Empire, and including the smaller Domanial Kingdom, which had less influence but was skilled at manipulating the other 2 kingdoms against each other. At a banquet, a lord and another person offered an elixir that could make hair grow in exchange for the promise that the lord's son would become a minister the following year. The lord understood the implied condition. This kingdom was known for its products. However, after 50 years, the kingdom of Domanial was declining, and the king of Domanial Hezan Luzio Rutania was saddened by the projected economic collapse in 5 years. Errol, the boy who had created the gap, was mentioned. The king's right-hand man named Duke Elgizan urged them to take immediate action rather than waste time pondering. They needed to unite their forces instead of fighting. The kingdom sent out 3 letters inviting allies, the first to Merman Empire's representative Duke Huan, the second Sejepan Dukedom's representative Count Merlin Bernstadt. Despite waiting at the table, no one else came. The king's right-hand man suggested they could start without the absent party. They discussed how to defeat a powerful kingdom. The king's right-hand man believed that if they attacked together, the other kingdom wouldn't stand a chance. He was confident that a 14-year-old boy wouldn't pose a significant threat to them. The first duke agreed to the offer, and the second duke was also ready to cooperate. The king's right-hand man got to work, and the king prepared for the worst since he had a bad feeling about such contracts. They had enough resources to resist their enemies and sent letters to all their lands. Our protagonist received the letter and realized that he might have revealed too much of his abilities. Dia noticed her master's bad mood, but he simply mentioned the need to meet Kania, and now the Prince Errol age is 15. The king's right-hand man emphasized that their easiest target would be Errol since he was just a child. They painted him as the most evil being, making him an easy target. Kania discussed the possibility of preemptively attacking their enemies, but they concluded that it would give away their intentions. Errol suspected that something might happen. However, this wouldn't happen anytime soon. He was aware that many lives might be at risk, but he wondered what his sister would do. Errol believed it would be a wise move to return to the palace because there, the status of a princess held more importance than that of a knight. But when he mentioned this, Kania responded by expressing her disagreement. She didn't consider this option. In response, our protagonist insisted that he wasn't joking and that she could genuinely recover on the battlefield. Kania smiled and pointed out that her decision to swear loyalty to him was based on this very determination. If that was her choice, he would inform their father, even though there was little he could do about it. Later, at Fahilia Inner Castle Lounge, the female knights continuing to drink and realizing they might have to fight soon. Asha wanted to return home because her brother had entered the academy that year. Asha reassured her that she could figure things out for herself, and they remained uncertain about what the future might hold. After finishing their drinks, they inquired if they should have another round but decided to leave. Like a true magician, Sena made all the contents of the bottle disappear with her mouth. Errol wasted no time and was fully prepared for war. He understood that if things went wrong, he might have to spend his birthday on the battlefield. As a seasoned professional, he approached this responsibility with great seriousness. He recognized that the only reason he had to fight was to ensure a comfortable life for his city. He headed straight to visit the dwarf, who wasn't exactly thrilled to see him. The dwarf inquired about our character's request, to which he responded that he had a special one this time. Upon hearing the request, the dwarf lost his temper, struggling to comprehend how he could prepare 20,000 sets of armor. Frustrated, he even contemplated ending his life with a hammer. Errol's next destination was the slaver, who owed him as many as 50,000 people this time. Ian stated that it was impossible for him to arrange 50,000 people. Errol inquired about the reason behind this statement. Ian then explained that the number of nobles interested in conducting business with them had recently increased, as they sought to acquire slaves for use as soldiers. Errol merely listened to Ian's explanation. Subsequently, Ian asked Errol whether he intended to employ all 50,000 individuals as soldiers. Errol replied that not all of them would serve as soldiers, some would include family members. However, he acknowledged that Ian's understanding of the plan was approximately correct. Ian grasped Errol's strategy, and Errol believed that Ian had detected the opportunity to profit once again, given Ian's knack for spotting signs of impending conflict. Errol was confident that Ian would charge higher prices to his customers than the market rate. Errol cautioned Ian against discussing their plan with everyone, and Ian agreed with Errol's suggestion. Errol then took his leave, mentioning that he would return in 5 days. Ian inquired whether it would be troublesome for him. Errol responded with a negative answer and left the conversation. Errol contemplated the extensive preparations he had ahead of the impending war. He intended to utilize this as a pretext to enjoy himself fully during the 5 days he had been granted. Kania questioned Errol about their inability to return for the next 5 days. Errol, privately thinking that Kania didn't have a good sense of what was best, believed that the busier she was, the more enjoyable it was to take it easy and savor life in moderation. Then Kania expressed her intention to speak with him again to potentially expedite their return. Errol inquired whether she wasn't interested in visiting the royal capital. Kania was taken aback, but Errol took her hand, successfully persuading her. Following that, they found themselves amidst a bustling market. Errol and Kania navigated through it, with Kania experiencing the joy of seeing her territory's village for the first time. Errol advised her to hold his hand to avoid getting lost. They enjoyed their time eating and exploring the market. Afterward, they entered the Grey Young Sage. Inside, they found themselves at an iron factory with an impressive display of swords. The proprietor warmly welcomed them to the shop and began showcasing swords crafted by renowned dwarven blacksmiths. Errol closely examined the swords, while Kania picked one up. Errol encouraged her to infuse a small amount of her aura into the blade. With a gentle touch, Kania imbued the sword with her aura, but to their surprise, the sword immediately broke. Errol chuckled and remarked that this sword could not have been the work of the dwarven blacksmiths. The shopkeeper felt embarrassed but reassured them that it was a misunderstanding. Errol decided to purchase a dagger from the shop, and Kania asked if he liked it. Errol confirmed that it was a genuine dwarven dagger and generously gave it to Kania as a gift. Kania expressed her gratitude for the present and thanked him for taking care of her. Errol reflected on how special sister Kania was to him. A few days later, the soldiers were prepared for their mission. Kania commented on the sheer number of soldiers, to which Errol replied by encouraging her to imagine herself leading 20,000 soldiers. Nearby, Asha, Sena, and the mage stood by the door. Errol announced his return with the 50,000 people. Asha regretted not having followed Errol's lead, while Sena was also surprised by the sight of such a large group. The mage, too, expressed surprise and inquired about their plans for these 50,000 people. Asha approached Errol and acknowledged that they needed to prepare for war, but she questioned whether it might be wiser to confirm more precise information before recruiting additional individuals. Errol asserted his certainty that war was imminent and that Fahilia would likely be the second or third place to face destruction. Asha and Sena were taken aback by this revelation, and Asha stated that she would no longer question his decision. Errol then addressed the 50,000 people, emphasizing the importance of their assistance in the upcoming endeavors. He declared his intention to transform them into the highest quality troops to safeguard Fahilia. He elaborated on the plan, which involved selecting valuable personnel from among the 50,000 and training them initially to become unit commanders, who would then oversee the training of the remaining troops. Errol mentioned that he would prepare a basic training manual, enabling Asha and Sena to assume responsibility for general supervision. Both Asha and Sena were fully prepared to execute Prince Errol's plan. He informed them that he would be occupied for a while, as he intended to deal with the leaders of the three-country alliance, even though he was unfamiliar with their faces. He planned to employ the soldiers he had raised to administer the punishment. Errol and mages are currently climbing in the mountains. Errol is feeling very tired, and it appears that climbing is quite challenging for him. In light of his exhaustion, Errol poses a question to mages, inquiring why all the mages choose to reside in the mountains. In response to Errol's query, mages explains that the majority of them who establish their workshops in the mountains are elderly mages, whereas these days, the younger mages tend to favor living in the cities. Errol is taken aback by this revelation, marking the first time he has heard of such a preference. Afterward, mages and Errol arrive at the workshop in question. The individual at the workshop inquires of Errol the reason for his visit this time. Errol responds that there is nothing particularly special about his visit, but he has come to make a purchase. The item he wishes to acquire happens to be somewhat challenging to obtain. The man fails to comprehend Errol's request and urges him to elucidate further. Errol specifies that he is seeking a magic stone, one that can store mana, specifically on a ranked purity stone. The man expresses his curiosity as to why Errol is consulting him about these items, as they typically fall under the jurisdiction of the Magic Tower. Errol explains that he is aware these items fall under the jurisdiction of the Magic Tower, but they have refused to sell them to him. The man then inquires whether Errol intends to use these items in the war. Errol begins to contemplate that, depending on how they are used, mages are essentially akin to walking. Wide area, lethal weapons, especially during times of conflict. In response to the man's question, Errol states that he is merely seeking these items to defend their territory. The man further questions Errol about why he has come to him for these items. Errol responds with a chuckle, suggesting that the man should cease pretending not to know. Given his connections, the man could certainly obtain an ample supply of these items. Errol also reminds the man of his particular expertise. Meanwhile, Payan begins to ponder. Errol reflects on Payan, noting that despite his appearance, Payan is an astute and business-savvy individual, which explains his ability to handle business dealings and maintain confidentiality. Payan comprehended Errol's offer and mentioned that he would need some time to deliberate. Subsequently, after a period of time, Errol and Mage began their journey back. During the descent, Errol advised Mage that she had been working exceptionally hard lately and should consider taking a break. However, suddenly, Mage came to a halt. Errol was taken aback by her abrupt stop and inquired about the reason behind it. Mage explained that she had been profoundly shocked by the conversation she overheard between Errol and Payan, as it had exceeded her expectations. Errol leaned in closer to her and whispered that, since she was curious, he would share a bit of information about their current assets. This revelation left her astounded, but Errol promptly revealed that he was simply jesting with her. With that, they continued their journey toward their castle. After a considerable period in Fahilia, a gathering of people convened at Errol's office. Errol gathered them for an important mission, handing a blueprint to one of the individuals present. He explained that they needed to have it ready before the commencement of the impending war. The group was taken aback when Errol informed them that the project was confidential, and they were expected to complete it entirely on their own. Initially, this task appeared nearly insurmountable to them. Errol, with a wry smile, believed that he would teach them the hardships of consecutive overtime and working during holidays. Nevertheless, he planned to provide them with a generous allowance. Errol also organized a trip to the royal capital. Asha inquired of Prince Errol the reason for their journey to the royal capital. Errol replied that they were there for personal business. He then gently took her hand and urged her to follow him. Confused, Asha asked where they were headed. Suddenly, they arrived at the Royal Academy, and Asha was taken aback by the sight of the place. "This is the Royal Academy," she remarked, recognizing it as a prestigious educational institution for noble children. Errol held the door and opened it. Typically, high-ranking families didn't send their children to the Royal Academy since they could afford private tutors. In essence, the Royal Academy was a place for ordinary noble children. Errol mentioned to Asha that he had even given her some time off, but she had declined, claiming she was too busy. He added that if he were her younger brother, he would probably be upset if his sister didn't come to visit him. In response, Asha explained that she couldn't take a break when everyone else was so busy. Errol tried to dissuade her from being so stubborn and asked if he appeared to be such a heartless employer who wouldn't grant his subordinates a break. He then held up a pass and explained that he had made various excuses for her and even secured a pass for her. Errol was unaware of Asha's younger brother's whereabouts and inquired if she knew where he was. Asha admitted that she wasn't sure of her brother's exact location, but she mentioned that he resembled her. With many noble children present, Errol scanned the area. Suddenly, they spotted a boy who bore a striking resemblance to Asha's brother. Errol observed the boy and remarked that he bore a striking resemblance to Asha. Asha's younger brother's name was Ert. Ert was surrounded by a group of children, and one of the girls confronted him with a furious inquiry about his response to her proposal. Ert appeared confused and nervous, stating that he believed it might not be possible. The girls seemed to be bullying him. Errol suggested to Asha that they should intervene to help him in his difficult situation. However, Asha stopped Errol, asking him to wait for a moment. Eventually, the girls left, and Ert took a deep breath. Asha then approached her younger brother, who was shocked to see her at the Royal Academy. She inquired about the identity of the children and why they were bullying him. Ert hesitated to provide a clear response, leaving Asha eager to understand the entire situation. Ert was hesitant to share any information with his sister. This surprised Asha, and just as she was trying to understand her brother's predicament, Errol stepped in and suggested they have a private conversation with Ert. Errol led Ert aside and explained that he was the person Asha was looking out for. Ert then inquired if Errol was the third prince. Errol proceeded to ask Ert about the situation with the girls who had been bullying him. Ert was visibly nervous, but Errol reassured him that he would keep it a secret from Asha. Relieved, Ert revealed that one of the girls was named Haya Carrot and she was the youngest daughter of Marquis Carrot. Upon hearing this name, Errol suddenly recalled hearing it in his past, and he realized that he had met Marquis Carrot at his birthday celebration. Errol considered that Marquis Carrot might not be a bad nobleman. He suggested to Ert that he could report Marquis Carrot's daughter for bullying the younger brother of the third prince's escort. However, Ert hesitated, believing that reporting her wasn't the right solution. Errol prodded Ert to explain what the right course of action should be. Ert, overcome with nervousness and tears, finally revealed that the girl, Haya Carrot, was pressuring him to go out with her. Errol was taken aback by this revelation. Ert proceeded to explain why Haya Carrot was bullying him. He revealed that Haya had expressed a romantic interest in him, but he had declined her proposal because he believed that, at their young age of 11, it wasn't suitable for them. Errol comprehended the situation. Ert went on to describe how every time he rejected her, Haya Carrot persisted in asking him to be in a relationship with her. He also mentioned that other girls treated him like a pet, which made him feel uncomfortable. Ert clarified that he didn't see it as bullying, but rather as everyone poking fun at him. Errol couldn't help but think that Ert didn't realize how popular he was among the girls. Ert, still tearful, didn't know how to face Hayakaret in the future. At that moment, Lady Hayakaret appeared, and Errol gestured to Ert to ask her directly about himself. Ert was taken aback to see Hayakaret standing there. Haya approached and inquired about Errol and Asha's identities. Errol assured her that they were not suspicious individuals and jokingly suggested that Asha would become her sister-in-law, leaving both Asha and Ert surprised and quick to deny any such connection. Asha expressed her surprise and asked Errol what kind of prank he was playing all of a sudden. Lady Hayakaret greeted them and showed respect, introducing herself as the youngest daughter of the Carrot family and expressing her interest in dating Asha's younger brother, Ert. Asha was taken aback by this revelation. Errol was thoroughly enjoying the situation and chuckled at Hayakaret's straightforwardness. Asha turned to Errol, seeking advice on how to handle the situation. Errol suggested that, unless she disliked the Carrot Kid, she should leave it to those two to sort out. Ert and Lady Haya were standing close to each other, engaged in conversation. Errol explained to Asha that Ert had mentioned that Haya was pressuring him, but he had never explicitly stated that he didn't like her. It seemed as though Ert was simply overwhelmed and unsure of how to respond. Errol went on to explain to Asha that the Carrot family possessed an exceptional ability to generate profits through their sound investment strategies. He emphasized that if Ert established a good relationship with Lady Haya, it could be beneficial for Asha's family. Asha contemplated this information. Errol then encouraged her by saying that if both kids genuinely liked each other, as Ert's older sister, she could trust him to watch over him. However, their conversation was interrupted when someone approached Ert and accused him of bothering Lady Haya once more. This individual appeared very angry with Ert. Lady Hayakaret stepped in to defend Ert, asserting that it was her decision to keep him by her side, and the man resented the fact that she was getting close to Ert. Errol and Asha observed these unfolding events. Errol urged Asha to take action regarding her younger brother's situation. The man who was angry at Ert was named Lutzen. Ert summoned the courage to step forward and told Lutzen that he didn't care about Lutzen's opinions. Ert also warned Lutzen to retract what he had said about his sister and Lady Carrot. Lutzen, infuriated by Ert's defiance, moved as if to strike him, but Errol intervened, grabbing Lutzen's hand. Errol questioned Lutzen about what he meant by claiming to seek justice against unfair bullying. Errol explained that he had intended to observe at first, but he couldn't stand by any longer. Suddenly, Lutzen's older brother arrived and inquired about the situation. Observing Lutzen's older brother, Errol deduced that he appeared to be a teacher rather than a student, judging by his appearance. Lutzen's older brother asked Errol about his identity, prompting Errol to step forward and introduce himself to them. Gadel Lutzen, Lutzen's older brother, began coughing and then inquired why the prince was present. After some time, Prince Errol was seated at the table, and Gadel Lutzen apologized for his younger brother's inappropriate behavior. He also mentioned that the Lutzen family would issue a formal apology later. Gadel Lutzen, as the eldest son of the Lutzen family, held the position of an academy swordsmanship instructor. Errol responded to Gadel, suggesting that it was Ert who deserved the apology, not him. However, Gadel argued that he wasn't involved in the matter and had heard that Ert had interfered first. He believed that the Peril family should be the ones to apologize. At this point, Asha broke the silence and expressed her belief that Ert hadn't done anything wrong. Errol contemplated the situation and realized why the kids were caught in a love triangle. He understood that the Royal Academy was not only an educational institution, but also a place where young aristocrats who hadn't yet entered the social circle formed connections. Gadel Lutzen argued that the Carrot family and the Lutzen family had maintained a close relationship for a long time, implying that the Peril family had no right to interfere. Errol, as he thought about this, perceived Gadel Lutzen's perspective as that of a Royal Academy teacher who considered the Peril family as an obstacle to their objectives. Errol, filled with anger, stood up and expressed his disbelief. He confronted Gadel angrily, demanding to know why Gadel was dragging their family into the young kid's relationship. Errol was particularly incensed that a teacher at the Royal Academy was teaching students to discriminate in such a manner. Gadel Lutzen attempted to explain that the distinction in social status couldn't be ignored, and it was a noble's duty to maintain appropriate relationships. Errol challenged this notion, asking whether Gadel Lutzen was suggesting that a royal guard knight, like Asha, was inferior. Gadel Lutzen found himself at a loss for words. He eventually rose from the table, stating that he would talk to his younger brother and hoping that the Peril family would refrain from any actions that could lead to further misunderstandings. Errol questioned Gadel Lutzen about his intentions, asking where he was going and who he thought he was to make decisions for himself. Gadel Lutzen was taken aback and halted in his tracks. Errol went on to explain that Hayakaret had shown interest in Ert, and Lutzen had intervened in the matter. Errol clarified that he was discussing the method used in such situations, one that had been passed down through ancient times when aristocrats were involved in love affairs. Asha, puzzled by the sudden turn of events, asked Errol to explain. Gadel Lutzen, on the other hand, inquired whether Errol was suggesting they should have a duel. Errol confirmed this and proposed settling the matter with a duel between the eldest daughter and eldest son of the Pernal family and the Lutzen family, as well as between the younger brothers who were directly involved. Gadel Lutzen objected, claiming that such an approach was nonsensical, but Errol stopped him, indicating that he wasn't finished yet. Errol proposed a condition for the duel, stating that if Gadel Lutzen were to win, not only would they back off from the situation, but Errol would actively assist the Lutzen family in improving their food situation, which had deteriorated due to poor harvests. Gadel Lutzen was taken aback by this unexpected offer. Gadel Lutzen considered the proposal and realized that, although it was sudden, winning the duel would undoubtedly help alleviate their family's food situation. He took into account his brother's age advantage over Ert, the physical advantage it offered, and the fact that he had served as the knight captain of the 13th Order, giving him a clear advantage over a mere escort knight. Given these factors, Gadel Lutzen accepted Prince Errol's offer. Errol was pleased with the outcome. Asha was unhappy with Errol's decision. Errol acknowledged that he might be acting unreasonably but questioned whether Asha would truly be content if Gadel Lutzen were to escape consequences. Asha remained silent, listening to Errol's reasoning. Errol continued by explaining that Gadel Lutzen had not only insulted her family but had also openly looked down upon Ert. Errol asserted that both of them had been treated as insignificant, and he couldn't simply let Gadel Lutzen get away with it. Asha expressed her reservations, stating that she couldn't act solely based on personal feelings because she was Errol's escort knight. Errol countered by saying that while she was indeed his escort knight, looking down on her was no different from looking down on him, and he would not tolerate such disrespect toward him or his people. He urged her to view this as an opportunity for her to lay the groundwork and teach them a lesson. Errol asked if she didn't also want to give them a taste of their own medicine and show her skills and power so her brother could see how skilled she was. Asha looked at Errol, clearly considering the situation. When they explained the plan to Ert, he began to cry, expressing doubt that he could win against Lutzen. Errol comforted Ert, assuring him that a fight between kids was straightforward. Usually, the one who strikes first wins. Errol placed his hands on Ert's shoulder and encouraged him to be honest, asking whether it seemed like Lutzen had been provoking him all along and if Ert felt angry. Ert admitted that he was indeed upset, but he couldn't bear to act immaturely when he considered how hard his sister had been working for their family. He felt he had no choice but to endure and concentrate on improving his skills during that time. Errol then raised the question of when Ert would be able to change his situation. He emphasized that studying hard and becoming stronger were viable options, but added that it might be too late by the time Ert had graduated or become more powerful. Errol advised Ert to make a decision quickly regarding the path he wanted to take in life. Errol stressed to Ert that waiting for the right opportunity would leave him waiting indefinitely. He motivated Ert by explaining that this was the moment to demonstrate what would happen if anyone dared to meddle with his family. Errol further advised Ert that with the third prince supporting him, he had a strong ally. Errol hugged Ert and assured him that he would provide a plan for his victory. He then went on to discuss the plan and remarked that dueling might seem cool, but it was a rather barbaric act, even if both parties had agreed to it. Committing violence in front of an audience was inherently uncomfortable, although it could be quite entertaining to watch others fight. Errol sat down and mentioned that he was looking forward to the upcoming duel. Lady Hayakaret inquired about the proceedings, expressing her surprise that she hadn't been informed earlier. Errol explained that he hadn't informed her earlier because he genuinely wanted to teach them a lesson. This irritated Lady Haya, who insisted it wasn't right as Ert wasn't skilled in swordsmanship. Errol interrupted Lady Haya, telling her that she didn't understand the situation fully. He emphasized that what truly mattered was whether Ert won or lost. Ert stood with a sword in hand, appearing nervous. Errol questioned Lady Haya about her interest in Ert, and she confessed that she found him cute, often looking like he would cry the moment someone pinched his cheeks. The man then announced the start of the duel in the presence of the third prince. Both Ert and Lutzen were ready, and the duel began. Lutzen moved forward to attack Ert, prompting Asha to think that he truly was a noble. Errol guided Ert to take a half step back diagonally to the right, and Ert followed the instructions, successfully evading Lutzen's attack. Lutzen launched another attack, and Errol once again directed Ert to move left by bowing down and going straight back. Ert defended himself successfully once again. Errol continued to give him instructions, telling him to take 2 steps to the right, then 3 steps diagonally forward. He instructed Ert to hold the sword tightly, twist his body, and swing it. Ert followed these instructions precisely and launched an attack on Lutzen, causing Lutzen to fall to the ground. The other kids watching the duel seemed to be enjoying the fight. Asha was taken aback by Errol's involvement, realizing that he was providing proxy training through a small exclusive communication device. Errol considered it easy to read the kids' movements, as they only moved the way they had been taught, making their actions predictable. Errol advised Ert through the communication device to continue following his instructions, which Ert understood. Lutzen, furious after being hit by Ert, stood up and moved forward to attack once more. Errol instructed Ert to stay calm, lower his waist, and strike. Ert followed the instructions precisely, and his sword hit Lutzen between the legs, causing Lutzen to fall to the ground again. The man overseeing the duel stopped the fight and declared Ert Pernal as the winner. Ert couldn't believe that he had won, but Errol reminded him that all glory is fleeting. Gadel Lutzen accepted the loss, and then it was time for Gadel Lutzen and Asha to take their places for the duel. Ert came to Errol, thrilled about his victory, and Errol was also happy for him. Lady Haya approached Ert, took his hand, and expressed her confidence that he would win. The next duel was between Gadel Lutzen and Asha. Ert mentioned that he had heard that Sir Gadel Lutzen was the former captain of the 13th Knight's Order. Errol expressed his confidence that Asha would win the duel, even though Gadel Lutzen appeared confident in his skills. Errol also advised Ert to observe carefully and understand that his sister had chosen to become a knight not out of compulsion, but for the sake of their family. Gadel Lutzen, addressing Asha, assured her that he would not underestimate her. However, when he moved in to attack Asha, she countered his attack and sent him flying a considerable distance. Asha acknowledged her own strength and admitted that she had gone a bit too far. She commented to Gadel Lutzen that despite his noble title, he appeared surprisingly weak. Errol meets a man. The man is dressed in a heavy fur dress. The man seems absorbed in some thought. He confirms Errol if he is talking about 50,000 people. Errol asks the man why he is asking about that. He further asks if it is something impossible. The man tells Errol that the number of people willing to do business with them has increased. He adds that there are an additional 2,000 to 3,000 people. He tells Errol that all of them require enslaved people as soldiers. The man asks Errol if he will use all the 50,000 people as soldiers. Errol replies, no, he will not use all of them. He adds the number also contains family members. He says it is a rough estimate of the people. The man seems amused. He pats his face with his hand and praises himself for understanding Errol. Errol looks at the man standing before him and confirms that he has sensed the change of making money. He believes that man must know the chances of a brewing war. He says he can guess it through how the man makes deals. Errol suspects that the man is charging his customers more than the market price. He asks the man to avoid talking around about this nonsense. The man replies that he understands that keeping secrets is the basis of doing business. He adds that he can send the enslaved people to his territory. Errol asks him how long will it take to gather 50,000 people. The man replies it will take almost 5 days to gather people. Errol says to the man that he will come after 5 days to take them. The man replies that it is fine. Then, he says it is difficult, but he will do it. Errol comes out of the place after the meeting. Errol thinks he has to do many things to prepare for the war. He says he hates this. He thinks about using the 5 days as an excuse to play to his heavy content. He feels these 5 days are his official break. The scene shifts to another place. Errol is with Kiana. Kiana asks Errol if they cannot return for the next 5 days. She says everyone is busy. So, would it be alright to stay there? Errol looks at Kania and thinks she does not know what is good. He says the busier one is, the better it feels to slack off and enjoy oneself in moderation. Kania says it is best to talk to the man again so they can return earlier. Errol asks Kania if she is not interested in seeing the royal capital. Kania stays quiet. Errol starts to think about Kania, who was born as a princess. She spent most of her life inside the palace after the Dark Knight incident. Errol says she must be pretty curious about the outside world. He has a firm belief that she would not resist that idea. As expected, Kania starts to think about exploring the royal palace. Seeing her absorbed in thinking, Errol tells her he has given them all the instructions, so there would be no problem staying here. He adds there would be few things to do after they go back. Kania replies that is right. Errol succeeds in persuading Kania. The scene shifts to the market. Kania looks around and says their territory's village is relatively small. Errol says this is because it is the countryside. He asks Kania to hold his hand tightly. They visit a stall and enjoy refreshments. Errol looks at a house and tells Kania that though the house is relatively smaller than theirs, it is worth seeing. Kania takes Errol's attention toward a banner. The banner reads that the third prince made the available products. She asks him if he prepared those things. Errol is shocked to see the banner. He asks what this sign is about. His face turned red with embarrassment. He inquires about the owner of this place. Then, he notices something and finds it belongs to their merchant group. He puts his hand on Kania's shoulder and asks her to look at something else. Kania peeps inside the shop and guesses they also sell swords there. The shopkeeper asks her if she needs a new sword. He says they are at the right place if she wants a good sword. He adds they have good swords there. The shopkeeper takes Kania close to a sword and tells the famous dwarves blacksmith has made this sword. He says it is by the iron factory. The shopkeeper says she must know about the excellent skills of the dwarves' smithing. He informs Kiana that there is 10% off on this item. Errol enters the shop and tells the shopkeeper he is speechless to see his marketing skills. He clarifies that he knows he wants to make money, but selling fake things is unacceptable. Kania wonders if it is a fake sword. The shopkeeper tries to defend himself and says dwarves verify their sword smithing. Errol asks Kania to enter her magical aura in the sword. Kania holds the sword and enters her magical aura into the sword. The sword shines with a magical aura. However, the very next moment, the sword turns into two pieces. Errol laughs to see this. He mocks the shopkeeper, saying it looks like products made by dwarves break these days with just a little bit of aura. The shadow appears on the face of the shopkeeper. He tries to clarify his position and says there must be some misunderstanding. Errol replies if he insists there is a way of checking it in person. He asks the shopkeeper if they should go to a nearby place and check it. He assures the shopkeeper that he will compensate if he proves wrong. The shopkeeper trembles and asks Errol for forgiveness. Errol replies he will forgive him on one condition. He holds another sword and asks the shopkeeper to give him the sword at a low price. The shopkeeper seems hesitant to sell the sword at a low price. Errol gets mad at his hesitation and asks if he has any problem. The shopkeeper stammered and agreed to Errol's condition. He says to Errol that he is thankful for his kindness. Errol holds a knife in his hand. Kania asks him if he likes this knife. Errol tells Kania that it is a real dwarven dagger. He says that the dagger cannot escape from his eyes. He brings the dagger close to Kania and says he will give it to her. He offers the dagger to Kania as a present. Kania holds the dagger and says thanks to Errol for always taking great care of her. Errol looks at Kania's smiling face. He says she is as happy as a girl who has received a dress. He says to himself that his sister Kania is genuinely unique. Errol says they have come closer as sisters and brothers. He feels happy to see this. The scene shifts to a few days later. There is a crowd of people around. Kiana asks Errol if it is not a bit expensive. Errol asks Kania to imagine how it feels to lead 20,000 soldiers. Kania asks him if it looks fantastic. Asha is also present here with other members. Asha asks Senia if she has arrived to greet Errol Nim. Senia says it has been a few days since they saw him, so they should come. Asha and Sena look at Errol and are shocked to see something. Errol enters the door and waves to see Asha and Sena. He tells them that he has returned with 50,000 people. Asha puts her hand on her face to see a massive crowd. He says she should have followed him. Sena asks whether the strength is too much. Daya asks Asha what they will do about these people's food. Errol asks her if she is worried about that. Asha intervenes. She tells Errol that though they have to prepare for war, they should recruit people after getting exact information. Errol stays calm and says there is no doubt they will have a war. He tells her that Fahilia will be the second or the third place to be destroyed. He asks Asha and others to trust him. He tries to convince them by asking if he ever proved wrong in analyzing such situations. Asha closes her eyes to stay calm. She says she understands and trusts him. She assures him that she will not question his decisions any further. Errol feels relaxed to hear this and says she is thankful to her for being understanding. He tells Asha that her help is required in what they will do. Errol directs his finger to the crowd of people and assures them that he will turn all of them into quality troops to protect Fahilia. At first, Errol plans to select valuable personnel from the people and train them. He thinks of making them commander of each unit to train the rest of the people. He says he will prepare a basic training manual so that they can take charge of the supervision. He asks Asha and Sena if they can do that job. They answer univocally that they are ready to do that job. Errol thinks he is going to be crazy busy for a while. He believes the leaders of 3 countries' alliances, whose faces he does not know, made him work like this. Errol gets mad at them. He determines to punish them with the soldiers he is going to train. The scene shifts to a mountainous area. Errol holds a stick in his hand and tries to reach the mountains. He says climbing is so hard. He complains about why all the mages live in the mountains. Daya replies that mostly old mages set their workshops in the hills, whereas young mages prefer to live in cities. Errol looks at Daya and says he did not know about that. Daya makes a sour face and says she prefers to live in the city. She complains there is no good food available in the mountains. Errol wonders if that was the reason for her preference for towns. Heian looks at Errol and says they have met for a while. He asks Errol what brought him to the workshop this time. Errol replies he wants to buy something. He adds that the item he wants to buy is a little troublesome. Heian asks him to clarify what he is talking about. Errol comes close to Heian and tells him he wants to buy a stone that stores mana. He clarifies that he wants to buy a magical stone. He explains to Heian that he wants to buy a large quantity of purity stone. Heian replies that the magical stones are under the jurisdiction of magic towers. He asks Errol why he is asking him for that. Errol replies that he knows the magic stones are under the command of magic towers, but they will not sell them to him. Heian asks Errol if he plans to use the magical stones for the war. Errol replies that it depends on how they are used. He adds that mages are no different from walking wide area lethal weapons. Errol clears his position before Payana. He asks him not to misunderstand his effort. He explains that Payan fixes his glasses and says he understands his position. He inquires him why he came to him for the magical stones. Errol asks Payan to stop pretending that he does not know anything. He says he can get a lot of magical rocks with the help of his connections. Payan closes his eyes for a while. Errol looks at Payan and thinks that despite his looks, he is an upright old man. He says he knows how to make business deals and keeps secrets. Payan replies that he understands the matter. He tells Errol that he requires some time for that task. Errol says he already considered that. Errol leaves Payan's workshop. He folds his arms behind his neck in a relaxing pose. He feels relaxed after solving another problem. He says he has been working too hard and should take a break. He looks at Daya, who stumbles. He asks her what happened to her all of a sudden. Daya replies that she is shocked that the amount is beyond his imagination. Errol says the amount is not the problem as he has been making quite a lot of money. Errol says he will tell her the current asset of the territory since she is curious about that. Then, he whispered in Daya's ear. Daya is shocked to know the amount. Errol laughs to see her and says it is fun. Errol thinks the amount does not include the queen's property, which he stole previously. He shakes Daya, holding her by her shoulders, and asks her to go to the castle. They soon reached Fahilia. Errol confirms everyone's presence and announces a mission. He puts a piece of paper on the table and tells everyone it is a blueprint. One of the men holds the blueprint in hand and looks at it. Errol clarifies to them that they must prepare it before the war begins. He adds that they must prepare it all by themselves as it is confidential. All the team members say this is impossible. Errol laughs and assures them he will give them a high allowance. He says he will make them feel what it is like to consecutively holiday. He asks them to cheer at that news. He says manual laborers typically maintain peace. Errol comes out of the castle's main building and says he will visit the royal capital now. Asha asks Errol why it is so essential that they come to the royal capital. Errol says they are here for personal business. He thinks Asha must have misunderstood when they made multiple deals to prepare for the war. He holds Asha's arm and asks him to stop complaining. He asks her to follow her. Asha asks him where they are going. The scene shifts to the Royal Academy. Asha first looks at the building and then asks Errol why they arrived. Errol says he has heard that her brother was admitted to the academy recently. He says she should meet her brother. Royal Academy is an educational institute that teaches nobles' children. High-rank families who can hire tutors do not send their children to that academy. In short, it is a place that ordinary nobles' children attend. Errol opens the gate and takes Ashe inside. He says he has given her free time to visit her brother, but she refuses, saying she is busy. He says if he were her little brother, he would have been upset that his sister would not visit him. Ashe replies that she can take a break when everyone else is busy. Errol asks her to stop being so stubborn. He asks her if he looks like an evil employer who does not give his subordinates time to visit their family. Errol holds a pass in his 2 fingers and shows it to Ashe. He tells her he has made various excuses and even got a pass. So, there is no nagging for today. Errol asks Ashe if she knows where her brother is. Ashe says she does not know where he is precisely staying. She adds that he will recognize him once he sees him, as he looks exactly like her. Errol looks at an innocent-looking boy standing opposite a group of girls. He asks Ashe if it is him. He says he looks like her. Ashe calls her brother Ert in a low voice. Errol asks her if her brother's name is Ert. He asks her who those kids are standing before him. A girl asks Ert if he thought about her proposal. Ert stammers and says it is impossible, no matter how much he thinks about the proposal. Errol wonders if bullying exists in a place like this. Errol asks Ashe if they should help her brother. Ashe asks him to wait for a moment. Soon, the girls leave Ert alone. Ert puts a hand on his chest and releases a deep breath. Ashe comes close to her brother and asks him about the matter. Ert looks at her elder sister and asks her how she is here. Ashe holds her brother and inquires him about the kids. She says he wrote in his letters that he is doing well here. Ert replies it is just a misunderstanding. He tells her sister that the girl is Lady Carrot. Ashe asks her brother to be honest with her. Ert holds his notebook tightly and shouts that he does not want to share with her. Ashe feels sad to hear this. Errol notices her and says it is the first time he has seen Ashe this frustrated. He intervenes in their conversation and asks Ashe to let him talk with her brother. He holds Ert by his shoulders and tells him he is the person his sister takes care of. Ert says that he must be the 3rd prince. Errol asks him to put these things aside for a while. He inquires Ert if the distinguished girls are bullying him. Ert says it is not like that. Errol assures him that he will keep the whole matter a secret from his sister. Ert tells him that the girl is Haya Carrot, the youngest daughter of Marquis Carrot. He remembers meeting that noble on his birthday. Errol asks him to complain against her for bullying the younger brother of the 3rd prince's escort. Ert starts to cry and says he does not mean that. He feels hesitant to tell Errol about the matter. He asks Errol not to make him more upset by asking about the matter. Then, Ert gathers his strength and tells Errol that Lady Carrot is asking him to go out with her. He tells him that she is forcing him to do that. He says he does not want to do that. Errol thinks these brats are still wet behind the ears. Ert cries and says that no matter how often he refuses, she keeps asking him to go out with her. He complains that even the other ladies treat him like a pet. He says he is not being bullied, but everyone makes fun of him. Errol releases a deep breath and says this kid does not realize how popular he is. He asks who would have thought it was a matter of affection between the kids. Ert cries and says he does not know how to face her. Errol directs Ert's attention behind him and asks him to ask Lady Carrot about that directly. Ert asks Lady Carrot how long he has been there. Lady Carrot says she has returned because she wants to say something to Ert. She asks Errol and Ashe who they are. Errol replies they are not suspicious people. He directs Haya's attention towards Ashe and says she is her future sister-in-law. Ert holds Errol's sleeve to stop him. Ashe asks Errol if he is throwing some prank. Haya conforms if she is Ert's older sister. She says she has heard a lot about her. Errol whispers in Ashe's ear and tells him the whole matter. Haya bows to greet and introduces herself as the young daughter of the Carrot family. She tells Ashe that she hopes to date her younger brother. Errol seems impressed by the guts of the young girl. He compliments this gesture as being excellent and superb, whereas Ert cries with embarrassment. Ashe asks Errol what she should do in a situation like this. Errol replies she should leave the matter to the kids unless she hates the little girl from the Carrot family. Haya Carrot comes close to Ert, holds his hand, and sees in his eyes. Ashe finds Errol's suggestion inappropriate. She says Ert is saying she is forcing him. Errol replies, but he never says that he does not like her. He says it seems like he is overwhelmed and does not know what to do. Errol tells Asha that the Carrot family has an extraordinary ability to make a profit with their proper investing plan. He adds that if Ert gets along with that lady, it will be suitable for their family. Asha stays quiet for a while. She seems confused about whether it would be all right to have such a reason behind it. Errol asks her to focus on the fact that both kids like each other. Errol leans close to Asha and says she can trust her brother and look over him. Asha takes Errol's attention to the fact that if Ert likes her, why he is refusing to go out with her. Errol replies it could be because of his pride as a man. Meanwhile, a boy comes over there and yells at Ert. Errol looks at him and suspects there may be some other reason. The boy yells at Ert and aggressively asks him if he is again bothering her. Ert seems frightened to see Lutzen. Lutzen asks Ert if he is again trying to seduce Haya Carrot. He asks him if his senses have not recovered yet. Meanwhile, Haya Carrot comes between both of the boys. She asks Lutzen why he is blaming Ert. She clarifies that she decides to keep Ert by her side. Lutzen gets mad to listen and says he hates that. He questions why she is getting close to this. He asks her why she refuses to go out with him. Errol comments on what this crazy love triangle is. Lutzen starts to talk ill about Ert's family. He looks down upon Ert's family, saying that his family has fallen into ruin and that his sister works in the countryside to earn a living for the family. He blames Haya for her to disgrace the Carrot family's name by getting into a relationship with Ert. Asha feels insulted. Errol feels the boy is crossing his line. Meanwhile, Ert comes forward and confronts Lutzen. He addresses Lutzen and says he does not care about what he says about him. He asks Lutzen to take his words back about his sister and Lady Carrot. Lutzen gets mad at Ert. He asks him how he dares to oppose him. He raises his hand on Ert. However, Errol intervenes and holds his hand. He gives Lutzen a shut-up call. He asks how the repertoire cannot change at all. Lutzen looks at Errol with anger, stopping him from punching Ert. Ert warns Lutzen that this is his way of stopping unfair means. He says he cannot let this bullying happen anymore. Lutzen misbehaves with Errol and says the outsiders should get lost and should not interfere in their matter. Errol asks him if he is still an outsider after getting permission. He asks Lutzen how he would dare to use informed language with him. Meanwhile, Lutzen's elder brother comes there and inquires about what is happening there. Errol gets irritated as to why so many people are gathering here. Lutzen's mouth opens in shock to see his elder brother. Errol looks at the boy and guesses the boy seems to be a teacher, not a student, considering his age. Lutzen's elder brother asks Errol about him. Errol feels overjoyed at this question and says he has been waiting for this. Errol bows and says he is the third prince of the kingdom of Arnesia and lord of a village called Fahilia. The man coughs at Errol's introduction and inquires what a prince is doing here. Errol asks him if he is so surprised to see him that he starts to cough. The man asks Errol if they can move to another location to complete their conversation. They move to the library to talk. Lutzen's brother says he apologizes for his younger brother's indifferent behavior. He says the Lutzen family will also forward a formal apology afterward. Lutzen's elder brother, Gadel Lutzen, is the instructor of swordsmanship in the academy. Errol tells Gadel Lutzen that he should apologize to Ert. Gadel Lutzen replies he is not directly involved in the matter. He adds he heard that Ert interfered first. He adds that the Pernal family should apologize. Now, Asha intervenes and says she believes that her brother has not done anything wrong. Errol wonders why the kids are in a love triangle in the academy. He thinks for a while and understands the matter. The Royal Academy is an educational institute rather than a place for pure learning. Errol understands that it is a place where aristocrats make connections. He says he is sure that the kid has approached the girl on order from his family. Gadel Lutzen says the Lutzen family and Carrot family have been close for a long time. He adds the Pernal family has no right to interfere with that. Errol comprehends the matter and concludes that Gadel Lutzen considers the Pernal family nothing less than an obstacle. Errol stands up and says he is speechless to hear this nonsense. He tells Gadel Lutzen that he is talking beside the point. Errol asks Gadel Lutzen why he is bringing families between the kids' relationship. Errol looks into Gadel Lutzen's eyes and inquires him if they are teaching discrimination to the students. Gadol Lusden replies that no matter what, the difference between the families cannot be ignored. He states it is the duty of a noble to make appropriate relationships. His words offend Errol. Errol says Asha is his escort. He asks him if he considers a royal guard as someone inferior. Gadol Lusden clears his throat and stands up. He says to Errol that he will warn his younger brother. He adds that the Pernal family should stay away to avoid any such misunderstanding in the future. Gadol Lusden seems rude. His words offend Arnal. Arnal asks Gadol Lusden where he is going, and who he is to decide the whole matter by himself. He concludes that Haya is interested in Ert, and his brother meddled with that. He asks him to settle the matter here. Gadol Lusden looks Gadol Lusden. He says he is talking about the method, the one that has been handed down since ancient times when aristocrats were involved in love affairs. Asha asks Errol what he is saying all of a sudden. Gadol Lusden asks him if he is talking about having a duel. Errol asks Gadol Lusden to settle the matter at once with a duel. He adds the duel will between the eldest son of the Lutzen family and the eldest daughter of the Pernal family. He further says one duel should be held between the younger brothers who are directly involved in the matter. Gadol Lusden asks what kind of nonsense is he talking about. Errol feels offended at his intervention. He says he has not completed it yet. He says if he wins the duel, not only they will retreat, but also help the Lutzen family to overcome the food shortage problem. Gadol Lusden wonders how he knows about their food problem. Errol ignores his inquisitive gaze and further explains that both Ert and Asha are required to win for the victory of Pernal family, however Lutzen family will win if any of the two brothers win the duel. Gadol Lusden thinks it is a quick decision, but if they do that their food problem will be solved. He thinks they will win this duel easily. He further thinks his brother is 2 years older than Ert, which will give him a physical advantage. He says to himself that he who used to serve as the Knight of the 13 Order can easily overwhelm an ordinary escort knight. He bows down before Errol, and since His Highness has decided this, he has no other option but to accept it. Errol puts his hand on his chest and says he promises on his name that he will not go back on his words. Asha holds her head to see this. She addresses Arnal and says normally she should let it slide, but he has gone too much this time. Arnal replies normally she nags and tries to stop him. Asha says this is not what she means. Errol accepts Asha for being unreasonable this time. He asks Asha how can she be all right by letting this bastard go like this. Errol makes Asha realize that Gadol Lusden has not only ridiculed her family name, but also dared to look down upon Ert. He asks her how she can let someone go who treats her and Ert as mere stones on the roadside. Asha replies she is Errol Nim's escort knight and that she can act solely on her personal feelings. Errol says looking down on his escort knight is equal to looking down upon him. He adds that he cannot tolerate those people who look down upon him or on his people. Errol asks Asha to think of this battle as an opportunity to teach these nerds a good lesson. He estimates that she must have wanted to beat those. He asks Asha to show her brother how great a knight she is. Asha releases a deep breath and asks Errol if he is serious. Ert feels frustrated and pressurized. He clenches his fists and asks how can he win against Lutzen. Errol asks him why he is so worried about the battle. He says there is not much in the kid fight, all he has to do is strike him first. Errol guides Ert that all he has to do is to quickly beat Lutzen. Ert still feels afraid to fight with a kid like Lutzen. Errol holds Ert by the shoulder and asks him to listen to his words carefully. He says it looks like the kid Lutzen has been seeking a fight with him all the time. Then, he asks Ert if he is not mad at him. Ert reflects upon the previous incidents. Then, he replies to Errol that he is mad at Lutzen, but the struggle of his sister does not allow him to behave like an immature fellow. He adds that he does not have time for anything but to focus on his skills during that time. Errol tells Ert that is also an option. He asks Ert how long will he be able to escape from the situation. Errol says what if he studies hard and graduates. He asks him what if he trains and gets stronger. Errol asks Ert to select his path in life before it is too late. He adds if he keeps waiting, he will end up waiting for the rest of his life. He motivates Ert to fight by saying this is his chance to show his enemy what will happen to them if they mess up with his family. Errol holds Ert's shoulders tightly and assures him he has his back. He adds it would be problematic for him if he fought recklessly without having anyone on his back. Errol hugs Ert to make him feel relaxed and protected. Eret seems shocked to see himself in a prince's embrace. Errol whispers in Eret's ear that he will tell him the trick to ensure his victory. He asks Eret to listen to him carefully. The scene shifts outside the academy's gate. Asha releases a deep breath. She requests Errol to tell her of his decisions in advance in the future. Errol replies she managed to earn her brother's respect because of him. The moment blinks in Asha's mind when her brother says that he wants to become an incredible person like his sister. He adds that, more importantly, Eret would not be bullied anymore. He assures Asha that the Lutzen family will remain silent about this matter. Errol asks Asha if she is happy to help her brother solve his problem. He makes Asha realize he has done all this because he cares about her. Asha smiles and says she should be thankful to him. Errol replies that is right. Then, he asks Asha to go back. When people face the worst situation, they tend to deny it. The scene shifts to a room. One of the men shares some news. The man says by the official letter, the lords of Ernesia recruited and trained soldiers for the war. He adds their attitude is passive to call their preparation full-fledged training. The man wonders what would happen if the war does not break out. All of these preparations, and the reserved supplies and weapons end up in the warehouse. He believes it would be a troublesome situation. The man considers this scenario the core reason for people to point their fingers at a lord who has prepared for war with determination. People consider the lord's preparation as an immature and enthusiastic act. However, the young lord justifies it as a significant act to prepare for the worst situation. Regardless, people still believe no war will break out. The scene shifts to the Merman Empire capital. The king of the empire stands at the window and waves at the people. He says he has something to share with all the nations of the continent today. He asks the people if they know the man who has recently been disrupting the finances of the continent. The people seem curious to know about that man. The emperor tells the general people that the man is not only making unfair profits by selling strange products, but also purposely selling paper, which is a specialty of the continent. The emperor gets mad and says the man is unforgivable. He adds the demon is in the kingdom of Ernesia. The emperor announces that he with his allies' kingdoms will raise the sword against him and stop this demon. The king of Demanial Kingdom's king and Sejepan Dukedom's duke stand behind the emperor to show solidarity. He further announces that he will ally with Demanial Kingdom and Sejepan Dukedom. He declares together they will personally deliver judgment on the Ernesia Kingdom. Emperor strikes his swords with his allies to show unity, and the public hails their togetherness. The Kingdom of Ernesia receives a notification. The notification notifies conditions to the Ernesia Kingdom. The letter reads they have to show their signatory they want to stop the shedding of innocent blood. The first condition demands the discontinuation of paper production and complete decomposition of the facility. The second condition demands sharing the manufacturing method of exclusive Ernesia products. The third condition demands to return of the profit to the countries that is earned by unfair means. The last condition demands that Erel is sent back to Ernesia to study and make his talent known. The king of Ernessissa feels offended to read this letter. He tears the notification and asks if they are making fun of their kingdom. The king declares they cannot avoid war any longer. He asks his man to deploy forces for the war. He says they cannot give up on a single piece of territory they have been protecting since their ancestors. The scene shifts to the Bezian fortress, located at the end of Ernesia territory. There are soldiers in a great number. Jael Ernesia asks one of the soldiers if the Three Kingdoms alliance has reached. He asks him about the report of their scouting squad. The soldier reports about 1 million troops are attacking them from the northeastern side. Jael Ernesia listens to the soldier's report and estimates that it would not be the only force. He thinks there must be more troops following behind. He determines as the successor of the kingdom, it is his responsibility to stop all of this at any cost. Jael Ernesia says to his soldiers they are a ragtag group of people who joined forces in a hurry. So, there is nothing to be afraid of. He commands them not to let even a single ant enter the castle. The scene shifts to Fahilia. Asha thinks everyone in Fahilia will be on guard if the enemies infiltrate this place. Errol says he is busy cooking. He offers a covered plate to Daya and asks her if she wants to know what he is busy doing. Then, he tells her that it is his fun cooking time. Daya's mouth watered to see a snow rabbit meat dish. Errol says he cannot believe that many people do not eat rabbit meat. Daya replies, how ridiculous is this? She concludes those people have never eaten bugs and poisonous mushrooms when there is nothing to eat. Both Daya and Errol finish the rabbit meat dish. Errol folds his hands behind his neck and sits in a relaxed position. Then, he stands up and says he should try to cook something else now. He rushes toward the kitchen and folds his sleeves. Daya asks him what he is going to do. She sees bottles of dry fruits and flour in front of Errol and says the combination must be delicious. Her mouth watered to see another dish. Errol looks at her and says the dish has not finished yet. Errol pours the batter into the mold. Daya compliments Errol that he is good at cooking. She acknowledges his cooking skills and admits that most of the lords do not enter the kitchen. Errol asks Daya if she knows that he has developed the food items of all of their merchant company. He tells Daya that he has never shared this with anyone, but there was a time when he thought of becoming a cook if everything ended for him. Daya listens to him and says this is quite unexpected for her. Errol places the dishes in the oven. After some time, he takes the baked snacks out of the oven. Daya starts to eat the snacks and feels she will soon gain a lot of weight by eating these snacks. Errol tells Daya that he has made these snacks for the soldiers to eat on the battlefield since the existing portable food is quite tasteless. He adds he might have to eat it at some point. So, he has prepared this. Daya asks Errol why he is preparing for war without receiving any mobilization order. Errol replies he is preparing for unforeseen circumstances. The scene shifts to Ernesia. The soldiers of opponents climb the walls of the fort. Jail Ernesia commands his soldiers to counterattack. He asks if the reinforcements have not reached yet. The soldier replies to Jail Ernesia that the enemy soldiers are climbing the fort and they cannot afford to attack recklessly. A soldier reaches behind Jail Ernesia and tells him there is an emergency report from the scouting squad. Jail Ernesia asks the soldier what happened this time. The soldier reports that the main force of the enemy army is approaching. It is more than 2 million troops. Jail Ernesia was drenched with sweat to hear about the arrival of the enemy troops. The scene shifts to the Ernesia Imperial Conference Room. Thiril Enersia heading a meeting in the conference room. He holds his head out of stress while other members seem to be in an argument. One of the men addresses Thiril Enersia and says the number of enemy troops is increasing. He adds it is only a matter of time until the fortress falls. Thiril Enersia clenches his fist to get his nerves. Another man suggests they should not hold on longer and retreat to reorganize their battle line. Another man says His Highness's safety is also at risk. Thiril Enersia stays silent for a while, then asks them to call their soldiers back from the front line and inform the citizens about their current situation. Silence prevails in the conference room. Thiril Enersia speaks again and commands to call out all the lords and nobles who can fight. He emphasizes that it is a national mobilization order. Errol hangs a piece of paper and says he did not expect Jail Ernesia's participation in achievements. He adds the members of the royal family do not directly participate in the battles. Errol again looks at the mobilization order and says he finally received it. Errol holds his head and thinks there is nothing scarier than dealing with enemies whose troops are more than your troops. He gathers his nerves and realizes that it is important for them to remain intact if they want to live comfortably in their kingdom. Errol stands up with determination and says he has to become a pro at war for now. He decides to leave a minimal number of soldiers behind for the territory. The scene shifts outside the palace. Errol stands beside a cage. There is a gigantic-sized bird inside the cage. He pats the bird and commands it to fly. He asks the bird to pay for its meal. Errol suggests Nuna to stay in Fahilia. She replies she wants to come with him. She adds she cannot stay in Fahilia when all of them are going to the battlefield. Errol thinks about her stubbornness. He thinks it is not that Kania's swordsmanship skills are not needed on the battlefield, but he does not want to take his family to the battlefield. He says to himself that if he says that he has no other choice because Kania also wants to protect their territory, his father will outright him. Kania holds Errol by the shoulders. She says she is thankful he is thinking about her, but she cannot send him to the battlefield alone. She adds it is her responsibility to go if her younger brother is going to the battlefield. She decisively says she must accompany him to the battlefield. Errol smiles and says he will not stop her anymore. Errol says to Kanai the time has reached when he should hand over an important thing to her. Kanai asks what it is. Errol takes out a sword. He says Lady Ephinelia has entrusted this sword to him. Kania asks him if her mother has given that sword to him. Errol offers the sword to Kania and tells her that it is the sword handed down from generation to generation in the Kenchter family. He adds that the sword is called Kelsha. The sword is named after the first head of the family. Kanai holds the sword in her hand and checks out. Errol continues telling her that it is a high-quality sword that even dwarves acknowledge. Kania asks Errol if she can take it. Errol smiles at her question and says she is the third sword master in the kingdom. He asks her to take it without hesitation. Kania thinks about her mother while looking at the sword. Errol wonders if she is getting sentimental. He realizes that moment should be sense enough to let her alone to enjoy this moment. Errol steps out of this place. Errol formulates the layout of his future actions as he walks out. He decides he will make as few sacrifices as possible from now onwards. He determines to reward the brave soldiers and take care of the families of the dead soldiers till the end. He stands before his army and thinks he cannot show their anxiety to them. He announces they have to move to the front line by the king's order. Errol tells his troops they are to face a huge crowd of soldiers. He makes his soldiers realize he has not trained them to sacrifice their lives. He clarifies that they are going to save their territory not by sacrificing their lives, but with valiant military service. Errol enthusiastically addresses his army of 23,000 soldiers and motivates them to fight for victory. The soldiers respond with the same enthusiasm. The scene shifts to the northeastern front Derzia fortress. There are clouds of smoke and fire around the fortress. The soldiers are in miserable condition. Errol reaches the location and realizes the situation is worse than he thought. He estimates the battle is more intense than he thought. Kania and Errol enter the camp of the Price. They bow and greet Prince Yil. Yil Ernesia says he is apologetic for making them come here. He regrets and says this would not have happened if he had led the army properly. Errol listens to the words of Yil Ernesia and wonders if he can say words like this. He thinks Ernesia has a good personality, unlike Queen Elia Yil. Errol says he has heard that the situation is not good. Yil Ernesia replies their border fortresses have fallen to the hands of the enemies and become their strongholds. He continues to tell and inform Errol about the total number of troops. He adds the enemy has temporarily halted the attack to reorganize the troops. He says the enemy might attack tomorrow. Errol comprehends that things are not in the right state of being. He realizes if he had reached a few days later, this place would also have been breached by the enemy troops. Yil Ernesia says to Errol that his troops of 23,000 would be enough until the other lords reached. Errol suspects that Yil intends to use his soldiers as the meat shield. He decides he will not let this happen. Errol laces his hands on the table, looks into Yil Ernesia's eyes, and says there is no need to wait. He adds they need to stop defending and start to turn the tide. He says if they keep waiting it would be too late. Yil Ernesia replies to Errol that he understands him, but it is impossible to attack in the current situation. Errol tells Yil Ernesia that he has prepared something to deal with the current situation. He uncovers something and says he had asked the blacksmith to prepare it when he heard about the war. Yil Ernesia looks at the thing. Errol tells him that it is a mobile watchtower. He shares that he has planned to place archers and mages here. He adds they can also reassemble. Errol shows his confidence in the mobile watchtower and says they will be helpful in the war. He says there are more of them. Yil Ernesia asks Errol what is this. Errol replies if he has to give it a name, it should be called Gate-Blocking Knife Cart. Errol says to himself that it is a cart used in siege warfare in the past. It was made for defense and pushing. Errol knows that it has strengthened with magic and dwarven technology. Errol tells Yil Ernesia that they have plenty of them. He adds all they need to do is to assemble them. They can assemble them in no time. Errol assures them that they will take charge of the defense. He asks Hyung Nim to focus on the counterattack. Yil Ernesia seems happy and relaxed to see the mobile watchtower. Errol looks at him and smiles. He says the lords from the three kingdoms will think that they can keep attacking them. However, they are ready to counterattack. Errol says it is time to counterattack. The scene shifts to the Three Kingdom Alliance front base. One of the men says it looks like the reinforcement of the opponents has arrived. Another one says everything went smoothly until the first defense, and now they are facing strong resistance. Another man speaks and says the first prince is not stupid at all. Meanwhile, one of them starts to laugh. The other one asks him why he is laughing. The man replies the man who is leading the reinforcement seems interesting. The red-haired man asks him about the man who led the reinforcement. The gray-haired man replies he is Errol Ernesia. He adds he is the reason why the Ernesia kingdom has become wealthy. He tells the man that Errol Ernesia is also the reason for the start of the war. The men listen to the words of the gray-haired man. They seem worried about the arrival of Errol Ernesia. One of the men says when he first heard that there is a child behind all incredible things, he dismissed the rumor as nonsense. He adds he never thought that he would soon meet with the opportunity to see the authenticity. He asks other men what they think about the matter. He asks them if they are also curious about this matter. The red-haired man says he knows he should not say this, but his extradition is worth discussing. The gray-haired man says they should follow their argument and there is no need to worry about it. The man clenches his fist and says they should get ready to take their opponents down. The scene shifts to Errol's territorial army. There are 23 soldiers. They have settled the mobile watchtowers. Errol stands at one of the watchtowers. He mocks the opponent's army. He asks his companion to look at the disgusting Three Kingdoms army of 50,000 soldiers. Errol takes a look at the whole scenario. He commands his soldiers to do as they have planned. The opponent's army commander motivates him by calling Errol's army crowd of cowards who only know how to hide behind shields. He commands his army to crush the opponents. He shouts that their army is greater than the opponents in number. So, there is no chance of their failure. They speed up their horses to reach Errol's army. The archers standing on the watchtower attack. A swarm of arrows moves toward Errol's opponent. The opponent army's commander stands still and looks at the arrows. Meanwhile, Yil Hyung Nim led the army and launched a counterattack. The Fahilia army spared some time for Yil Hyung Nim. They divided their defense army and launched a counterattack. To counter the Three Kingdom Alliance's superiority, they chose a war of attrition and launched a surprise attack at the opponent from all sides. The trick is a combination of surprise attack and minimal defense. Behind the fierce frontline battle, Errol is busy eating with his companions. The scene shifts to Errol and his companions, who are busy eating. Errol's mouth is full of food. He compliments his food by saying the meat is melting in the mouth. Kania says it has been a while since they ate something delicious like this. Errol intervenes and tells Nuna there is also rabbit meat to eat. Asha addresses everyone and says she is guilty that they are taking a break when everyone else is busy fighting. Sena asks Asha what is there to worry about. She carelessly says only Shameless survives on the battlefield. Errol says he agrees with Sena. All thanks to mobile watchtowers and gate-blocking knife carts, the Fahilia army has been perceived as a defensive army that is dangerous to deal with. Thus, their excuse to remain at the rear worked perfectly. Errol sits calmly in his chamber with his arms folded behind his neck. He feels satisfied after yesterday's counterattack. He firmly believes that the Three Kingdoms Alliance army is also afraid of them now. He thinks the opponent is not crazy enough to touch the beehive twice. He comprehends that he can enjoy today to the fullest. He plans to enjoy the full day. Tanya looks at him while he is absorbed in his thoughts. Then, Errol looks at Daya, who is sleeping with the piece of bone in her mouth. He wonders if she is all right. He thinks he should move her somewhere else so that she can sleep more comfortably. Daya was in charge of half of the Dispel spell. She played the biggest role in yesterday's fight. Errol estimates she must be exhausted after absorbing and circulating main in the magic gemstone. He says that is the reason he asked her to take a rest. Then, he thinks of Daya's reply. She said she had to eat if she collapsed. Errol smiles to see Daya sleeping. He says she could eat and sleep for now. He thinks they are going to be busy again from tomorrow's onwards. The scene shifts to the opponent's army base camp. The gray-haired man holds a paper in his hand. He seems worried as drops of sweat are apparent on his forehead. He reads something and thinks the report is not good. He says to himself the army led by the first prince is annoying, but he is only at the level of a cute newbie at best. He comprehends that the real problem is the brat who knows how to do his business. He seems worried about the collapse of his army due to a counterattack. The man seems pissed off. He clenches his teeth and says who would have thought that Errol will be able to kill 30,000 people with an army of 23 people. He thinks fighting a war requires experience. It is more important to experience it than to plan it. He wonders how a 16-year-old boy can create such a situation. He thinks that this boy is so rare. He looks at the details and concludes that Errol can turn the tide of the war. He thinks about what on earth Errol Ernisia is. The next day, Errol led his troops to join the unit led by Yil Hyung Nim. They start to recapture their borders that have fallen into the hands of the enemies. Errol is in a cartridge with Kenya. He commands his guards to slow down. He asks them to let go of half of the slowdown as they are going now. The guard replies in affirmation. Kenya asks Errol if everything is right. Errol stays quiet for a while. Then, he shares with Kenya that he thinks their opponents are waiting for them. Kanai seems unable to understand him. He asks Kanai if the Three Kingdom Alliance has not suffered a huge blow last time. Kenya replies he is right. Kenya says they are not that stupid to repeat the same mistake twice. Errol looks at the map. He points out a location and says they will soon pass this place. He adds this is the right time to lay an ambush. He says there is no way that these bastards will let this opportunity go. He smiles and says if their enemies are prepared to catch them, then they should catch them on the head. The scene shifts to the opponent's army. Some of the soldiers of the opponent's army hide behind trees in a dense part of the forest to catch Errol's troops. Their commander asks for assurance from his soldiers. He determines that their surprise attack must succeed no matter what. The red-haired man estimates that Errol's troops are later than expected. He says they got the reports that their advance was slow due to the heavy infantry and mobile watchtowers. He tries to figure out why they are late. Meanwhile, he listens to the sounds of hooves. He guesses the opponent's troops are there. He commands his troops to attack. All the troops attack at once. A trail of arrows swarm toward the cartridges. The red-haired man notices that some of the arrows have disfigured. He notices there is a shield of spells on the cartridges. A mage standing behind him tells him they cannot use their spell. He suspects his troops are attacked by their opponent's dispel spell. The red-haired man asks himself how they can use their dispel magic so quickly. He wonders if they have been already prepared for this situation. He says if they charge now, the results will be the same as before. He commands his troops to retreat. He asks them to withdraw as quickly as possible. Some of the soldiers of the Three Kingdom Alliance forces are trapped in the traps. Sena has placed those traps for the soldiers. She looks at the trapped soldiers and says these traps are usually used for the animals. Then, she carelessly says these people are no different from the animals. She jumps up and attacks one of the men. She repeats the words of his lord in front of the man that if they want to fight a battle, they should be ready to face the consequences. The red-haired man asks Sena if she will try to stop him even if he uses force. He takes out his sword. He shouts he will not lose to an enemy's knight, especially when she is a woman. The man attacks and asks Sena to die. On the other hand, Sena closes her eyes and concentrates her mana. Asha notices the skills of the man and says their skills are not worth mentioning in comparison to their spirits. Errol asks his companions to show their opponents how nasty their temper is by responding thoroughly. He believes that their opponents will avoid them. He decides it is better to make their enemies realize that they cannot mess with them rather than turn into a full-fledged war. He smiles and says this is his method. Errol's army successfully destroyed the sudden attack from the Three-State Alliance. In addition, they have recovered the lost borders. The opponents tried to attack a few more times but failed. It was Kenya who pushed the enemy back the most. One of the soldiers of the opponent's army compliments Kenya's skills. He says the strong girl is a princess, the rumors are not lie. He asks his troops if they do not have even a single sword master among them. Someone replies to him that all the sword masters are concentrated on the north and south fronts. However, Kenya does not spare them to talk more and knocks them down. Several months passed since the war began. The army of the Three-State Alliance was losing both esteem and soldiers. Ernisia was quickly approaching victory. By then Errol's army had lost 121 soldiers and 144 of them were seriously injured. Another 192 people escaped with minor injuries. In comparison with others, where the killed people accounted for half of the total structure, Errol's army demonstrated simply stunning results. The scene shifts to the command base of the Three-State Alliance. The gray-haired man says in the north there are more or less equal fights, but in the north, their troops cannot even break the defense. He concludes they cannot continue wasting their soldiers. He asks his companions to remove their soldiers from the north for a while. He says he knows it is infuriating, but they have to make this decision. He assures his companion that His Highness will understand their choice. He says they have to put all their efforts together to remove the evil called Amnesia. The scene shifts to Errol. He is lying alone somewhere. He says it has been kind of lately. He adds it is not long ago when all of them fight their asses off to get the fortress back. He comprehends since their army is focused on defense, the troops of the other states began to put a lot of strain on them. He says thanks to the fact that both of the sides are not forcibly shedding blood, they can significantly reduce their losses. He adds the weather is not exactly to die for. The alliance of the three states invaded for their benefit, to capture Amnesia. He comprehends that though all of them have their own goals, worked hard for the sake of exploits. After the situation changed for the better, previously, passive feudal lords were already confidently telling their own to kill as many opponents as possible. Errol says his brother Gil Amnesia went into the battle to show the worthy image of the future king. He concludes it is all because of greed that this war broke out. He comprehends greed helps a man rise higher, determining his selfish goals and getting ready to do anything. He concludes a greedy man does not care what lies at his feet, money, blessings, or corpses. A greedy man just keeps running to the top. He just keeps running to the top. Errol wonders if people consider him a greedy person. He thinks the sky does not change no matter what is under one's feet. He seems absorbed in existential thoughts when Asha arrives there. She asks him what he is thinking. Errol replies he is in deep thought. Asha says she is not asking him to stop lying. She asks him to keep his image in the public as the soldier can see everything. Errol asks Asha if she knows life is easy when one stops thinking about one's image. He makes a cute face and asks Asha to do this practice together. Asha refuses him and says she has work to do. Asha peeps outside and tells Errol that the enemy's been acting lately. Errol asks Asha if she thinks the attacks have stopped completely. He mentions it is the 6th day of silence. Asha keeps looking outside and says she wants this war to end. Errol stays silent for a while and tries to understand what their enemies are up to. Meanwhile, they look at something. Asha addresses Errol. Errol whistles to call someone. A giant bird appears there. Asha panics and warns Errol that he is into something dangerous activity. Errol rides on the bird and asks Asha not to be worried. He tells her that he will return soon. Asha asks Errol to stop, but he sits on the back of the bird and flies toward the sky. Errol notices something and wonders if he is right. He connects to Asha and asks her to call Sena. He tells her there is news about the further development of the cases. He says it looks like the war will not end so quickly. Errol calls an urgent meeting and gathers all of his companions. He asks all of them to be attentive. He asks his companions what they think and what course the State Alliance will take. Sena asks him if their enemies are going to attack again. Asha asks Errol to refrain from an action similar to the recent one. Errol asks Sena how the enemies will attack if they return. Sena replies she does not think that the Alliance will suddenly decide to surrender. Errol replies there are no questions about surrendering in the current situation. He asks his companions why it is so. Asha replies it is because of pride. Errol appreciates and asks her to receive a pie as a reward. Errol comprehends that the three-state alliance started the war to challenge them so they would not surrender even if the situation became worse. He adds it is impossible to believe that fussy people like them to come and excuse. He guesses their enemies must be pissed off. He concluded the war would continue. He says the question is what the alliance is going to do. Then, he answers that their enemies will spread mobilization. He seems to confirm that their opponents will call for more troops. Sena sweats and asks Errol if it is going to be dangerous. Errol replies, yes, it will be dangerous. He shares with his companions that a number of the Mernan Empire army consists of slaves. He folds his arms and stays silent for a while. Then, he clarifies soon, new enemies will reach them. Errol says it is going to be an unexpected move. He adds they have barely reflected the main forces. He seems worried and says their enemy will succeed not by quality but by quantity. Then, suddenly Errol's facial expressions change, and he smiles. He rubs his chin and says they are not a bunch of dumbasses. Errol's moves out and says this former professional can face an army of thousands without slowing down and losing his cool. He tells his team he has been preparing something for a situation like this. He adds only Aiken and his father know about that other than him. Sena asks him what it is. Errol removes the cover from something and shows them. He tells them it is a great ultra-long-range crossbow Arrolesta. He asks his team to move to the front borderline to install and test it. He continues explaining its features and says this crossbow has an automatic fire capacity of up to 100 shots per minute. He tells everyone the arrows are made by the Fahilia Forge. He proudly says he can bet even the current researcher cannot make a weapon like this. Asha says it is indeed a weapon of incredible caliber. Errol tells everyone about the crossbow adapted to modern weapons. Errol says in the current situation there is no other option left but to use a weapon like this. He says their enemies tried to take their stuff, so they are allowed to do the same. The scene shifts to the front borderline. Troops of the Kingdom of Arnesia gathered around the defense borderline. One of the soldiers says they have the margin since they have taken the fortress, but they cannot defend forever. Another soldier replies, now it is their chance. If they succeed, King will recognize their efforts. He asks his fellow soldiers to let attack. He says he will get the merit with his success. Meanwhile, he sees a swarm of soldiers in front of them. They wonder if they are Alliance forces. He stops for a while and seems stunned. One of the soldiers asks him if they will attack or not. He scolds the soldiers and asks them if he cannot see the number of soldiers standing in front of him. He commands his troops to retreat and move fast. He asks one of the soldiers to send a message to the fortress. The soldier reaches the fortress and informs Yale Arnesia that the Three Kingdom Alliance has attacked with great force to attack the defense of Arnesia. Yale Arnesia asks his troops to resist. He says they cannot afford to lose the fortress again. Yale Arnesia thinks if their enemies are planning to destroy their defense with their absurd number. He is determined to stop his opponents. The scene shifts to the Three-State Alliance. A green-haired man commands his mages to attack the Arnesia army with a spell. One of the mages says the spell does not work. He adds it looks like a heatsink. The green-haired man uses disparities. He estimates the magic stone should have worn out by now. Then, he commands his magician to rotate and drive back. The high-grade soldiers moved back and left the slave soldiers behind. The green-haired man says it does not matter if the number of slave soldiers decreases. He adds they can replace them without a problem. He brags all they have to do is win. Then, he looks at the soldiers and wonders why they are not moving back. He looks at the Arnesia army and thinks about what they want to do with this ridiculous-sized arrow at such a distance. He says to himself he has never heard about anything like this. Meanwhile, a swarm of arrows moves from the Arnesia army toward the Three-State Kingdom Alliance. He commands his army to get back. He gathered his courage and thinks this must be a momentary threat. He determines to hold on against this threat. Soon, the Three-State Alliance faces an attack from the backside. One of the soldiers shouts there is an ambush from the back. Yale Arnesia led the army that attacked from the backside. Errol observes all of this from a height. He estimates if the enemies advance, they will face their crossbow, and if they return, they will face their cavalry. He assumes his enemy commanders will curse him and want him dead because of this wise trap. He estimates the crossbow must be doing its work perfectly. He thinks his enemy cannot move with the rain of arrows. He knows not even a shield can stop these arrows. He believes his enemies cannot ignore these arrows at all. Errol tries to connect with his troops and asks them if they can hear him. Then, he asks them how the arrows are working. One of his subordinates replies there are still many arrows left. The man informs him that the recharge is in progress. Errol thinks they cannot exempt the crossbow from the drawbacks. He knows if the maintenance unit recharges time for the next round the fire must stop. He realizes that the arrows are the worst problem as each arrow is specially forged in their forges when fired. He compares arrows with the greedy monsters that destroy everything in their path. Meanwhile, Daya tries to connect with Errol. She asks Errol if he is there. Errol replies in affirmation. He asks Daya if she has run out of the spiritual stones. Daya replies there are still many of the spiritual stones left. She tells Errol that the mana of the opponent's army is running out. The opponent's army mages seem to drain out of mana. Errol releases a deep breath and asks Daya how much energy she can divert for an attack. Daya tells him 20% can go to the offensive spell. She says she can do it alone if it is to dispel. Errol says it is a waste of resources to send a 6th grade mage to dispel only. He informs Daya it will be her turn when the cavalry retreats. He says the cavalry has retreated. He adds now it is her turn. He commands her to burn all of the enemies. Daya holds her magic wand tightly and releases mana. She replies she will do as he orders her to do. One of the soldiers of the opponent's army feels a membrane in the air. Daya traps a pack of soldiers in a cage. Errol says the policy of their army is to keep damage to the allies to the minimum and deal a terrible blow to the enemy. Soon, an explosion occurs and fills the atmosphere. Daya smiles. Who would have thought she would use the Mana House shield technique this way? The opponent's army seems unable to comprehend what is happening around them. One of the soldiers panics and asks what is going on around. Big lashes of fire cover the atmosphere. The clouds of smoke blur the vision for a while. The soldiers cough because of the smoke. Errol watches the enemies from above. He says it seems the enemies are scared and planning to run away. He commands someone to inform his elder brother about that situation. He concludes it is the right time to attack the Three Kingdom Alliance seriously. After this, the Ernesia army continues to announce victory one after the other. The scenario turns into a different condition now. The most displeased person by this news is the Emperor of the Merman Empire. He sits on his throne in dismay and thinks how the situation has turned in their favor. He asks the King of Demanial Kingdom and Duke of Sejepandachi how the situation turned bad even after sending more troops. Both the King of Demanial Kingdom and the Duke of Sejepandachi virtually connected. The Duke of Sejepandachi replies to the Emperor that he has nothing to say. The King of Demanial Kingdom intervenes and says to the Emperor there is no point in blaming the Duke for what has happened. He adds the more important thing is to form the next plan. The King of Demanial Kingdom asks the Grand Duke what he thinks will happen next. The Grand Duke asks if he can be honest in this matter. The King of Demanial Kingdom asks the Grand Duke to be honest in his remarks. The Grand Duke says they are close to getting defeated. He adds half of their troops were lost and the morale of the allies fell. He clarifies that even if they attack with the remaining army, they cannot withstand the weapons of the Ernesia army. The Emperor asks the Grand Duke if he is talking about the crossbow. King of Demanial Kingdom intervenes and says one of his master craftsmen said the man who prepared the crossbow is a monster. King of the Demanial Kingdom tells the Emperor they tried to construct the crossbow, but they cannot find its structure. The Emperor gets mad and says they are superior in numbers and have started the war after properly planning. He adds they never thought that the kid Errol would become an obstacle in their way. The Emperor clenches his fist in anger. The Grand Duke says they need to stop for a while and find out the weakness of the enemy. Meanwhile, a purple-haired boy entered the room. He informs the Emperor they are in trouble. The Emperor gets mad at the boy for entering the room during an important meeting. He rebukes the boy and asks him the reason behind his panic. The boy tries to tell some piece of information to the Emperor, but the words he manages to spit out are Ernesia army. The scene shifts to Errol and Kania. Kania smiles and asks Errol if she is required to destroy the thing in front of her. Errol replies in affirmation. They are in the kingdom of Demanial. They stand in front of the border fort. Kanai looks at the gate of the fort. She takes hold of her sword and strikes the gate with great force. The middle part of the gate shattered into small pieces and a big hole appeared. One of the soldiers commands his fellow soldiers not to allow the enemies to enter their fort. He motivates them and says they have to stop them at any cost. Kanya stands alone before the soldiers and complains about why these guys are so slow. Then, she takes a step forward and blows the soldiers with a powerful strike. She puts her sword on her shoulder and says she is enough to deal with these slow soldiers. Errol shows a thumbs up and says a sword master is a right choice to destroy a gate. Their soldiers enter the border fortress of the Merman Empire as well. Then comes the turn of the Sejepandachi border fortress. Errol says countless people died because of the greed of the enemy. Now it is time their enemy pays for what they have done. Errol tells Ashay and Sena that his father is angry. He shares with them that their next target is the capital of the Three Kingdom Alliance. He feels happy that they not only retook their lost borders, but also took the border fortresses of their enemies. Sena says who would have thought they would enter the enemy's fort. Asha says it feels like a lie that they were forced to retreat a few days back. Errol says the leader of the Three Kingdoms Alliance will no longer be calm. Asha asks him what about Her Highness Kania? The scene shifts to Kania. All the soldiers are on their bows around her. They praise her for her brilliant sword skills. One of the soldiers asks her if she can tell him the secret behind her skill. Kanai replies all she did was eat and train. The soldiers say she is the best sword master. Errol tells Asha and Sena that he has left Kania behind because she looks busy. He adds it does not seem like she does not like it. Asha asks Errol what is his next plan. She asks him if they are to advance into the enemy's country. Errol tells them their speed will slow down as they go deep into it, but they will advance anyway. He laughs and says he will slowly maintain pressure on the Three Kingdom Alliance. He mischievously says bullying others is his hobby. Errol plans they will take 20% of its territory in the next 3 years. He estimates their enemies will no longer hold out in the next 5 years. Asha asks him if he means their enemy will completely collapse in the next 5 years. Errol replies, yes, he exactly means this. He says most of the people in the enemy's country will starve to death. He adds the Three Kingdoms Alliance will be crippled financially. He further tells Asha and Sena that they will be a dominant force in trade and gradually isolate the enemy country. Economic collapse is a greater fear than military pressure. A civil war will probably break out if the poverty continues. Errol foresight that the enemy will fight with them outside and among themselves inside. Asha says she starts to feel sorry for them. Errol says he also hopes something like this does not happen. He asks Asha not to forget this is what the enemy wants to do with them. He adds they should have prepared for the consequences if they invaded them. He says if they have not prepared to do that they should not have started the war in the first place. He asks Asha not to take pity on the enemy. He adds this is what they asked for. Errol says they will continue to fight unless the alliance puts their swords down. He flips a letter and says this is what his father has mentioned in the letter. Sena says the war was as scary as they had expected. Asha says she agrees with Sena. Errol asks the two of them not to worry too much. He adds this is only the assumption that the Three Kingdoms entered a sit-in state. Errol says if those guys are smart they will avoid this future. Errol clarifies that all they have to do is to wait for their news. The scene shifts to the Merman Empire. The Emperor is pissed off to hear about the surrender. He says they have never surrendered in their history. He adds it is unacceptable for him to surrender shamelessly. The purple-haired man with a spectacle in one of his eyes addresses the Emperor and says the current situation has turned against them. He adds they have no other option but to retreat. The Emperor shouts and says this is nonsense. He asks the purple-haired man if he is not ashamed to give such suggestions. The purple-haired man says if the war continues they will feel more ashamed before the innocent people who will fall victim to starvation and the enemy's swords. The man says they have already lost the war. He asks the Emperor to declare the end of the war as soon as possible so that their people do not suffer any longer. The man bows before the Emperor and begs him to put an end to the war. The Emperor closes his eyes and replies his answer will not change, and they will not surrender. The man asks the Emperor why he is not ready to surrender. The Emperor asks the purple-haired man for the answer. He asks him to answer as he is the one who is thinking about the people. He assures the man he will not punish him as he understands him. He adds he will not allow them to surrender. He asks the man if the situation get better if they surrender. Then, he replies the situation will stay the same. The Emperor imagines himself bowing before the King of Arnesia, which he does not want to do. The Emperor says they know what happened to them if they surrender. He accepts he is the one who declared the war. He adds that the outcome remains the same whether they surrender or not. Then, they will fight till the end. The man asks the Emperor to think about the people. The Emperor repeats they will fight till the end. The Three Kingdom Alliance chose not to surrender, but to fight against the Arnesian army with all their might. Errol watches the war scenario from the roof of the fortress. He says who would have thought the Three Kingdom Alliance would be that foolish. Errol sighs that he has been preparing agreements so that the people will not starve to death if they surrender. He concludes there is no way that the Three Kingdom Alliance can win after losing that many troops. Errol feels sad to see the plight of the people. He sighs and says they asked for this, but this scene is no more worth seeing. Thus, the final operation of the Three Kingdom Alliance ultimately failed. They lost their will to fight due to the crossbow and brutal magic. Their morale dropped to the bottom due to repeated defeats. One of the officials informs the Emperor they have received a letter from the Kingdom of Arnesia. The letter starts with the order to listen to the details carefully. The King of Arnesia has asked the Emperor to surrender as there is no use in shedding blood. The king has assured the emperor that he will help him end the war if he shows willingness. A few days later, the kingdom of Ernesia receives a letter from the Merman Empire. Thiril Enersia reads the letter and releases a deep breath. He seems relaxed to receive the letter of surrender from the Merman kingdom. In the end, the Three Kingdoms alliance surrendered. Errol enthusiastically jumps to hear about the end of the war. He seems happy at the end of the war. He joyfully says he can go to his home. He says it reminded him of when he got discharged from the military camp in his first life. He runs and says he can finally say goodbye to the horrified army. He comes close to the wall and shouts farewell to the Three Kingdom alliance. He cries and says he feels horrible while fighting them. He wishes not to meet them ever again. Asha comes there. She tells Errol that he is getting noisy. Some of the territory lord's armies were still at the front line, but the unit led by Errol and Kanai received an order to withdraw. Now they can return to the castle safely. Errol stands under snowfall wearing a heavy fur coat. He enjoys the soft snowflakes and says he has missed that fierce snowfall so much. He seems happy to return to his daily peaceful life. The scene shifts to a meeting room. Thiril Enersia is heading this meeting. He collects some of the papers and concludes the post-war handling of the Three Kingdom alliance. Thiril Enersia says now he will discuss the contribution of those who have protected each border. Thiril Enersia announces that he will reward the Margraves with gold coins, and they will be allowed to keep some of the prisoners as slaves. He adds he would like to acknowledge the contribution of the third prince, Errol. The king says the third prince has a major contribution to the victory and deserves a reward. One of the officials asks the king if he wants to keep the crossbow in the territory of the third prince. The official clarifies that he is not questioning anything. He says he suspects that a single territory cannot handle the power of a crossbow. The king seems not happy with their suspicions. He says to himself what they think of the third prince. He calls his officials shameless bastards. Thiril Enersia announces that the royal palace will handle the crossbow. He clarifies to everyone that Errol does not want to take it for Hylia. Then, he says it is better to discuss Errol's reward now. The king says he wants to give the title of Duke to the third prince. He asks his officials what they think about that. The officials seem to agree with the king. The king proceeds and tells his official that he has asked Errol what he wants as a reward. The king tells everyone about the unexpected desire of the third prince. Thiril Enersia reads a paper and tells everyone that Errol wants the barren and worthless land around Fahilia. The scene shifts to Fahilia. Errol reads a paper and says there is no reason for them not to give him that land. He laughs and says he finally gets the land he has been keeping his eye on. He wonders if all the nobles are laughing at him for this land. He seems not concerned about what others think of him. Errol asks Daya to adjust the temperature for him. Daya replies in affirmation. He asks Daya if they can summarize the reward they get this time. Errol takes out a piece of paper and pen to write details. He mentions that he got plenty of gold. He says he already had a lot of it, so it does not matter. He plans to use this gold for the soldiers' fund and consolation money spent on war. He thinks the slaves are not a reward. However, the slaves wanted to come to Fahilia. Some slaves who were neither taken nor received ransom became slaves of their kingdom. He says he came to their rescue when many did not know what to do with them. Errol open-heartedly says Fahilia has a lot of space as well as money to spend on the slaves. He comprehends all they need to do is to make a shelter for the slaves. He concludes that is the reason he decided to take half of the prisoners as slaves. He sits in a relaxing posture with his hands folded behind his neck and says the war sucks, but he received all that he needed. Then, he sits straight and says he can see his big picture coming together. He laughs and says he is looking forward to it. He seems amused by the expressions of the nobles who ignored him. The scene shifts to the kingdom of Demaniel. The king of Demaniel is worried. He calls Ernesians demonic creatures. The maid asks the king what is the reason behind his worry. The king tells her the kingdom of Ernesia is demanding 2 million gold coins as war reparation. The king holds his head and says no matter how hard they try, they cannot collect this amount in such a short period. The king knows they are to suffer a financial collapse. He is also aware of the fact it will take several years to recover from this loss. The king seems disappointed. He says they have no other way of survival. 2 of the loyal officials bow before the king and confess that it is their fault. One of them says their foolishness brought about these consequences. The king commands them to raise their heads and work on a future budget plan. The king clarifies that it is not the case that he does not hold them accountable. He adds punishing them will disrupt the state affairs. The king tells them that any noble will not receive any allowance until compensation is completed. The officials say they got his point. The king says they have to discuss what they have to do next. The scene shifts to Sejepanduchi. The Grand Duke reads a letter and says they are in serious trouble. The Grand Duke says if His Majesty is trying to make this war a result of his arbitrary action. He says His Majesty is afraid to take care of the matter, which is why he wants this to take care of things. His official says this is impossible. The Grand Duke folds the letter and clenches it in his hand. He says this would happen to them because they are a vassal state. The Grand Duke adds he is glad it ended like this. The Grand Duke holds his head and says the problem is the compensation money. He says they have to pay 800,000 gold and 40,000 gold. He says they are going to face a hard time for a while. A gray-haired man wearing a long red fur robe seems worried. He wonders how the Grand Duke suddenly turned into a debtor who was revered as a war hero. He asks what on earth is happening with Arnesia. The scene shifts to the Merman Empire. A crowd of people gathered outside the palace of the emperor. They ask for justice. The people say the war started because of the emperor. People call the emperor a murderer. The emperor looks at the terrible view of civil war from the window. One of the officials tries to console the emperor. He says to the emperor that these bastards do not know what they are saying. The emperor replies he already expected this to happen when he sent the letter of surrender. The emperor admits that he is the one who is responsible for this. He admits that all of this is his fault. Soon, the emperor resigned from the position due to health issues. His elder son inherited the throne. Because of this war, it seemed like the Three Kingdom Alliance needed time to recover. A girl stands and turns her back. Someone calls her Her Highness and reminds her that she has to leave. Kania looks at her childhood picture with her mother. She asks her if living the way you are supposed to be a happy life. She says it is frustrating. She says the royal palace is way too frustrating. The scene jumps back to her childhood memories. Kanai runs and her maid chases her. The maid warns her it will be dangerous if she keeps running like this. Kania is in her study. She looks sad. Someone tells her she has to learn dignity to fit in her position as the second princess. Someone asks her to pay a little attention even if she does not like studying. Kanai replies it is not like she hates like to study. She says she hates the manners and dignity imposed on the royal members. She cries and says the fact that she is the princess of Arnesia is undeniable. She gets mad and says that being a princess only means living according to a set standard. Kania keeps practicing the whole day. One of the maids notices Kania is so focused while learning swordsmanship. The other maid replies that is true. Kania thinks how nice it would be if her life were as free as her sword. She lies down on the green grass and keeps looking at her sword. She says it may have been that she was born with everything as a princess, but that was where her lifelong wish began. The scene shifts to the present moment. Errol asks Kania if her parents want her to return to the royal palace. Kania replies it is right. Kania tells Errol that her father and mother sent her letters to return. Errol says she ended up standing up too high during the war. He thinks many nobles in the kingdom knew that Kania had reached the level of sword master. He knows that the image of a princess with her sword does not easily overlap. So, her parents must have dismissed Kania's skills as exaggerated rumors. He wishes everyone to realize her real strength is her skills. Errol is aware of the fact that the cowardly people will begin to fear her after knowing her real power. Errol says to Kania when she looks at all the other sword masters working for their kingdom, she should know that a sword master's skill is not something that others can look down upon. Kania asks Errol if he wants her to go back. Errol says she has followed her because she does not want to live according to a predetermined future, but she cannot live like this forever. He adds she learned various skills from him, but her growth will stop if she stays with him. Errol asks Kanai to go back and create her environment. He says it does not matter if she does so by winning against other knights or doing something else. He adds her goal should receive an acknowledgement. He concludes she can become an independent adult. Kania stays quiet for a while. Then, she replies hearing something like this from a person who always lazes around is not convincing. Errol asks Kania to prove herself if she wants to become a knight. Kania seems sad. Errol asks her to think carefully about that. Kanai is in her room with two of her maids. One of the maids holds a picture. She says she is so jealous of her. She says she must be happy to marry such a handsome man. The other maid congratulates her. Kania looks at the picture and says that the man is the one who is blocking her path. Then, she tears the picture into small pieces. She thinks the arranged marriage is such a natural thing to do since she is a princess and is of her age. The maids are stunned to see Kania angry. They collect the pieces of the torn picture. Kanai feels depressed and says there is no use in complaining. She thinks they said they will also kick Errol to some other territory. Kania feels she should comfort him as he is in worse condition than her. She reaches Errol's room and hears his joyful voice. It was a soundproof room, but Kanai, who had reached a certain level, could hear him. She hears Errol's scream of joy. She thinks Errol's way of considering things is different than hers. She reminds when he said he wanted to live secluded after growing up. Kanai says that means he was not joking back then. Kanai wonders if he is considering being kicked out as another opportunity. She says he is trying to create his fate instead of just accepting the given fate. She wonders if she will be able to accept her fate like Errol. She thinks about what she should do to get the destiny she desires. She wonders if she can do that if he watches and learns from Errol. Kanai lies on her bed and thinks she has forgotten why she has come here. She decides she cannot go back like this. She closes her eyes and thinks she cannot be a pathetic sister who relies on her brother's abilities. The next day comes. Errol sits beside the window and says the weather is so great today. Meanwhile, the door tears into pieces, and Kania enters the room. She smiles and tells Errol that she has made up her mind to return to the royal palace. Errol smiles and replies sure, Nuna. He wondered why she had to break the door to tell this. That is how Nuna returned to the palace to be acknowledged. Errol looks at Kanai, who is leaving for the royal palace, and thinks he has planned things for her to receive acknowledgement. Kania says there are 2 more swords masters in the kingdom. She thinks she should beat them. Errol tells her that she cannot destroy everything from this day onwards. He says she has to cover the repair costs now in place of him. Kania replies she will be careful from now on. Errol thinks it is disappointing that they have to be separated. Then, he wishes she would find her way. He consoles himself that Kania is not going far away. Errol says he will be rooting for Nuna. He comes to his room and says he should start his work now. There are so many papers spread on the table before Errol. He reads some details and feels relaxed that Fahelia is at peace. He reads about the village's youth and thinks if he should find Fly a partner. Errol thinks they should accumulate quite a bit of money and territory. He thinks it is time to touch on the financial industry. He says he has no interest in power and politics. He adds he knows the one who holds the money rules the world. He says to himself money is the most powerful weapon in a civilized society. He says he needs to increase his influence considering his plans. He decides to create a bank and start currency reform. He thought for a while and concluded most of the countries currently use gold, silver, and copper coins. Prices and types of the coins vary from country to country. He concludes in such a situation currency reform will be a great help. He says if he does not start this, sooner or later someone else will work on it. He decides he will bring them under his control. Errol thinks if he takes control of the financial sector in advance and strengthens his power with money, no one will ever dare to look down upon him like the Three Kingdom Alliance. He says he needs someone to work for him. He adds he also needs experts who can put themselves out there. He says he needs someone to whom he can entrust his work because he wants to live his sweet life comfortably. He starts to think about whom he can give his work. He sees a virtual reflection of his mother and notices it is his mother's call. His mother asks him if he is fine. Errol replies he is all right. He asks his mother why she is calling this late. Lady Lavanna replies there is nothing to worry about. She asks Errol if he has not turned 16 years old. Errol smells danger. He asks his mother not to say what he thinks she is to say. Lady Lavanna asks him if she should start looking for a girl. Errol sweats badly and asks his mother if she is talking about his fiancée. Asha, Sena, and Daya congratulate Errol to hear the news. Errol makes a sad face and says thanks to them. Lady Lavanna asks Errol to come back to the palace. She tells him that she and His Majesty chose the most potential candidates for him. Errol seems melodramatic. He covers his ears and says he still wants to play. He asks if the marriage age in this era is too early. He says he misses Kenya. He admits that now he can understand her condition. He turns back and releases a deep breath. Asha asks Errol what sort of person his fiancée is. Errol replies he has not decided yet. He replies they may let him choose out of the 10 candidates. He tells Asha, Daya, and Sena that he has called them for help. He asks them if they can help him pick one. They hold pictures and start to think. Errol says he can look at the documents to choose from, but he cannot understand what is in their minds. Errol looks down and says, in times like this, it is best to ask for others' opinions. Sena replies she does not know what to say because she has nothing to do with this. Daya replies she also does not know what to say. Asha replies she does not know either. Errol asks Asha if she is not a noble. Asha replies whenever the engagement talks come it is cancelled because of her family's decline. Then, Errol asks Sena what she thinks about this matter. Sena replies when one likes someone he or she should pick him or her up. Errol thinks this is so scary. Daya says she has no idea about this. She adds the one she should pick should be good at culture, experience, and martial arts. Errol says if he applies her standards he will spend his whole life alone. Errol says they can put their heads together to make a choice. He asks them to do their best even if they do not understand. Sena picks a girl. Errol says it looks like someone has set her after investigating. They suggest another girl. Errol says the difference between their age is huge. They kept discussing it the whole night and decided on one girl. Lady Lavanna looks at the picture. She smiles to look at her son's choice. After many twists and turns, Errol succeeds in choosing a prospective marriage partner. He says he has chosen the girl who does not cause trouble. Errol reaches the royal palace. Lady Lavanna welcomes him with open arms. She says His Majesty is so pleased to see his enthusiasm. Errol asks his mother if his father is happy. Errol thinks he should not tell him that he is not ready to be in a relationship. Lady Lavanna takes Errol to the meeting location. Errol enters the room. They transfer greetings. The man says he is Count Tuan Coenst. The girl dressed in a beautiful pink gown bows down and says she is Saria Coenst. She says she is the second daughter of the Coenst family. Errol looks at the girl. He knows that the Coenst family owns a territory in the southwestern part of the kingdom. He says he has chosen them because they are not wealthy and have a good reputation and tradition. He replies he is Errol Ernesia. He adds he is pleased to meet them. Errol asks if they can talk to each other comfortably. Lady Lavanna and Count Tuan Coenst leave them alone to talk. Errol again looks at Saria Coenst and says she is a true model of a noble lady. He asks her about her hobbies. Saria replies she loves reading. Errol seems impressed. He estimates she seems to have a deep knowledge of academics. He concludes she is a perfect engagement partner. He laughs and says her personality does not suit his personality. Errol says she is so nice. He thinks she would not be able to handle what he is doing. He asks if they can part ways here. Saria Coenst replies she had a great time today. Errol sits to have tea and thinks both his father and mother like Saria Coenst. He knows if he rejects this girl, this will put him in a tough spot. Lady Lavanna asks Errol if he does not like that lady. Errol replies that he does not like her. He hesitates for a while. Lady Lavanna asks him not to worry. She says they will respect his opinion. She adds His Majesty also said this. She says otherwise what is the use of meeting her? Errol thinks it looks like his father has realized this from what happened to Kenya. He further thinks his father has realized that forcefully pairing up will only end up in accidents. Errol pats his head and replies to his mother that he declines this time. He says he is sorry about that. Errol walks out of the place. He releases a deep breath and says he barely made it. He closes his eyes and says he wants to put all the thoughts of marriage aside for now and live leisurely. He stays calm and says he wants to do a lot of things. He thinks he has not even finished making coke yet. He makes an enthusiastic gesture and says he has to finish making coke before marriage. Meanwhile, he feels something behind him. He turns back and sees if there is something. He says it is not like there are rabbits in the garden. An insect jumps and sticks to his face. Errol makes a horrified sound. Soon, he calms himself and takes the insect away from his face. He looks at it and notices it is a salamander. He wonders why this fire spirit is rolling around in the palace garden. Errol guesses if this fire spirit is there, the summoners must also be there. Then, he thinks there is no one with high spirit affinity in their kingdom. Meanwhile, a lady arrives there. She asks Errol to hand over this lizard to her. Errol looks at the girl and tries to remember. He wonders if she is Pina Amrit Janel. He thinks she studied abroad after the war ended. She is the princess of the Merman Empire who came here as a hostage. Errol guesses she does not know him. Errol asks Pina Amrit Janel if the lizard is her. He addresses her as Her Highness. She replies, yes, this is her lizard. She says he can call her Her Highness or Lady, whatever he wants to say. Errol replies her answer is laid back as a princess. She says they are not in her empire. She adds it is bothersome to force people to follow formalities. Errol returns the lizard to Pina Amrit Janel. He thinks the princess is quite a handful. Pina Amrit Janel says thanks to Errol for catching her lizard and leaves. Pina Amrit Janel turns her back toward Errol. Errol looks at her and thinks he still wants to ask her a question. He calls Pina Amrit Janel and asks her if this gay could be a spirit. Pina Amrit Janel turns back. She seems terrified. She replies she does not know anything about what he is talking about. He plainly says this lizard is her pet. Errol says Her Highness does not know how to lie. Pina Amrit Janel raises the lizard and asks Errol to see. She says it is just a lizard. Meanwhile, the lizard releases a fiery breath. Errol replies lizards know how to breathe fire these days. Pina Amrit Janel turns the face of the lizard towards her and looks at it. She stays silent for a while. Errol wants to say something, but before he says anything, Pina Amrit Janel puts her hand at his mouth. Pina Amrit Janel says she does not know who he is. She asks him to stay quiet. She offers him a reward for staying silent. Errol asks her what is with this. Errol says this is his first time seeing a darling lady bribe him. Pina Amrit Janel holds Errol's shirt tightly. Errol agrees he will not tell anyone about that. He asks her if it would become troublesome if people knew that Her Highness was carrying a spirit. Pina Amrit Janel asks him if he will give it a secret. Errol says no one will believe him even if he tells others about that. He asks her to feign ignorance if he makes a commotion. Then, Errol sits straight and starts to shout. He says he does not want to get caught. He scolds Pina Amrit Janel and says she should have summoned it. Pina Amrit Janel tells Errol it is not in her control. She adds since she cannot control it, it comes out whenever it wants to. Errol replies that makes sense. He says the nature of a spirit and a spiritualist is not based on authority, but it is more on mutual consultation. Errol guesses she is not a proper spiritualist. He notices the spirit is following her because of her high affinity. Errol tells Pina Amrit Janel that he will teach her a special tip. Pina Amrit Janel asks him what sort of tip. Errol replies it is like training a puppy. He instructs Pina Amrit Janel to command the spirit with a clear sense of purpose. Errol demonstrates it before her. Pina Amrit Janel thinks it is a spirit, not a puppy. Then, she focuses on the words with a clear sense of purpose. She asks the spirit to come to her hand. The spirit follows her instructions. She asks the spirit to roll on. The spirit does the same. She commands the spirit to jump up. The spirit follows her command. Pina Amrit Janel feels overjoyed to see this. Errol asks her how it is. He asks her if it is easy. Pina Amrit Janel replies it all thanks to him. She asks him how he knows about these things. Errol hesitates for a while. Then, he says he has read about it in a book. Pina Amrit Janel asks him about his name. Errol replies he is finally asking his name. He replies his name is Errol Ernesia. He asks her to remember his name. Pina Amrit Janel stays silent for a while and then repeats his surname. Errol says he intends to give her an alias, but he realizes it is not good to prank her like this. He seems curious to know how she reacts to it. Errol starts to imagine how a person would react if the person who made her hostage were in front of him. Pina Amrit Janel asks Errol if he is a royal family member. Errol thinks her reaction is different than he expects. He asks her if nothing comes to her mind when she hears his name. Pina Amrit Janel thinks and says he has an unusual name. Errol wonders if she does not know who he is. He assumes she is a princess who has no interest in politics. Pina Amrit Janel asks Errol if he knows a lot about the spirits. Errol replies he knows to some extent. She asks if she can ask him some questions later. Errol replies he does not mind since he does not stay in the kingdom. Pina Amrit Janel asks her if they kicked him to the countryside. She feels sad for him. Errol thinks she could see through his situation at once being a royal. He tries to assure her that he is living a happy life. He says she can ask the royal concubine palace about him if she wants to find her. He adds they can help her contact him. Pina Amrit Janel replies she will remember that. Errol leaves the place. He says to himself they have no reason to meet again. He believes Her Highness will soon forget about him. He does not want to meet her again. This is what he thinks at this time. The scene shifts to a deserted place. Someone wandering about the place says a long time has passed since the war. He finds the traces of war are still there. He feels the smell of the dead is still fresh. He jumps up and starts to gather mana from his surroundings. He says this is resentment. Mana stems out of the skulls of the dead people. Grievances, lingering attachments, fear, confusion, and negative human emotions that arise when dying all are there. The atmosphere of the place is dark and gloomy. He says he never thinks a tragedy like this would happen. The man dressed in a long black robe laughs and says he is thankful to the man who has started the war. Then, he notices the day will come after a while. The next day comes. The scene shifts to Errol. He closes his eyes and thinks that now he has postponed his marriage, he should work on forming a bank system. He researches somewhere with a Shah and Daya. He asks them if it is the place. They enter the building. A man dressed in a formal suit welcomes them. He is Hazel Carrot, the Carrot family's patriarch. He says he would like to express his warmest welcome on behalf of the Carrot family. Hazel Carrot holds the Shah's hand and asks if she is Lady Pernil. He says his youngest daughter often spoke of her. Asha feels hesitant and says her name is Asha Pernil. Errol looks at Asha and Hazel Carrot and says he has come to this territory for a purpose. He thinks it seems like Ert and Haya Carrot are getting along well. Hazel Carrot asks them to come in so that he can guide them. Errol sits on a comfortable seat. He says he will come straight to the point. He says he wants to do business with the Carrot family. Hazel Carrot asks Errol if he not already running a store as far as it is concerned with doing business. Errol puts emphasis and says it is not a simple business. The scale of this business will be much bigger. He discloses that he wants to make a bank under his influence in the kingdom of Ernesia. He briefs that they will issue currency. He tells Hazel Carrot that he has already discussed the matter with His Highness. He puts a few coins as specimens on the table. He tells Hazel Carrot they will circulate these coins as currency. He explains that the current currency has many loopholes. He adds this currency is his original formula made by the dwarves, so no one can dare to counterfeit it. He tells Hazel Carrot that they have been yelling at him for using such great technique on coins. Hazel Carrot asks Errol why he is choosing him for this. Errol says why he cannot rely on him. He admits that he cannot run the bank by himself. He explains that is why he came here to find talented people with whom he can work. Errol tells Hazel Carrot that he wants him to be the head of his bank. He explains to Hazel Carrot that he wants to make him the president of his bank. He assures Hazel Carrot that together they can handle everything. He says he wants someone like him. He explains that he can manage everything if he wants. He adds it is troublesome to manage the flow of the money around the continent. He says he guarantees him that he will get benefit from it. Hazel Carrot stays silent and thinks for a while. Errol looks at it and estimates from Hazel Carrot's expressions that he is still unsure about something. Errol seems impressed by Hazel Carrot. He notices that Hazel Carrot is not a foolish person. He says Hazel Carrot not only has an impressive personality, but also has a high level of insight. Hazel Carrot addresses Errol as His Highness. He says there are many variables. He asks Errol if all of this will work as planned. Errol asks him not to worry. He assures him that he will make it work at any rate. He asks Hazel Carrot if he is worried about the establishment of currency across the kingdom. Hazel Carrot replies, yes, he is concerned about that. Errol accepts there will be many merchants who will raise objections against it. He confidently says this work is not impossible. Errol comes close to Hazel Carrot and whispers in his ear. He asks him what he thinks has the most gold in the kingdom. Errol tells Hazel Carrot that he has already spoken to several big establishments. He buys his cause. He says he wants to reform the currency along with the establishment of the economic system. Then, he asks Hazel Carrot if he has answered his questions. He asks him if he is ready to join him. Hazel Carrot stays silent for a while, then he admits that Errol's plan will succeed. He says the wealth he has accumulated must be enormous. He questions Errol why he is interested in banking. He says he will not cooperate with him if he is doing this out of interest. Errol praises his question, saying he has raised a valid question. Errol says he will share why he wants to carry out this plan. Errol says that banking is not just to control the flow of money. He explains he is doing this for the city that he intends to build in Fahilia. He says he will turn a useless land into a paradise. Hazel Carrot asks him for assurance if he is talking about a city. Errol says building a city is not easy even if the kingdom takes the lead. He adds some of the preparations are needed. He considers backs as cornerstones to building a city. Hazel Carrot listens to him and understands Errol's plan for building a bank. Errol asks Hazel Carrot if he understands him now. Hazel Carrot says a normal lord would laugh at the idea of building a city in Fahilia. Hazel Carrot shakes hands with Errol and admits his proposal. Errol smiles and tells him that he has made a great choice. He asks Hazel Carrot to get along from now onward. Hazel Carrot asks Errol what he plans to do with the cost of the bank. He questions Errol if he should look people into it. Errol asks Hazel Carrot not to worry about it. He says people will soon be there to negotiate. Errol smiles and says they must sort out their situation first. The scene shifts to the southern end of the Urnesia Kingdom near the mountain range border. It is Sena's hometown and a mercenary village called Nashipanel. Sena says there is a reason that they came here in person. She adds they are in an awkward position and cannot accept any commission. Errol asks Sena if she means her people rejected them. Sena says she apologizes for that. Errol says he will meet them in person. Sena says His Highness cannot give up after getting one rejection. Errol says his ultimate goal is to hire the village's mercenaries as bank guards and security personnel. Errol says it is difficult for Sena to convince her local people, but he can convince them. Daya asked Errol to step behind him for a while. She puts her wand on the ground and releases a magical aura. Some of the people jump back because of the magical aura. Errol asks Sena if she knows about these people. Sena replies they are people of her village. She says there must be some misunderstanding. Sena asks Errol to excuse her for a moment. She goes near one of the men and asks him something in a different language. The man replies to her in the same language. She beats the man badly. Daya asks Errol what sort of language they are talking in. Errol replies the villagers belong to a mercenary tribe from another continent. Errol assumes it is the native language of the village. Daya comments the language sounds harsh for a normal conversation. Meanwhile, Sena returns and says they can go forward now. They soon reach Nechapali village. They reach the house of the chief. The old man says he is a Binagarl. The old man excuses for the hospitality of the villagers. Sena says her grandfather put on so much match. Abinagarl asks Sena to watch her manners. He scolds her for talking like this. Errol says both of them share the same surname. The old man tells Sena is his granddaughter. Sena also discloses her relation to the chief. Errol greets Sena's grandfather. Abinagarl says he is sorry that they made Errol personally visit them, but they cannot accept any commission. Abinagarl asks Errol if he came here to make the same offer. Then, he emphasizes that his answer will not change. He requests Errol to go back. Errol makes a sad face and says he is unyielding. Daya comes close to Errol and whispers in his ear. She says the atmosphere here has changed a lot from before. Errol asks Daya if she knows something about this. Daya tells Errol that she had stopped here for a while when she lost after coming out of the magic tower. She adds the current atmosphere is stranger than before. She says it feels like people are wary of the village's outskirts. Errol suspects something is wrong with this village. Errol asks the chief to tell him the whole thing. He assures him to provide help. Abinagarl says he cannot trouble His Highness with this problem. He shows his suspicions that Errol may not be able to solve their problem. Errol asks the chief to tell him the whole matter. He says he will decide for himself what he can do. Abinagarl stays silent for a while to think. Then, he asks Errol if he knows about the undead. Errol seems stunned to hear about the undead. Abinagarl tells Errol that the undead are appearing near the border one after the other. He adds there are thousands of them. Errol feels troubled. Abinagarl again asks him if he does not know anything about them. Errol wondered why this problem is still there even after discussing it at the conference. Errol asks Abinagarl about the lord of this place. Abinagarl replies the lord has recently changed. He adds that the current lord is the cousin of the former lord, Count Quetzalcoatl. Errol asks Abinagarl why the lord hides about the appearance of the undead. Abinagarl replies that their village is the only place that suffers from that. Errol asks the chief to explain the matter. Abinagarl tells him what happened a few years back. Count Quetzalcoatl. The scene shifts a few years back. Count Quetzalcoatl is in conversation with someone. He says they need to throw a banquet. However, they ran short of money. He asks his official to increase the tax rate. The official informs Count Quetzalcoatl that one village had a bad harvest. He says this village has trouble paying taxes. Count Quetzalcoatl asks his official if he is kidding him. Count Quetzalcoatl gets mad. He says denying to pay tax is equal to insulting him. He orders his officials to wipe out these useless people if they cannot pay taxes. The scene shifts to the present moment. Errol listens to the whole matter. Errol asks the chief if Count Quetzalcoatl is crazy. The chief tells Errol it was Senia's father who prevented the disaster at that time. He says his son immediately opposed this as soon as he came to know about it. He tells Errol how this petition saved the village from destruction. He adds the former lord accused his son of the allegation and investigated him. Sena feels sad to hear this. Abinagarl says the former lord also had to pay the price 2 years ago when his embezzlement was discovered. Errol says the next lord is the cousin of the previous lord. He wonders how things are going around here. Errol asks Abinagarl if the current lord is carrying his family's grievances. He concludes that the current lord is purposely ignoring the infection of the undead. Errol asks Abinagarl if he can help them solve the problem with this lord. Abinagarl replies it is fine. He tells Errol they are planning to leave this place. Abinagarl adds their tribe moves from village to village, so it would be a problem for them. Errol says the current is also one of the problems. He adds the problem of the infection of the undead needs a solution. Abinagarl says they are mercenaries, so they have protected a lot. He clarifies that they cannot endure it any longer. Errol asks Abinagarl if they are planning to go to another country. Errol says it is difficult for other countries to accept them. He explains even the nomadic people now belong to a country. Abinagarl clears his throat. He replies this is true, but they do not have any other option. Errol says their movement will create new problems. He suggests to Abinagarl that they should solve the problem of the undead. Abinagarl replies there are thousands of them. He asks Errol why he would go this far for them. Errol says he has his ways, so he should be worried about that. He says he needs their cooperation. Errol asks Abinagarl to choose between the options. He makes Abinagarl realize there is no guarantee of their stable living in another country. Errol offers Abinagarl to solve the problem of the undead together. He further offers to buy their labor at a fair price. He asks Abinagarl what he says about that. Abinagarl stays silent for a while. Then, he asks Errol to give him some time to think. Errol guesses the villagers attack them because of the undead. Sena replies a stranger who entered the village a few days back was an undead. Errol observes the people of the tribe around him. He notices most of the people are as powerful as an active knight. He feels they have suffered a lot. Errol notices a blue light as the swords of the two boys strike. He guesses these boys belong to a lineage that is naturally prone to the awakening aura. Errol thinks the mercenaries are wasting themselves under a stupid lord. He says if they agree he can put them to good use. Senia listens to the thoughts of Errol and says he is such a kind person. After long consideration, the village chief accepted Errol's proposal. The villagers decided to leave after the solution to the problem. Errol thinks if he fails to solve the issue, he knows he is not as pro as he was in his previous life. Most of the undead are wandering in the forest near the village. There are quite a few wild animals, so they seem to be wandering around here. Meanwhile, an undead attacks them. Sena knocks him down. Errol says the village was lucky. They hide behind a thick bush to observe the behavior of the undead people. They observe there are so many of them. Errol notices their behavioral pattern and feels they are not in charge of any mage. He wonders if he created them for fun. He thinks what sort of crazy mage does such type of things. Sena asks Errol if they are to deal with them one by one. Errol says it is an inefficient way. He says there are other better ways. Sena asks Errol what is the best way to deal with them. Errol replies they will gather them and cremate them all at once. Sena asks Errol how they will do that. Daya compliments Errol that he is so cool. Errol closes his eyes and thinks of the best way to use the holy water of the Holy Kingdom. Then, he rejects this idea because holy water is too expensive. He says it is difficult to obtain the holy water in their kingdom. Errol suddenly looks at Daya and says they have a 6th-class mage with them. Daya gives him a thumbs up. Errol says the most important thing is to gather the undead. Errol plans something. They put a mat in the middle of the forest. Errol and Sena sit on the mat. Errol looks so relaxed, while Sena seems a little worried. Errol enjoys a cup of tea. Errol thinks he will present the most tempting bait to the undead. Errol asks Sena to look at the shooting star. He tries to divert Sena's attention. Sena addresses Errol and says she is unsure if they are doing the right thing. Errol replies they are following the best way. He tells Sena that the undead are creatures who have lived intact since ancient times. He knows they are attracted to the human beings. Sena says what if they suddenly find fresh meat all of a sudden and feel ecstatic. Daya enjoys a hot cup of tea sitting in the middle of the air. Sena clarifies there is no need for him to stay in danger. Errol replies he wants to do it. Errol says that Abina Garl does not say anything, but it seems he holds grudges against nobles. He says he wants to prove himself before Abina Garl. Errol asks Sena what she would plan to do if her people leave this country. He asks if she would have followed them. Sena laughs. Errol says Sena is not a person who can turn her back on her people. Errol says he would not have stopped her no matter what she decided. He says he does not want to lose a talent like her. He tells her it is worth doing something like this for her. Sena smiles and asks if it is like this. Soon, the undead starts to gather around. Errol asks Sena if she is ready. He opens his palm before Sena. Sena holds his hand. Sena takes Errol on his back. Errol asks her to run away. The undead follow them wildly. Errol looks back and thinks it is dangerous to present themselves as bait. He wonders if it is some kind of horror movie. Then, he laughs and says it is like a game of tag. Sena says it is not the right time to enjoy. Errol says they have gathered so many of them. Errol calls Daya and says he is leaving this to her now. Daya replies everything is understood. She attacks them with the firewall. The undead people make horrifying sounds. Errol and Sena stand at a distance to observe. Errol says the foul smell is a sign that they have turned into charcoal. He wonders if they did not have magic resistance. He notices that they simply died by the fire. Errol says it seems like the one who created them has not finished his experiment yet. He signs and says this is unsettling. Errol notices that the fire has drawn the attention of the others. He sees them coming endlessly. They shout wildly. Errol commands Daya to repeat this a few more times. He says it seems like they have to run around till the morning. He asks Sena to stop. The next day comes. Sena lies on the ground and says this is so exhausting. Errol also looks tired. Errol says to Sena she is a knight still she got tired. Then, he appreciates Sena. He praises Daya saying she has done a great job. Errol looks back at the burning bones of the undead. He assumes that they have taken care of all of them. Errol asks Daya if there is no one other than the undead. Daya replies she did not feel traces of any other mana. Errol feels something is suspicious. He notices the undead people are wearing uniforms. He feels like they should visit the area near the border to investigate. He says they should go to the village as they have gotten rid of all of them. Soon, they reach the village. When they reach the village, they stink badly. Abina Garl suggests they should take a bath before they discuss anything. Errol smiles and asks them if it smells that bad. Sena says it is natural since they have run around corpuses the whole night. Daya shows them a reflection of last night through her wand. She confirms that they have dealt with the undead. Errol, Sena, and Daya sit in Abina Garl's. Errol says he always fulfills his promises. He asks Abina Garl to talk about work. Abina Garl replies he never thought they could solve this problem this quickly. Errol assures Abinagarl that he will take care of the Lord. He asks Abinagarl not to worry about him anymore. Abinagarl replies he has no words to say thanks to him. Errol says he wants them to take his suggestions instead of saying thanks. He tells Abinagarl that he wants to recruit the people of the village as the exclusive security guards in his bank. He says the contract will have all the details of the other job conditions. He assures Abinagarl that he will not disappoint him. Abinagarl says he accepts his offer. Soon, the contract negotiations were completed with Abinagarl. The scene shifts to Ernesia Kingdom. Errol enters the palace and thinks there is only one step left. There is a meeting in the royal conference room. Errol announces he plans to establish a bank. He tells everyone they can see details in the plan. He explains this establishment will store and lend money. One of the nobles raises his hand to say something. He asks Errol if it is not enough to store money in the mansion. Errol asks the man if it is safe. He asks everyone if they never feel worried about the safety of their wealth. He explains he wants to make a safe bank that no one can touch. He adds he will secure the system with his technology. He tells the guards of the bank will be as skilled as knights. He says the bank will also lend money. The noble confirms if he means he will lend money without any cost. Errol says they will ask for a set percentage on returning money. He says they will receive interest. Another man asks what if someone does not repay the amount he borrowed. Errol asks the man what he thinks would happen to that man. Then, he changes the topic. He says he knows more gold will come to the kingdom in the future. He adds the bank will manage the flow of that wealth. He tells everyone they will distribute currency in the kingdom. The currency will replace the gold coins. People comment differently on this plan. Errol feels the opposition is strong. Errol says there are discrepancies in the current currency. Errol explains he has taken this opportunity to sort things. He says they will guarantee the currency's value in the royal family's name. He completes his plan and welcomes comments and views from others. The members discussed the matter with each other. Some of them agree with the plan, while a few seem neutral. Errol appreciates himself for visiting and bribing the people beforehand. A purple-haired man calls Dezel Prake. He asks him if he will let Errol to be like this. Dezel Prake asks him what he means by this. Dezel Prake asks the man what he thinks they should do. He says Errol is a duke and has the authority to get permission and start a business. Count Kane Rubit says they will be in trouble if they let his work like this. Dezel Prake asks Count Kane Rubit if it is not enough that he keeping thousands of undead. Dezel Prake warns Count Kane Rubit not to create any mess here. Count Kane Rubit feels pissed off. The bank construction was completed in 1 month without any opposition. The bank is in the best land in the royal capital. Errol plans to establish branches in the cities and tourist destinations. Unfortunately, it takes a little longer to build a branch in Fahilia. People gossip with each other about the bank. One of the men from the general public says to his fellow they can borrow money at a reasonable rate. He feels relaxed they will not suffer because of tyranny and heavy interest rates. Another man smiles and says he can finally start his long-awaited plan. The scene shifts to a palace. A man asks the other man if he knows about the construction of a bank in the royal capital. The blonde-haired man replies there is no safer place than a mansion to keep money. The gray-haired man says the thieves have targeted some of the people in their kingdom. The blonde-haired man accepted he had faced hard times because of the thieves. The scene shifts to a road. Some of the carriages are passing by the road. There is a group of thieves in the nearby mountains. One of the thieves informs others that some cartridges are passing by. He tells others that one cartridge is loaded with banknotes. The other thief says if they get their hand on this, they can screw around for years. The thieves jump at the cartridge. The thief tries to attack the cartridge driver. However, the driver avoids his attack and punches the thief. The thief falls. The driver asks the thief if they have any guts to attack them. The thief begs for mercy. The gray-haired man tells the blonde-haired man that bank bodyguards have annihilated the whole group of thieves. The man further says he heard that Count Kane Rubit was behind it. The man says it looks like Count Kane Rubit will get severe punishment. The gray-haired man also talks about the disclosure of the matter of the undead. The blonde-haired man calls his butler. He says he wants to talk about his safe. The gray-haired man asks the blonde-haired man if he can have a look at the bank's contract. Thus, a new wind began to blow in the Ernsia financial industry. The scene shifts to the royal palace of Arnesia Kingdom. Errol is in a conversation with Thiril Enersia. Thiril Enersia asks Errol if they must build a city in Fahilia. Thiril Enersia walks round and round while thinking. However, Errol seems calm and confident about the idea. Errol says he believes that Fahilia can develop in the future. He says they need to build a city in the territory of Fahilia. Thiril Enersia replies he understands Errol's ideas. He adds it is easy to talk about building a city but hard to make. He asks Errol how he will maintain it after building it. He says life is difficult in Fahilia because of its remoteness and cold climate. Errol thinks there will be a few people other than natives who will visit the city. He understands this is the reason why Thiril Enersia is concerned. Thiril Enersia appreciates Errol as being a strong person. He warns him that he cannot easily live in a barren place. Errol imagines an isolated life in that city. He replies to his father it is not bad at all. Thiril Enersia brings Errol close to him and holds him by his shoulders. He whispers in his ear that he wants to take away him from this place. He tells him that he intends to give him a better position. Errol thinks he never heard about it. Errol says it must be a hard decision. He thinks taking him out of the place will cause a dispute among the nobles. He wonders if his father can go this far for him. Errol addresses Thiril Enersia and says he is answerless to hear about his considerations. He says he cannot leave his current territory. He bows before Thiril Enersia to pay respect. Thiril Enersia asks him why he is not ready to leave Fahilia. Errol thinks of Fahilia as a place where he can build a paradise for himself. He thinks he does not want to live in a place full of annoying nobles. He seems not interested in politics. Errol develops a justification in no time. He says he would have ignored it if it was an ordinary city. He confidently says his city is not an ordinary place. He asks his father to believe him. Thiril Enersia releases a deep breath. Thiril Enersia says he will not stop him if he feels like this. Thiril Enersia accords him permission for the establishment of the city. Errol feels overjoyed and says thanks to his father. The construction of the city went smoothly. They asked the existing residents for their understanding in advance. They brought together the best talent for the city's construction. Errol hears about the rumors that he will provide the latest technology to those who will work under him. Errol heads a meeting about the construction. He addresses everyone and says he is thankful that talented people came to find him themselves. Errol continues and says he wants to entrust to them a proper residential area where residents can live with peace of mind. He tells them there is a lot more to do. He explains to them he plans to rebuild the place. A gray-haired man suggests the city needs a strong wall first. Errol replies this is right since there are many ferocious animals there. He thinks the natives do not mind seeing gigantic-sized rabbits or seeing them riding big flies. Errol says it is important to consider the requirements of the other territories. He asks his team to make safety the top priority. He tells them that he happens to have a stone that is perfect for constructing a wall. He shows the stone to them. He reflects he finds it a durable material. He asks the experts what they think about that. The professionals give a close look at the stone. An experienced professional says the quality of the stone is second to none. He says they need a huge amount of stones to make a wall. Errol replies they have plenty of the stone. So, there is no need to worry about that. There is a large amount of stone in the territory's mine. He tells them that he got this land as a reward for his contribution to the war. He adds many of the nobles ignored that place because they did not have the latest technology to mine it. He brags that he uses it for sure. Errol estimates that some amount of stone will be left after building the wall. He thinks he should ask them to engrave his statue on it. One of the team members says he has a question. He asks Errol why he wants to make a city. He says it does not seem like he wants to build a city where residents can live safely. Errol replies it is quite a sharp question. He discloses that he wants to make this city a tourist destination. He thinks starting another factory and making products means nothing. He speaks to himself life is not all about making money and dying. Errol thinks if he converts this place into a tourist destination, he can play to his heart's content. Errol tells the team he will let them know more about it when the time comes. He asks them to start discussing the schedule. Errol seems tired after discussing the details. He knows it will take him a lot of time as there are many things to review. He feels relaxed when it ends. He says he can leave the rest to the craftsmen and can take a break. Then, he presses a button and enters a place. The place is his secret paradise where he secretly slacks off. There is a table prepared with tasty food. He says it is Errol's room number 3. He could have built it inside the palace, but he needs privacy. He opens bottles and enjoys drinking it. He has added so many things to this place out of excitement. He considers it a durable place to hide during a battle. He lies on a grand bed and enjoys his drink. He thinks he should waste time today. Errol wonders if he should build one area with a hot spring next time. He says one of the problems with the Middle Ages was that there was so little to enjoy. He checks a few books. He finds most of the books are grimoires or novels for the nobles to read. He puts a book in his head in boredom. He wishes to read colorful comic books. He thinks the paper supply has been established if the next invention is going to be printing. Errol thinks he needs to start his next business soon. He intends not to satisfy his eating and sleeping desires. He wanted something for his eye candy. He thinks for a while and makes up his mind for something. Meanwhile, someone contacts Errol and tells him that they are in trouble. Errol asks what is going on. The person informs him that they received a letter from the palace. The scene shifts to a gloomy and dark place. The black-robed mage is there. He does something evil and laughs. He says it is a matter of excellent resentment. He holds his wand and says he has gathered enough resentment. He says the people who look down on the dark mages like him are bastards. He sits down with his wand straight and releases a strong aura. He calls them dead ones and commands them to wake up. He calls them the victims of power. The dead people come out of the debris and gather before the dark mage. The dark mage says the dark church has no option but to acknowledge him after this. He calls the dead ones and asks them to go with him. He says they will show their power to the foolish king who despised them. The dead ones turn into zombies. The scene shifts to a tower. A person is observing the surroundings from a height. He yawns and says everything looks peaceful today. He takes his binoculars and looks around. He notices the undead and wonders from where they are coming in great numbers. He decides to inform his superiors about the situation. The scene shifts to Errol. He holds the report in his hand. The report reads several undead appear on the northeastern and southern borders. It further reads the number is estimated at several 100,000. The report informs that the undead are flocking to the borders of the Kingdom of Urnesia and the Three Kingdoms Alliance. Errol holds his head to read this. Errol calls an immediate meeting. Aisha wonders if all the victims of the war became the undead. Errol says yes. He tells Aisha and Sena that the testimony of soldiers in charge of defense matches the number of causalities at the time. He guesses it must be true. Daya estimates the incident in Sena's town must be a part of it. Daya says all the dark mages are terrible people with bad traits. Errol says it is quite early to blame someone for this. He tells them the undead are splitting up and flocking toward Urnesia and the Three Kingdoms Alliance. Sena says there are way too many. She adds it is terrible to have them in large numbers. She asks Errol if they need troops to send like they did during the war. Errol replies he is not sure about that. Errol estimates the royal palace must be having a hard time because they have not received any letter yet. Errol asks his team not to be lazy. He calls them to have a closer look at the scenario. Errol says he could not find any solid physical evidence. He says he has made a few preparations. He never expected they could arrive in a great number. Errol sits down on the ground and yells in anger. He says the appearance of the undead not only stopped the trade, but also stopped the construction of his city. He says this is such a nuisance. Then, he gathers his courage. He suspects the undead can enter their city as well. He commands his team to pay special attention to the security. Aisha and Sena reply in affirmation. He tells his team that they should not worry about that. He tells them that he has a plan. He thinks whenever there is some problem one should consider it as an opportunity. He wonders if he can use the present situation to make a profit. The scene shifts to the Urnesia's border fortress. The scenario is pathetic over there. Many undead people are there. They seem wild. The soldier looks at them and says there is no end to them. The soldiers discuss with each other that they are fortunate to set the line of defense at the time. The soldier with the big mustache thinks he has doubts when the royal castle warns him about the undead. He feels thankful that he survived the situation. He commands his subordinates to keep the line of defense until they receive further instructions. The scene shifts to the royal palace of the Urnesia kingdom. Thiril Enersia commands his subordinates to issue an order of evacuation to the residents living near the border. He further commands to evacuate the fortress in case of a worse situation. He feels thankful to Errol, who asks them to make some preparations. He thinks otherwise, they would have faced significant damage. Thiril Enersia calls a meeting. One of his officials says holding on like this cannot solve the issue. He adds they need to make a plan to take care of the situation. Thiril Enersia says incidents like this have no record in history. He asks the man if he has any solution for the current situation. The man asks how about requesting support from the Holy Kingdom. Thiril Enersia stays quiet and thinks about the Holy Kingdom of Zelnian. The Holy Kingdom of Zelnian is the best country that deals with evil techniques such as necromancy and other curses used to command the dead ones. Thiril Enersia knows the Holy Kingdom is the best place to deal with these things. He thinks the Holy Kingdom will help them. The Holy Kingdom has officially denied all existence other than humans. Their belief is according to their doctrine for generations. However, in the Urnesia Kingdom, people of different races can obtain citizenship and can be recognized if they have the ability. Due to this, the two countries conflict. Thiril Enersia shares his doubts about the support of the Holy Kingdom. He says they do not know what they will ask in return. He suspects they might try to comply with 2 or more conditions. An elf sitting in the meeting says they may discriminate against some of the races. Thiril Enersia says requesting the Holy Kingdom will be their last option. Thiril Enersia thinks they would left with no other option but to return to the Holy Kingdom if the situation turns terrible. Meanwhile, a man comes and addresses Thiril Enersia. He hands over a letter to Thiril Enersia and says there is something he needs to see at once. Thiril Enersia reads the letter and releases a deep breath. The man asks His Highness what is in the letter. Thiril Enersia tells everyone there is no need to be indebted to the Holy Kingdom. He announces that Errol has suggested a way to eradicate this problem. The scene shifts to the Merman Empire. The people are in a panic condition in the Merman Empire. The people run here and there and cry for help. They shout to see the undead coming. The people outside the palace ask the guards to open the gate. The guard yells if they are planning to kill them. The people beg them for help. Someone informs the emperor that the undead people have crossed the border and are causing damage to the village. The informer further informs that the villagers are knocking at their door and asking for help. The current emperor of the Merman Empire is Ilan Emret Janel. Ilan Emret Janel feels perplexed to see the panic. He looks outside and thinks although the previous king stepped down after the war, they still need to work to gain people's trust. He says the invasion of the undead is making their situation worse. Ilan Amret Janel asks if they can expect support from their alliance. One of his officials replies it is difficult. He tells the emperor that the kingdom of Damaniel is also in a dire situation. Another official tells the emperor that the Holy Kingdom is ready to help them. He adds they have to accept their offer to get their help. Ilan Emret Janel asks his officials to accept the offer of the Holy Kingdom as they do not have any other option. The officials try to say something, but Ilan Emret Janel stops them. He says he will welcome the Empress of the Holy Kingdom. He considers they do not have any other option. Ilan Amret Janel knows the Holy Kingdom will interfere with their internal matters in the future. He shakes these thoughts out of his mind and says they do not have any time to worry about this. The reason for the Holy Kingdom's influence is the holy water. Monsters run away when they smell it. The undead is purified after being sprinkled with it. Many countries try to discover the secret of the holy water, but in vain. The Holy Kingdom gives the holy water to the affected countries and requires their full support. The affected countries must either enter ridiculous treaties or pay an excessive amount for supplies. The scene shifts to Damaniel Kingdom. The officials think about what they should do. One of the officials says the Merman Empire has joined hands with the Holy Kingdom. The other one says the Holy Kingdom applies absurd conditions. The other one says the Kingdom of Urnesia is also a big problem. They know very well that the Kingdom of Urnesia has gained power after the war. They say to the king that they cannot join hands with the Holy Kingdom. The Kingdom of Urnesia and the Holy Kingdom have been in a tussle for a long time. The king of Damaniel Kingdom thinks about how the Kingdom of Urnesia can be so quiet since the undead cause destruction wherever they go. He assumes it is like they do not need any help. The king thinks this is not the time to sit in peace. He decides to do something to deal with the undead. Meanwhile, a man enters the room. The man tells the king they have received a letter from the kingdom of Ernesia. The king takes the letter and opens it. He reads the letter and knows the kingdom of Ernesia is offering a means to exterminate the undead at a cheaper price. The scene shifts to Fahilia to show what happened there. A man in glasses asks the Errol if he wants to recreate the holy water. Errol smiles and tells the man that he has secretly obtained the water after paying a heavy amount. He tells the man this is not just water. He adds it is a mysterious condition of mana. Errol says he has analyzed the water. He shares with the man that he has discovered that they can reproduce it to some extent. The man appreciates Errol's efforts. He appreciates him for doing what no one else managed to do. Errol asks the man if he is ready to make money. The scene shifts in the past. Errol reminiscences an incident. He does not remember if it was his 45th or 56th life. It was a place where a religious state ruled an entire continent. There was a saintess who was the one who received his acknowledgement. She was not a person who was devoted to others and wanted peace in the world. The saintess says the amount of holy water she can produce is insufficient. She says the water is so expensive for the ordinary people. She wishes to mass-produce holy water for the whole world. She asks Errol if he can help him. Errol bows down before her and replies he will do his best to help her. The scene shifts to the present moment. Errol moved by her kind nature of the lady and helped her. He feels he was immature back then. Meanwhile, he succeeds in making the holy water. He looks at the bottle and says Errol's artificially produced holy water is ready. The man sees Errol completing the process. He says he never thinks he can complete it in a shorter period. Errol tells the man that the effect is slightly different from the original holy water. He adds the good part of it is he can create it as much as he wants. There is a big tank of artificial holy water placed in the room. Errol happily discloses that the price of the artificially produced holy water is the same as water. He says they will make up for its shortcomings by mass-producing it. He decides to mass-produce it. He intends to distribute it to the front line for testing. They supply holy water to the front lines. The soldiers throw it on the dead ones. The soldiers seem happy that the undead are collapsing with the artificially produced holy water. The soldier says Errol provided the holy water at a cheaper price than the Holy Kingdom. He appreciates Errol. They are overjoyed and say Errol is such a savior. They hail the highness of Errol. A letter reaches the Merman Empire from the Kingdom of Ernesia. The letter reads that the Kingdom of Ernesia is ready to supply holy water to all the countries regardless of past grievances. Ilan Emret Janel says there is no way that fake holy water would be effective. He gets mad and tears the letter into pieces. Meanwhile, a man enters and tells Ilan Emret Janel that there is another letter from the Kingdom of Ernesia. The scene shifts to Demaniel Kingdom. The king of Demaniel Kingdom also receives the letter from the Kingdom of Ernesia. The letter is from Thiril Enersia. The letter reads that Errol, the producer of the holy water, wants to explain the holy water's efficiency, as people have doubts about it. The Grand Duke of Sejapanduki also receives a letter. The Kingdom of Ernesia had several response letters. Errol is overjoyed to see this. He feels happy to hear all the countries' heads want to see him, including the Holy Kingdom. Daya asks Errol if it is right to do this. She believes he should never have revealed this. She is concerned about his safety. Errol assures her it will be fine. He says everyone knows he is a genius. Daya says she does not believe this is why he stepped forward. Errol smiles and says she knows him so well. Errol tells Daya there are 3 reasons behind this. The first reason is to make them owe him. He says he wants to engrave it in their mind that his invention saved them. He states the second reason is that he wants to show off his charm. He says there were rumors that he is a weak genius who does not care about the world. Errol says he has no problem being called a weak. The image of being a pushover is troublesome for him. He comprehends he wants to show the world how terrible it is to mess up with him. Dyer replies she knew it. Errol comes towards the last reason. He says they have to rob them in person if they want to have their money. He tells Daya it is time to make money. The announcement day comes. Errol enters the venue with Daya. People look at him and ask each other if he is the famous prince, Errol Ernesia. Errol looks around. He notices people from the Demaniel Kingdom, Felvin Kingdom, Principality, and Kretchen. He thinks there are so many of them. Errol notices the absence of the Merman Empire. He assumes it is right that they have joined hands with the Holy Kingdom. Someone seems shocked to see a kid as a famous personality. Errol reaches the stage and gets hold of the mic. Errol smiles and says he can hear them. He says their passionate gazes are making him embarrassed. He says he is pleased to meet them. He introduces himself. The silence prevails in the hall. Errol says everyone must be curious if his artificially produced holy water has the same effect as the original holy water. He explains they just need to use a little more quantity of the artificially produced holy water. He assures everyone the effect of the produced holy water is the same. He says he understands it is difficult to believe it based on wordy explanations and documents. He says he will demonstrate its efficiency in front of them. Errol commands Sena to uncover the cage. There is an undead inside the cage. The undead growls wildly. The people seem afraid to see the undead. He tells everyone to calm down. He says they have treated him with magic, so there is nothing to worry about. He asks Sena to go ahead. Sena pours artificially produced holy water at the undead. The undead moaned terribly and collapsed. He asks everyone to see the undead is completely purified. He asks the audience if they want him to demonstrate one more time. The crowd answers it is enough. Errol looks at the weak civil servants and feels they are disgusted by this. A man covers his face with his hand and thinks Errol Ernesia is a tenacious boy. He seems impressed that Errol has dealt with the undead without batting his eyes. The man is sure that Errol Ernesia is not an ordinary child. Meanwhile, a man raises his hand and asks the price of the artificially produced holy water. Errol closes his eyes. He thinks the price of the holy water is cheap, but people want it in huge quantities. He feels the amount will be high in this regard. Errol says he is well aware of their financial situation. He announces he will not make them pay the whole amount right away. He adds it is impossible to provide it free as he invested his money on it. He clarifies that he will accept the payment in the future when they can pay it. People say it is debt. Errol feels it is necessary to exaggerate the amount in this situation. He can sell it at the price of water. A lady raises her hand and asks permission to ask a question. She asks Errol if the artificially produced holy water has something to do with the holy water of the Holy Kingdom. Errol notices the lady is direct with her question. Errol answers he understands her questions. He asks the lady to rest assured. Errol tells the lady the two are different. Errol says the original name of the artificially produced holy water is artificial mana neutralizer. He explains the function of both liquids may be the same. However, the manufacturing methods and principles are different. Errol says to everyone that the Holy Kingdom cannot provide them with the required amount of holy water. He indirectly warns the lady. He says the moment they protect against him, they will lose their benefits. Then, he winds up his talk. Errol once again announces they can provide them with as much holy water as they need. The scene shifts to Sejependuki. The situation is getting worse there. It is the southeastern border of Sejependuki. The soldiers notice that the undead are coming in hordes. The commander worries they will cross the line of defense in no time. Meanwhile, a soldier arrives there and informs the commander they have received help from the Kingdom of Ernesia. He also tells the commander about the holy water. The commander asks if it is true. He looks at several cans of water. He wonders if all of these contain the holy water. The commander asks the soldiers to get ready and test the holy water. The soldiers put the holy water in the small container and dropped it on the undead. The undead people moan and start to collapse. One of the soldiers tells the commander the holy water is working. The commander motivates the forces to take the charge. He asks his subordinates not to be afraid. The Unit 1 neutralizes the undead. Unit 2 exterminate them with the holy water. The commander analyzes the scenario. He tells his team that the momentum of the undead has broken. He instructs them to carry on like this. The commander says he was thinking about giving up. He wonders who would have thought the situation could turn like this. The commander feels grateful to Errol. All the countries began to exterminate undead one way or another except the Merman Empire. The most unique method was the first round of artificial holy water arrows. A soldier asks the other if he is using the war weapons under the supervision of the royal palace. The other soldier replies His Highness has allowed them to use them temporarily. He commands the other soldiers to fill the arrows with the holy water. Errol instructs his team to use holy water arrows. He says it is dangerous to approach the undead closely. Errol's soldiers tactfully use holy water arrows to kill the undead. One of the soldiers sees the undead dying and says it looks unnecessarily holy. The other soldier laughs and says he is so tired of the damn undead. He thinks it all thanks to His Highness for providing them with the holy water. The commander commands them to prepare for the second launch. The dark mage seems pissed off. He yells hundreds of his undead are dead now. He says only a quarter of them are left. He signs if his plan has succeeded. All the damn kings should have grooved at his feet. He scratches the mud with his nails in anger. He says his plan fails because of bastard Errol Ernesia. He says the holy water of the Holy Kingdom was annoying, but it was not enough to purify his army. He feels hatred for Errol, who created the artificial holy water. The Dark Mage says he has to drive out all the mags from the magic tower. He intends to begin the era of the Dark Church. He says he cannot sit back and suffer like this. The scene shifts to Fahelia. Asha tells Errol that all the undead have gathered in one place to protect the Dark Mage. She is reading a report. She further reads the subjugation forces will gradually narrow the siege. Errol asks if the Dark Mage is using the undead as his shield. He adds the bastard is trying to prolong his life. Asha asks Errol what she should do to the protest letter issued directly from the Holy Kingdom. Errol asks Asha to ignore it. He says it must contain annoying things. He says to keep ignoring it if they send it again. Errol asks Daya what she thinks about the Dark Mage. He says he is curious about her view as a mage. Daya clears his throat and says it is good if they catch him early. She tells Errol that it is not easy to trap him. After all, he is the one who commands all the undead. Daya says she does not have much knowledge about necromancy. She tells Errol that she once read the maximum number of undead a mage can command. Daya says a 7-class mage can command 30,000 undead. Errol replies she knows quite a lot. Daya says she does not know about the magic the Dark Mage used, but it has enormous power. She guesses he will soon hit his limit and get caught. Errol holds his head and thinks there will be a fierce battle. Errol estimates it is a waste to sit like this. The scene shifts to a forest. A soldier notices the presence of the Dark Mage. He tells his team that the Dark Mage has shown up. He asks them to pour all of the magic into one place. A ball of mana appears at a distance. The Dark Mage attacks them. He asks them if they think they can defeat them with their mere magic. He releases a magical aura toward the soldiers. The soldiers get afraid. They ask their mages to activate a shield. Soon, the Dark Mage reaches near them. He looks at the soldiers. He calls them annoying pests. He coughs and thinks he will be at a disadvantage at this rate. He vomits blood. He feels his body having a hard time because of the strong mana of resentment. He thinks he should withdraw for now and wait for the next opportunity. He forms an acid cloud with the help of his wand. The soldier coughs badly. They feel there is poison around them. One of them asks the others to neutralize the poison with the holy water. The other soldier replies he cannot see anything. He says the bastard is escaping. He asks his fellow mage to trance Dark Mage's mana. The Dark Mage feels disgusted to turn his back on the low-level mage. He says she will take the revenge for today's humiliation. The Dark Mage reaches his hideout. He doubts his enemies will soon find this place. He says he should take his important things and leave this place. The Dark Mage complains there is nothing that he can use for research. He says he is disappointed. The Dark Mage sees Errol sitting in front of him. He asks Errol who is he. Errol asks the Dark Mage what he means by this question. Errol tells him he is Errol Ernest. Errol winks and says he is there to punish the Dark Mage for his evil deeds. The Dark Mage yells at Errol's. He asks him how did he find this place. Errol says it all thanks to the subjugation force. He says their prediction made finding his hideout a piece of cake. Errol says he will tell him why he came here in person. Errol says the first reason for coming here in person is he was curious about the magic system of the Dark Mages. He adds he did not find anything useful here. He scratches his head while reading a paper to show his disappointment. Errol tells the Dark Mage the second reason for coming here is that he has a question for him. The Dark Mage wonders if he has a question for him. Errol replies he has a question for the Dark Mage, who has awakened thousands of the undead, attacked from all directions, and put everyone in fear. The papers begin to float in the room. Errol asks the Dark Mage how he came up with this idea of waking up the dead ones. Errol asks the dark mage to enlighten him. He threatens the dark mage and asks him if he knows what will happen if he does not explain things. Errol attacks the dark mage with a strong magical aura. The dark mage gets annoyed. He asks Errol how dares he to act like this to a great mage, Nelfrin. The dark mage falls to the ground. He tries to understand what happened to him. Errol releases a deep breath and says aye. His hand stinks now. The dark mage feels weak. He abuses Errol and calls him son of a bitch. Errol replies the dark mages are humans anyway. Errol threatens him that once his mind gets shaken, he will become an idiot who will not use magic anymore. Errol asks the dark mage if he plans to raise an army of undead and invade the neighboring countries. He asks a rhetorical question. Errol mocks the dark mage and says even a child will not make a stupid plan like this. The dark mage gets mad at Errol. He asks Errol how dare he insult him and his army of the dead. Errol asks the dark mage if he is going to be invincible. Errol pews something. Errol says the army of the undead seems stronger than the regular soldiers. He inquires about the dark mage and what he intends to do after the domination. He asks the dark mage if he wants to become a king in the world of the undead. Then, he says he can pretend like a king by sitting on the pile of corpses. Errol asks the dark mage if he knows what will happen at the end. He says he will face a sense of emptiness when he will realize that he has achieved nothing. The dark mage asks Errol to stop talking nonsense. He blames Errol. He says his interference spoiled his whole plan. He asks Errol how he dares to ruin the cause to which he devoted his life. Errol mocks the dark mage. He says if things go well, it is his success, but if his plan fails, it is someone else's mistake. Errol sighs and says he was a fool to think there must be some ingenious reason. He feels disappointed and says it was just a waste of time. Errol feels it is a waste of time to kill him. He says to the dark mage he will end his life after making him feel humiliated. He tells the dark mage it is to avenge those who fell victim to his nonsense. The dark mage clenches his wand and bites his lip in worry. Then, he gathers his strength and wakes up. He asks Errol to complete his masterpiece. He releases a powerful aura. The surface of the wood floor cracks. An undead appears out of it and growls wildly. The undead holds a big axe in his hand. Errol feels the smell of the undead. He says this is so disgusting. He says there should be a limit to insulting the deceased. The dark mage says this is his masterpiece. He says he prepared them by carefully selecting the bodies of the dead soldiers. The dark mage brags he cannot defeat him, no matter how strong he is. The undead has 6 arms. He holds a weapon in each of his hands. Errol stands calm and plans to deal with the undead. He thinks he should crush him with force. Then, he feels it will make his hands dirty and may spread germs. Errol thinks of something else. He believes it would be a good thing to kill the undead. Meanwhile, the gigantic size reaches Errol's head. The dark mage asks the undead to kill Errol or Nisha. Errol looks at the huge-sized undead and wonders how many people sacrificed to make it. He says he will finish him all at once. He moves his hand and commands the holy water to purify him. The undead growls and collapses. The dark mage asks Errol how he can use this power that the saintess of the Holy Kingdom can use. Errol replies the saintess has not patented it. He asks the dark mage what he is complaining about. The dark mage says what he has used is more powerful than the holy water prepared by the saintess. Errol replies it is a similar skill to purification, so it is less powerful than the original. He asks the dark mage if the saintess is weak. The dark mage thinks that it is all he amounts to. He prevents Errol from coming closer to him. The dark mag asks Errol to make a deal. He says he will not ask him to close his eyes for nothing. He says he will pay him the price. Errol replies this is so noisy. He says he is feeling hungry, so he wants to finish it now. The dark mage seems afraid. After some time, the soldiers enter the hideout. The soldier calls the dark mage a bastard and says they have surrounded his hideout. He asks the dark mage to pay for his sins. The soldiers seem answerless to see the dead body of the dark mage hanging. They look at the cruelly mutilated body. The soldier identifies the dead body as the dark mage through its mana. The soldier says he is confused if he should be happy or not. He notices a note placed under a book. The note reads a pro has killed the mage on their behalf. The soldier wonders what on earth this person would be. The scene shifts to Fahilia. Errol holds a letter. The letter reads, "Justice has triumphed with the end of Dark Mage." The letter further reads, "The ambition of the Dark Mage crushed by the subjugation forces." Errol says this is how they spread the news to the public. Then, he says there is no way they could publish what he has done. He sighs and says it was terrible. However, he feels satisfied that they took the research material and started the construction of the city. Errol closes his eyes and says it is unfortunate he could not understand the purpose of the Dark Church even after pulling out the memories of the Dark Mage. The weather is snowy outside. He decides he will again get rid of the Dark Church if it crawls again. He says he has done for the day. He feels he can be lazy for now. The scene shifts to the Zelnian Holy Kingdom. A man smashes a bottle of artificial holy water to the wall. He seems angry. He says, "How can Errol falsify the grace of the god?" He says they cannot let this happen. The man asks Lady Nelvenia how she can sit peacefully. Nelvenia is the saintess of the Zelnian Holy Kingdom. Lady Nelvenia asks the man what he wants her to do. She asks if he thinks they should punish the kingdom of Ernesia for reducing the damage done by the undead and saving people's lives. The man replies the holy water is a miracle only she can make. Lady Nelvenia asks the man if he wants a saintess to act in a dishonorable way by claiming holy water. She says he does not want anything but the betterment of the people. She says this is the only stance they will take for now. She prevents the man from doing anything pointless. The man replies in affirmation. However, Lady Nelvenia thinks he will first deal with the Merman Empire, then with Errol Ernesia. She decides to keep an eye on Errol. She says it is necessary for the sake of the Holy Kingdom's doctrine. The situation of the undead calmed down and some time passed. The scene shifts to Fahilia. Errol turned 17. He says the weather in Fahilia is great today. He thinks he has dealt with many other things with the problem of the undead. Errol feels happy to see that Fly has a new mate and a baby. Aiken and the other blacksmiths attempted to smelt titanium after producing Damascus steel. Errol is taking a bird's eye view of the city by riding Fly. He feels happy to see his city. He looks at the beautiful rainbow and says this is how his city should look. The professional tells Errol that he prioritizes constructing 1/3 of the city at first as per instructions. He asks Errol what he wants them to do now. Errol appreciates the professional, saying he has done a great job. He requests the professional to complete the other parts like this. Some of the city's natives feel happy to see their new houses. A child asks his parents to look at the tall buildings. Errol asks the child to get ready to move to the new house. He says they would not miss the old ones. A lady says they would not be able to live in a house like this without him. Another lady compliments the building, saying it looks so sturdy. She says she will not feel cold while sleeping anymore. Errol looks at the happiness of the people. He says their happiness is making them feel rewarded. Errol takes his leave. The professional asks him if he would not look around further. Errol replies it does not look like he should worry about that. He adds he needs to prepare his next plan. The professional asks what the next plan is. Errol ignores his question and says they will have a housewarming party after the city is completed. Asha asks Errol if he intends to arrange a banquet to celebrate the city's construction. Errol says yes. He asks Asha if she finds it absurd. Asha comes close to Errol and touches his forehead. She says he does not have a fever. She wonders why he is talking about a banquet. She says he used to avoid nobles and showed hatred to them. Asha says she has mistook him for someone else. Errol laughs. He says to Asha there is no way to act like this. Errol says he wants to make this fact known to the public before the city fully opens. He says Fahilia is a rich place still known as a snow-covered rural area. Errol says only a few number of people will visit them otherwise. He says they will be able to gather people here through a banquet. He knows if the people will not be interested in the city, they will be interested in him. Errol says they should promote it rather than holding a banquet. He asks Asha to show her opinion. Asha asks why he wants to hear her opinion. Errol thinks about his team and concludes they have no one with experience in arranging banquets. Errol says to Asha he wants to entrust her with this, as she is from a noble family. He clarifies it is not that he will sit back and do nothing. Asha replies it has been a while since she attended a social event. She says she will do her best as this is all she can do. Errol asks Asha not to be anxious about that. Errol asks if his father is coming too. Asha says she will keep her life on the line and prepare. Errol replies there is no need to keep her life on the line. Asha says she will do her best to meet his expectations. Errol replies if she says so. Errol lies on his bed with a paper and quill. He thinks about whom he should invite. Errol knows aristocratic society is a bothersome culture. He says sometimes they have to invite the people they do not like. He thinks he should start with the merchants he does business with. Then, he thinks of friends and realizes he has none. He thinks he will look like a snob if he only invites the rich people. He feels he should also invite other people. Errol rolls on his bed. He says it is annoying to think about this kind of thing. He scrumbles the paper and throws it away. Then, he feels it does not suit his personality to think about these things. He thinks to invite all of them. A man receives Errol's invitation. He thinks there is something wrong with this invitation. He wonders if His Highness throwing a banquet. The son of the man replies it is not just a banquet. A kid asks his brother if it is a big deal. The boy replies he cannot understand it as he is so young. He says His Highness has rarely shown his face in social gatherings except for his birthday and coming-of-age ceremony. The boy adds Her Highness Kenya always attends social gatherings. The boy thinks all the nobles will be paying attention to his banquet. The boy thinks they can build a connection with His Highness if things go well. He says he should get ready to attend the banquet. Errol tells his mother about the banquet. She asks Errol if he is hosting a banquet. Then, Errol calls his father. Thiril Enercia replies he will spare some time to attend the banquet. All the people seem excited to attend Errol's banquet. Some people think he wants to celebrate the construction of the new city. Errol feels tired. He says the banquet's preparation has made him busy. He feels relaxed for not having any disruption. He completes all the tasks and says he is looking forward to tomorrow. The day of the banquet comes. A long trail of cartridges enters Fahilia. All the famous nobles such as Archduke Carrot and Archduke Despin reach the banquet. Nobles look around the new city. They wonder if it is the same place that only peddlers visited preciously. Errol commands his guards to let the guests in after checking their identities. He prevents them from keeping the guests waiting. Errol wonders why they are coming in droves like this. He says the banquet is at night, so it is already so crowded. Errol says they are making it too obvious that they are interested in him. He guesses they want to meet him early. However, he does not want to meet them. Meanwhile, a maid enters the room and informs Errol that the guests started to arrive at the venue. He asks the maid to guide them to their place. The maid replies they will do their best to attend to them. A man looks at the city and says His Highness Errol has everything to be confident. A servant comes near the man to take him to a place to rest before the banquet. The man looks around and says it is an outstanding place. Then, he notices the weather and says the city's attractiveness cannot beat the cold. He feels it is not as cold as before. People think this place has always been so cold that the wind could cut into the skin. A man wonders if he has worn too many clothes. He says the place is quite hot. Unlike the rumors, he wonders what on earth is going on. He began to sweat. Errol observes their expressions from his room. He says people must be thinking about the hot weather. He winks and says it is too early to be surprised. He says he wonders what their faces would look like when they find the truth. Asha comes to Errol's room. She tells Errol she has done the final check on the banquet. She says there is no problem with food, location, and lighting. Errol thanks to Asha for the preparations. Asha replies it is her job. Asha asks Errol if he is sure about holding the banquet there. Errol replies it is the perfect place to promote and introduce urban architecture. He asks Asha not to worry about that. He says they have done the right things. Asha turns the diary's page and says she should go and check other places. Errol asks Asha to go and take some rest. He says she has to prepare for the banquet. Asha asks Errol if she will participate in the banquet. Errol he has informed Daya and Sena in advance. He says all of his close associates will attend the banquet. The diary falls from Asha's hands. She says this is so sudden. She adds she had not prepared anything. Errol asks her not to worry about that. He says he has already taken care of that. Meanwhile, the door opens and two maids enter. Errol says he will leave the rest to them. The maids hold Asha by her arms. They reply they understand. His Highness are the only words Asha can utter. Another maid enters the room. She tells Errol they received a request from the royal palace to create a teleportation circle. Errol asks her if they should go to pick them up. Errol thinks he sent an invitation to the royal family out of courtesy, but they all refuse to come. Errol says in the first place, the concubines have no reason to come. He says it seems Yil Hying Nim is busy calming the public's sentiments after the incident of the undead. He sighs to know Kania left to challenge one of the kingdom's sword masters for a duel. He says she seems busy getting acknowledgement. He opens the door to see who will come. He looks at teleportation and feels his teleportation magic is convenient. Lady Levana reaches in no time. Errol hugs his mother and thanks her for coming. Lady Levana replies she has to come to his banquet. She tells Errol his majesty is also looking forward to it. She says he will come as soon as he finishes his work. Errol smiles and scratches his head. He says he has to work hard to live up to his expectations. Errol thinks it is not usual for a king to come to a far-off place like this. The scene shifts to the venue of the banquet. People look around and wonder if the banquet will held here. They say it is just a square. It is dark all around. It is normal to hold outdoor banquets. It only makes sense where there is a landscape around that pleases the eyes. People think this happened because Errol has no experience with social networking. A lady asks her fellow if they should use this as an opportunity to make a connection with His Highness by carefully informing him. It seems like everyone is disappointed. Soon, the venue turns bright with numerous lights. People wonder and look around. Someone says the night is as bright as day. He wonders if these lights are sky magic. Someone says Errol deliberately turned the square into a banquet to show them this. Errol thinks this is too early to surprise. He says this is only the beginning. Errol knows everyone must be crazy about Fahilia's technological prowess. He wears his coat and asks if everyone is ready. Sena comes there and says she is ready. Errol compliments her. He asks her if she is wearing a wig on her head. She replies she puts it this way because it suits her. She says thanks to Errol for the compliment. Errol asks Asha to come out and show her preparation. Errol says she is not attending a social gathering for the first time. He asks her why she is feeling shy. She is wearing a pretty light blue gown. She says it has been a while since she wore something like this. Errol asks them to have confidence. He says both of them are looking amazing. Meanwhile, Dyer reaches there. She is wearing a long black body cone dress. She asks Errol how is she looking. Errol shows a thumbs up to Daya. Daya does the same. Errol asks three of them to join him at the banquet. They rush toward the banquet. Errol says it is time to surprise their guests. The scene shifts to the venue. People are having refreshments. A man compliments the food. He says the food prepared by His Highness is of different quality. He wonders if he will sell his recipe later. People are anxious to see Errol. The fountain moves. People look at the fountain and notice that the fountain is opening. They say someone is coming. The fountain splits and a statue comes out of it. It is Errol's statue. Errol stands in the same pose before the statue. He asks everyone how it is. Errol says this is the ultimate display of their technological prowess and wealth. People are stunned to see the huge-sized statue and its presentation. A blonde-haired man smiles and says His Highness is still the same. Errol comes forward and greets everyone. He says he is thankful to everyone who attended the city building commemoration banquet. He announces the purpose of this banquet is to introduce the city to them. He says he hopes the nobles will be interested. He adds the merchants will imagine the good deals in the future. He guesses the other will think about what it would be like to shift here. He says he is eager to show off the city, but before he would like to announce the last guest of honor. He announces His Majesty Theonel Ernisia has arrived. Theonel Ernisia enters the banquet with his protocols. Theonel Ernisia says he is so happy as the king and father of this kid. He adds he did not hesitate to attend the banquet at a distant place. Errol says as His Majesty is here he will introduce Fahilia using the new technology.